weird circle. In this cave, where the rest of us see, we are met to call from out of the past stories, strange and weird. Bellkeeper, toll the bell, so that all may know we are gathered again in the weird circle.
I'm leaving it as my last will and testament, because before this year is over, the cavernous tarn will close over the gables of our desolate home. It was written by our ancestors many years ago that when the rains are blood red, the house of Usher will crumble to the earth. There are 3 members of the Usher family living, 2 in direct descent, the Lady Madeline and her twin brother Roderick. I was engaged to marry Roderick long before I knew my cousin. It is the custom for the Usher family to intermarry. The Lady Madeline has been confined to bed these many weeks, waiting for death, waiting for the last days of her life to pass quietly. So little time, Miss Roderick. I must see Charles before I die.
Charles Wilson is tied up in London on business. He can't come down here every time you've a whim to see him.
This is no him. Just a matter of days before I... Don't be impatient with me.
Sister, please.
Afraid of the truth, Roderick? You've always been afraid of me. I can read your mind easily. Look at me, brother.
Let's not argue again.
You've always wanted me to die. You've waited for it year after year, praying and hoping that I die, leaving you free to inherit the house and the fortune. But you'll be fooled. Look. Look at the rain.
This isn't you speaking, it's the fever.
Fever or not, the rain is turning red, isn't it?
Yes. Seems that way at times.
Today it will be redder and redder. And darker and
Madeline.
Afraid, brother? Are you afraid of blood-red rain?
The doctor said you should have rest and quiet. You weaken yourself when you're excited.
Where's Dina?
I don't know. I'm not her keeper. Downstairs, probably, buried in that romantic nonsense that she reads.
Every girl likes to read romantic stories, Rod. Heaven help her when she becomes your wife. Call her for me, will you?
The doctor's orders were that you're not to be disturbed.
Call her, Rod. Do as I say.
For your own good, I...
May the heathen wouldn't come. Dina. Dina. Dina.
Madeline.
Dina. You call me Lady Madeline? Yes, Dina, child. Come here, my dear. Is there something I can do for you? Yes. I want to see Charles Wilson before I die.
I told you he was busy, Maddie.
Tell Talbot to hitch up the coach and four, Dina. Go to London tonight. Tell Charles I must see him right away. Bring him back with you.
I'll not have Dina go out in this weather.
But Roderick, please go. Don't listen to Rod. Do this for me.
I will not have strangers dragged into our family secret.
Charles Wilson is no stranger. The only one who knows the secret of the house of Usher. I don't like leaving you, cousin. The doctor will be here shortly. Hurry, my dear, and bring Charles back.
I forbid it, Dina.
If I don't see Charles tonight, I'll be buried alive. Not able to live. Not able to die.
get through to London tonight, Mum. Not in this weather. Not in a million years. It ain't a night for humans to be aback.
The Lady Madeline is dying. The least we can do is grant her her last wish.
Here! Here!
Quickly, Talbot, before Lord will try and catch up with us.
Here, did you hear me call you?
Yes, I heard you, cousin.
Thanks for taking me, child, because I love you. Don't want any harm to come to my future wife.
Please, sir.
What? You turned to me when I touched you?
I don't know.
Afraid of me?
I...
Answer me. Are you afraid of me?
Yes.
You loved me once.
That was before we returned to the house.
You're going anyway?
Yes, Roderick. For Madeline's sake.
Are you ready, Mum?
Yes, Talbot, ready. We'll be back by midnight, Roderick.
Hurry, cousin. Or else the Lady Madeline might not live long enough to get her last wish.
Did you leave, Roderick?
Yes. Madeline, why don't you confide in me? Why must you call in strangers when you know how it humiliates me?
I can't trust you.
Ever since we were children, you've kept one secret from me. What is that secret, Madeline?
That's one thing you never keep out of me.
What is that secret, Maddie?
Leave me alone, brother. I'm ill.
You're dying, Madeline. You know you're dying. Secret won't do you any good. Now, what is it?
Please, Roderick.
Tell me, Madeline, or you won't live to die the way you think you will. Tell me, or by heaven, I'll force it out of Whoa there, whoa, boy. This is his house, Mum.
Thank you, Talbot. Mr. Wilson, is he here?
Yes, sir. Why, Gina Usher, what are you doing in London this hour tonight? Come in, my dear.
The Lady Madeline sent you.
Good heavens, child, your clothes are dressed. Come on in. I'll fix you some hot tea.
Oh, we haven't time, Charles. Madeline wants to see you at once. Please come with me, right away. The doctor doesn't think she'll live through the night.
Madeline? Darling,
She's been ill for months. Charles, you wouldn't know her anymore.
why didn't you let me know before this?
Roderick wouldn't let you.
Roderick? But what?
I can't explain now, Charles. Believe me when I say it's important that you come at once. Talbot's waiting outside. I'm frightened for Madeline. We've got to be back by midnight. You're leaving time, Doctor.
Lady Usher, you shouldn't allow your brother to expect you.
There's a cruel beginning of time. Surprising me like my grandfather.
Here, drink this. It will give you strength.
I can't move.
Lean against me. There.
Dr. Bain, you've attended all my family, haven't you?
Yes, Lady Usher.
You've been closer to us than almost anyone. If I ask you to take on
That depends on the question.
how much longer have I to live?
Yes, I did.
No, Doctor. I want an honest answer, please. It's imperative that I know.
I don't know, really, my dear.
Hurry, Talbot. Please hurry.
I'm going as fast as the orchid can go, Mum.
Faster, Talbot.
We won't accomplish anything at all if you lose self-control, Gina.
Oh, I'm sorry, Charles, but I've the most dreadful foreboding.
Foreboding? I thought Madeline and Roderick were as close as brothers could possibly be.
They were until about a year ago.
What caused the change?
Well, I've been living at the house with Usher for about 4 months, and Roderick suddenly became, nervous, jumpy. He'd locked himself up in his room for days. He was morbid, frightfully morbid.
Sounds like a depression.
Oh, it's my secret in that. Madeline fell ill at the same time. And then, The horrible red rains began to fall.
Red rain? Gina, really?
Oh, you see. The first day those rains began to fall, the rift between Madeline and Roderick widened. Until now their hate is a living thing. It fills the house. They seem to be battling constantly for possession of each other's souls. Time. Look. Look ahead. There's the house. And the rain. Look at the rain.
Yes. Red rain.
Well, Charles, do come in. We've been waiting for you.
Oh, it's good to see you again, Roderick.
Come in, Dina. Don't stand there staring at me.
It's been a long time since I've last seen you, Rod.
Yes, long time.
Let me take your coat down. I'll hang it up.
Thank you, dear.
This is waiting, Charles. You'd better go right up.
Yes, of course.
I'd better warn you, Madeline's delirious. Doesn't quite know what she's saying sometimes.
Rod, why don't you come up with me?
Express a desire to see you alone.
I had to see you alone.
Madeline, don't try to sit up. You'll only weaken
Get
yourself.
over here, Charles, Miss Kitty. You're the only person I can trust, and you must promise to do exactly as I say.
Of course, of course.
Remember what I told you years ago. Remember about Roderick and me. I told you then that he and I were more than friends.
So that was just childish thing.
Oh, I wish to God it were. Those secrets have all been proven these last few months. Roderick and I are only one person, not two. We have two earthly bodies, but we share one soul. When Charles and I were born, our shoulders were attached. The day of our birth, we were separated.
But that doesn't necessarily mean you share one soul.
I've never been able to feel anything for myself. The thoughts are my thoughts. The fears are my fears. The weaknesses are mine. Don't you understand, Charles?
Are you sure of this, Madeline?
Positive. His mind has the initiative. He doesn't respond to my emotions. Because I have none. None. I'm cold without him. Don't you see my earthly body is wasting away? But my soul is not my own. As long as he's alive, Charles, the power of his life will keep me living.
Madeline, Lady Madeline, you mustn't even think of it.
Oh, it's true, though. I'll have a living death. I'll be buried alive. Unable to live. Unable to die.
Madeline.
That's why I called you here. Promise me now, Charles. You'll never allow my coffin to be sealed. Keep my body in this house.
You must rest, Madeline. Stop talking.
Do you promise, Charles? Promise.
Yes, of course I do.
Don't tell Roger, Charles, ever. He'll seal me in my tomb alive.
Madeline, my dear.
Every mortal is entitled to his own soul. His death is death. I can't rest in death. I'll return from the grave and take him with me. Outside the door, right?
Yeah.
Not enough to be proud and privacy. Why do you insist on spying on your own sister?
Shut up.
I can't understand you, Roger.
There are many things you can't understand, Dina. Come with me downstairs.
Let me go.
Along. The living room.
I'd like to go in and tell Madeline that you were spying on her again.
Tell her if you wish. Poor 16. Able to lift her arm against me.
I don't know how I ever loved you.
You'll learn to again after we're married.
I hate you, Roger. I'll never marry you. Roderick, what's the matter?
Pain inside me, crawling like vermin. Help me, Dina.
Oh, of course.
Help me. Rosalind. Dina. No, Rosalind. Return.
Madeline, inside your bed. You're dead, Madeline. Dead.
Two people fought for the possession of one soul, and you've lost. You'll try to drag me to the grave with you, but you're weaker than I, Madeline. You'll never return. Never.
And that was her last request, Doctor. It's a peculiar request, Mr. Wilson.
I know it is, Doctor, but it was the Lady Madeline's last wish. Oh, Roderick, what are you doing here?
Taking a last look at my beloved sister's face.
Oh. Doctor, I'm not quite sure that the Lady Madeline is dead. Look at the flush of life in her cheeks.
Stop speaking like a fool, Charles.
Look for yourself, Roderick.
What are you trying to do, frighten me?
No, I've asked the doctor to verify her death.
In cases of this kind, Mr. Wilson, death from catalepsy, the deceased often retains a lifelike flush. But it's merely symptomatic. Nothing supernatural about it.
Of course she's dead. Isn't she, Doctor?
However, if you feel the slightest doubt,
No doubt at all.
I'd suggest delaying the burial for a week or two.
As the nearest of kin, I want the funeral held at once. She laid to rest in the family catacombs beneath the house. Roderick, I gave her my word. Your word isn't valid. You're not one of the family, but it was my word of honor. Don't make them family affairs, Charles. But the least you can do is grant her last wish, Roderick. This is nonsense. Dead are best buried. But Rod, your own
No! As the doctor in the case, I don't feel justified in making out a death certificate for 2 weeks. The Lady Madeline will lie in state in her coffin in the catacombs. The coffin will remain open. For 30 years, these catacombs have been unused.
Look at the wall. Time has encrusted them with night.
It's cold in here. Cold and damp.
Let's take the coffin this way, Talbot. Watch that, Dove. Don't fall. Careful. Catacombs have always been soft and slime and nice. Hard to breathe in here at times, isn't it? Where's the room, Roderick? Ahead. The end of the corridor. Are you positive we can keep a fire burning in there?
Yes, Charles.
Talbot.
Yes, sir?
You start the fire?
Oh, yes, sir. I did that early this morning. The room ought to be warm by now, sir.
Talbot, a dependable man. Start warm fires to bring light. There.
Right. How can you act like that? Your own.
My own dear beloved sister. Hey, Charles. Ahead of you. Tiny room at the end of a corridor. Fire is blazing. Careful. Careful with the casket. We'll place it on the table. At the table. All right. Place it down. Yes, up. Down.
And the man stand this latter day upon the earth. And though this body be destroyed, yet shall I see God, whom I shall see for myself, and mine eyes shall behold, and not as a stranger. We brought nothing into this world, and it is certain we can carry nothing out. The Lord giveth, and the Lord hath taken away. Blessed be the name of the Lord.
Talbot?
Yes, ma'am? Why, Mum, what are you doing up at this hour of the night?
I can't sleep. I keep dreaming the Lady Madeline is crying for help. Where's Lord Roderick?
Oh, he couldn't sleep either, Mum. He said he was worried. Said his sister was cold, Mum. Whatever did he mean by that?
Did he go down to the catacombs?
Just when that it is, he said he wanted to stir the fires a bit.
Down there?
Wait a minute, Mum.
Lady Talbot, I must stop him.
I wouldn't go down there, Mum. It's so cold and night and damp. I wouldn't go down there myself. I advise Lord Roderick against it, Mum.
Roderick! 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 The door's sliding down. It's so dark in here. Cold and dark. Roderick! Roderick! Roderick, where are you? Rod! Rod, answer me! Rod! Roderick! Roderick, I can't think! Please! Please help me! I'm getting lost in the catacombs! Roderick! Roderick, please!
I don't like this goings on at all. I don't. People dying and not getting themselves properly buried.
It ain't normal. No, that it ain't.
Talbot.
What? Are you actually Mr. Wilson? Don't nobody sleep proper in this here house?
Where are Miss Dina and Lord Roderick, Talbot?
Well, I was sitting here as nice as you please.
But where is Miss Dina, Talbot?
Well, yeah, that's what I'm getting to. I was drinking this here cup of tea when Lord Roderick comes in a little past midnight. Or it was a little before midnight.
Where is he?
Well, I'm getting to that. He comes in and he says he does want a plane.
Yes?
Yeah. He says as calm as a fish. He wants to go down and keep his sister from getting cold.
And Miss Dina?
Well, as for her, she came down a little later and said she dreamt that the Lady Madeline was calling to her. So she follows Lord Roderick to the catacombs. It ain't proper, sir. It ain't proper.
Roderick! Roderick! Oh, there's Roderick.
Are you calling me, Cousin?
Roderick, I was so frightened. I thought I was lost.
Why did you come down here?
I dropped Madeline immediately. Well, what did you do, Rod?
Be quiet, Dina.
Close the coffin. Oh, how could you?
Don't you approve?
You were going to drive a stake to her coffin.
She was a witch, Dina. A witch. That's a custom to drive a stake through the heart of a witch. Watch, Dina. Watch.
No.
Watch me drive the hammer through her heart.
Stop, Rod. Stop there. Roderick, put that stake down in heaven's name. Don't. Leave it alone.
No offense to a pal.
Please, Roderick, please. It's so horrible. Don't you understand? It's your own sister. Your own sister.
Dina, you and Madeline together.
Oh, Roderick.
Help me with this. Pardon me, Lord Roderick, but... He looks like he was dead, lying there on the sofa.
No, he's getting scared.
Keep bathing his face in cool water, dear. He'll be all right. I'm afraid the talk of Madeline's death is much fun.
Shock of her death. The constant fall of the rain. Getting redder all the time, Tom.
Yes, it is. That's just an electric phenomenon.
Oh, don't try to move, Roderick.
You do that. You again.
Lie still, Tom. You've been betting it as well.
You're both fools. You shouldn't have stopped me. The witch. You understand?
No, Roderick.
Listen, Charles. What? Can't you hear it?
What are you talking about?
I told you once my hearing was super acute. You hear a heart beating.
You're over, Rod. Suppose I go for the doctor, Rod. He'll give you a sedative.
Oh, shut up, Mason. But you need your sleep.
Of course you do. All this horror tonight will pass over when the morning comes. And those infernal rains.
It's not in my mind. She's coming. She's coming. Here at the catacombs. Listen, Charles, listen.
Roderick, please believe me that you're simply overwrought and emotional.
I've got to get out of here. I must leave at once. She's coming for me. Coming. She swore she would. I know she did. I overheard her talk with you, Tom.
Roderick,
But you know you're hearing things.
Now listen.
I can't hear anything.
She's leaving the catacombs now. Listen, Charles. Don't you hear her breathing? Can't you hear her footsteps? Sighs. She's in the hallway, Charles. In the hall. Don't listen. Don't listen, Charles.
Roderick.
Coming closer. Faster. Faster. The feet are on the stairs. One by one, she's coming up those stairs. Listen, you can hear her now, can't you? You can hear her now.
Well, please look out the window. The rains are blood red.
Outside the door. Listen. Listen, cousin, listen.
Madeline!
Oh, leave the house of us apart. You and Tina, leave this perfect house at once. The rains are blood red. And I've come to reclaim my soul, Abbott. Oh, and you, Roderick, you will be soulless forever.
From that chamber, and from that mansion, Charles and I fled a dusk. Storm was still abroad in all its wrath, as we crossed the park to the highway. The moon above the house of Usher was blood red. And Charles held me close as we walked down and on into the night.
Peter, my darling, don't look back. The house crumbled into the ground. Crumbled into the cavernous tunnel.
Charles,
Little bit. You'll always be precious.
From the glen-worn pages of the past, we have heard another immortal tale in The Weird Circle. Bellkeeper, toll the bell. Be here in this lonely cave by the restless sea once again next time for another immortal tale in The Weird Circle.
The unmet in this cave by the restless sea to reveal the horror in man's mind. Listen to the weird circle.
Listen to the waves. Listen closely, for you will hear the crying of lost souls. Our story discloses the horror in man's mind. This is a tale of the house and the grave. Come with me to London, through the heavy fog of the city to a large house of the suburbs. A young couple enter the portals of that house to attend an art auction.
Well, hello, Jim. We've been looking all over for you. You got quite a crowd here today. Paul Whitney, Sandra. I'm glad you've come. I thought you'd be a refugee from your store today.
well, thank you, Jim. I've suddenly conceived a passion for good oil paintings, and I'm going to buy this fabulous painting of the ancient cutthroat.
To tell you the truth, Jim, you certainly can see the passion for cutthroat, ancient or otherwise.
Oh, my husband abuses me.
I'm too nice for her. Or she'd never be interested in any other man.
But darling, the man in the portrait's been dead 400 years.
Dead or living, he's not beyond your charm.
But my husband loves me, Jim. Must be my fatal fascination. But I didn't come here to talk to you, even if it is fun. I came here to see that oil painting.
Oh, it's quite a painting.
Yes, so we've heard.
It's in my study. Come and take a look before the auction starts. Now, don't fall in love with it, Sandy. No matter how you feel about 15th century reprobates, I'm not going to spend a fortune buying these for 50. Well, there's the picture. What do you think? He has a face you'll never forget, and a reputation. Yes, sir, he lived a full life. You know, he was a king fabulous and wealthy. But when he died, he was disappeared.
Oh, my goodness. You look like the kind of man who took dreams and he for the devil of it.
The strangest thing about this is the man's eyes. You get the feeling that the eyes are alive. Yes, it's definitely. What a word.
Paul,
What's the matter with you, then?
I could have sworn I'd seen that man in London recently.
What man?
The one in the picture.
What? He's been dead 400 years.
Stop thinking that, Jim. I know what I've seen.
Impossible. The only thing left of the Honorable Cutthroat Richard is the house on Orchard Street. He built it 450 years ago, and it's never been really habitable since.
Why?
Well, this is your chance to laugh at me. It's haunted. Haunted?
Oh, not really.
Really?
Oh, Jim, I've never met a ghost.
And you never will.
Jim, oh, Jim, please, oh, please, imagine a really truly ghost.
Wonderful, Jim. Take a go. Or better yet, I'll rent the place for a week. I've heard a lot about ghosts, but I've never been able to pin one down. You know, I've been a student of the outdoors for a long time.
Jim, please.
Oh, Sandra, I'm sorry. It's dangerous business, this ghost hunting. But fella, anything to get Sandra's mind off buying that picture. Very well, but you'll find some very real ghosts over there. The housekeeper, Mrs. Browning, will rent you a room if you want it.
But she's the only person who's ever been able to stay in the old house. Nice, old man. Come along, Sandra.
But the picture.
Hang the picture, my sweet. I've got a genuine ghost for you. The door's open all by itself.
There's no one there. Doors aren't supposed to open by themselves, Paul.
Look, the house called. Door's not by itself.
Really, this is place, isn't it?
Like,
Not in the middle. And it isn't my room for the safety check. It's yours. I know where the housekeeper is. Her name is drowning. Call her and see what happened.
Miss Browning.
Don't touch me, Paul.
I didn't poke you.
Well, I didn't poke myself. Oh, hey. I don't guess we're alone. Look behind me, Paul. If it's a ghost, I don't want to meet it quite yet.
Really? Okay, right. Everybody knows ghost people here. It's a nice walk.
No, another one. I can look through the file. He's thinking about, oh, my study. The footprints lead upstairs.
Shall we follow?
No, the obvious thing to do.
That's cold, isn't it, Sonny? Isn't it?
Ghostly cold at any rate.
We're not quite at the form over there. Do you want to go through with it?
Well, positive, almost anyway.
The footprint. It disappeared.
Maybe it's all done with mirrors.
You probably missed the thing,
Oh, you must be Mrs. Downing. I'm Sandra Whitney, and this is my husband.
How do you do? Mr. Danvers told me you were coming. Won't you be seated? Thank you, Mrs. Browning. I hope my stepdaughter didn't frighten you.
You said that. Why do you see anyone?
You footprints at all?
You didn't see or hear anything. Expecting anyone?
Yeah. They're coming to me, softly. My time is up, and I must die in the way they've planned it.
They?
Those who live in this house, Mrs. Whitney. Stop, Mrs. Browning. You don't really believe ghosts actually live here. Believe it? I know. You see, Mr. Whitney, when I was first married 40 years ago, my husband, my stepdaughter, and myself moved into this house. They were here.
Why didn't you move out?
Oh, we became used to them. Then my stepdaughter died. My husband had an unfortunate accident, and I was left alone.
You've lived here alone ever since?
Yes, waiting for them to take me. Mrs. Browning, how much do you charge my wife and myself for an apartment here, by the way? Nothing. Nothing at all. Anybody who has the courage to stay here is most welcome. But I advise you. Listen. What is it? So crying for relief. Relief from him. Oh, come, Mrs. Brown. You don't believe me. You will when you move. Then tonight.
Tonight at 8. How about it, Paul?
I'm jealous. You use the evening. I have a fire on it for you. But let me warn you once again. They'll be waiting for you. Day and night.
Of course, Paul. Down, Bucky. Down, I said. Oh, if you keep spraying, I'll never get you on a lead.
I better take those pistols along with us.
Well, I'm not at all sure you can see the ghost, Paul.
I'm not at all sure of it. Something awfully phony about all that.
Oh, no. My intuition says there were ghosts in that house, darling, and I've a very perceptive intuition.
You're not going to take lessons.
Of course I am. He's a watchdog, isn't he?
What a dog.
Now, darling, remember how nicely you got pheasant last year?
But pistols aren't the same thing as ghosts, you know?
Stuff and nonsense. You ready?
All ready. Here's the code here.
Oh, look out the window, please. So peaceful out there.
You've always been comfortable.
Reminds me of the time you told me. It was such a Oh, that man, the one on the street.
What man?
The one standing right out there. Look at him. That's the same man we supposedly saw at Jim Danvers' house today.
Sandra, where are you going?
Oh my goodness. It is him. Excuse me, sir. I couldn't help noticing you, and
You noticed me?
you are Mr. Fisher, don't you?
I've been known to many, by many names.
Oh, dear, please pardon me if I knew, but well, how in the devil did you manage to stay alive for 400 years?
You will notice my eyes. Look deep. Deep. Deeply into my eyes. You've never seen me before. You don't know me. You can never remember me again.
You're probably assuming yourself approaching strange men and asking them silly questions.
Oh, I'm sorry, Paul, it was stupid of me, but anybody can be wrong.
On the face of it, it's silly. But the man was alive 400 years ago, roaming around.
It wasn't a matter of boosting, it was a matter of liveness. Now, come on, stop being a husband and hold my arm.
Tear it off and beat you over the head with it.
He's so good. But I love him.
I can understand it. There's your haunted house, folks. You don't want to keep this found away.
Or the ghost. Insidious feeling doors opening and slamming.
Mrs. Browning! Mrs. Browning!
I can keep feeling this to the tree just like you desire. Paul, the cold is good. Almost the disgusting has come by and it's spreading your body of all horrors.
That's the second thought. Now you scared yourself sick.
Oh, well, I was just getting in the mood for ghosts. Where's the east wing? It's brave, Mrs. Whitney.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Browning. Well, Miss Civil.
It's the day of my mood. My fire, my candle. Quiet, Jack. You scare somebody. A dog scare somebody? Not tonight. If I make you a horrible at home, now you're tired. Jackie, sit down. Over here, Jackie. Look at him, Paul. The hairs on his head are standing on end. Be quiet, Jackie, look. I told you they were here.
Free man. Sandy, the pebble.
It's materializing. I'm really for me. This is Johnny, Paul. This is the messenger.
Mrs. Browning.
Something horrible coming. It's gone, hasn't it?
Brown. Good.
generation stuck the scene of the crime. Nobody tells Detective Hodges that a pleasant-butt woman gets bumped off by a ghost.
Oh, I'm still so quiet, Flash. If you don't even back to Detective Hodges and go away, you stop the ghost story. Quiet! I'm only trying to help, but Flash, stop!
All right, Thunder, sit down over here.
Jim Dandy, if you try to call, I'll never speak to you.
Now, Mr. Whitney, if you don't mind, we'll go over the details again. What happened?
Well, Mr. Whitney and I were here in the when a blue mass suddenly floated in the door. The lights in the fireplace dimmed, the candles were extinguished, and Mrs. Browning began to
Why?
Because she saw a ghost. It's really all so simple.
Thunder, my dear. And then what happened?
the mass suddenly appeared in the street. The picture for two hands.
Two hands without a body.
And reached out, grabbed Mrs. Browning by the throat,
Thank you. I suppose you expect me to believe that story?
no reason for you to doubt Mr. Whitney's word, Detective Hodge.
I'm not saying there is. But there was only 3 people in this room, and one of them is dead. Everybody's under arrest. Everybody, do you hear?
Oh, Paul, it's you again.
Look, Detective Hodge. Paul, Thunder.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
What is it?
An axe murderer. An ectoplasm.
Thunder, don't be silent. Let's get out of this house before it gets all of us. Ron. How do you believe it, Detective Hodge?
Yes, I believe you. I'll have Mrs. Browning's body removed to the morgue right away.
Paul, if you insist on staying in this house overnight, I'll not be responsible for what happens. I'm convinced that there are no such things as ghosts. Now, please, Jim, take Sandra back home.
I'm not budging without you, Ken.
But don't be foolish. Well, no matter what you two do, I'm not staying here.
Oh, go, old fuzzy dude. Take that tiny body and deliver it to a safe, warm bed. Poor Jim. Scared of a little ghost. 11 p.m. already.
Well, good night, Paul, Sandra.
Night, Jim.
What was that? You mean football? Yes, what is it? The housekeeper said something.
It's all so simple.
Good grief. Good night.
Oh, we've been all through the house, falling on dead tired. Come on, let's go to bed.
You go to bed. I'll sit up and read these letters behind you.
You're glad you can here. Now lie down next to me. Poor Blackie, poor chum. You don't want to go to do you, poor Blackie.
This letter's interesting.
What is it?
Evidently a letter from the housekeeper to her husband. Love letter. She talks about her brother's child. It seems her brother left his money to his daughter and she's on to his sister.
Down. Maybe that's the house he called his sister.
Since we have managed to child you, you and I are more than lovers. We are partners in many things.
Sounds as if they murdered the child.
Yes, yes. Something. I wonder if my theory is right. If people felt strong passions, and if those passions linger in a house after the people have gone, couldn't that create a heavy psychological situation?
Those fingers that murdered Mrs. Browning were more than heavily psychic. I'd have to call her my desk call.
Well, I put the letter down and just
What's the top for?
better keep these pistols handy just in case. Something about a gun that's given me.
Oh, it's midnight. I'm tired and nothing's funny.
You know Mrs. Browning's sitting room? It seems to be an extra addition to this house. It juts out from the rest of the building like a sleeping porch.
What's funny about that?
With that horrible cold and the footfalls all seem to emanate from that room.
Oh, you and your logical mind.
Oh. What's the matter, Frank? Oh,
Just like a that shadow standing in front of us.
give me my gun.
Here, dear.
Look, Frank.
Relax. It's not the letters.
Oh, God.
Oh, my God, the hand.
What?
It's the hand of The housekeeper.
How do you know?
It's got the same ring on she had on this afternoon. But that's not a ghost I've ever seen one.
The fire's going out, Papa.
Thunder! Thunder!
No, go away. You're nothing but a minute. No, no, I will not admit your will. You're on your own. It's just I was a fool to allow you to stay in that exquisite place last night. I ought to have my head examined.
I came over as soon as I got your message, Paul.
Oh, come on in, Jim. Sounded recovering from a bit of a shock.
I warned you, Paul. Their house is definitely haunted. I'm going to board it up.
No, that's not the answer. It isn't ghosts. At least, not in the real sense of the word.
Why, Paul, after what you went through, you say that?
It's too malignant. Do you believe in the power of hypnotism?
Well, I've heard some amazing theories about it anyway.
Well, I believe some power controls the house.
Well, let's still go.
No, because the brain that controls the house is still alive. I'm convinced.
Where do you think this man who controls the house is?
He might be thousands of miles away. Remember you said that the eyes in the picture of the fabulous witches seems alive?
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Not at all. In some crazy, mad manner, Richard has kept himself alive all these 400 years. In some hypnotic way, he controls that house.
Well, if your theory is right, how can we break his control?
Well, I'm certain that this control emanates from the little sitting room which once belonged to Mrs. Brown. Now, if you'll let me, I'd like to hire workmen and tear that room off the rest of the house.
Oh, but Paul...
The room is only an extra addition. Did you hurt yourself climbing that particular chamber?
No. Oh, imagine a secret room down here, Paul, right beneath the sitting room. You see, Jim, Paul was right. It's like climbing a box with a false bottom.
Be careful of your head, Sandra. This room isn't very big.
Well, now you know how a hunk of beef feels in an icebox.
That's much. It these doors built into the wall over there.
All modern convenience.
It's not open. Hey, look, Russ. Just push. All right. Door's open.
Oh, nothing but a lot of musty old clothes.
Nothing unusual. In the wall.
I can see the stuff like that.
Look, here.
Like miniature figures.
Look at it. The same face as that painting in my house.
Look at the eyes in the miniature. Paul, they're alive.
They're moving. You better put that portrait down, Paul. They're all alive. Living matter.
It's getting colder in here. And everything's moving around.
Open the door, Paul. Hurry, I don't like it throwing cold at all.
There's a thin promise saucer full of crystal liquid with a cover floating on it.
This compass can, so I will dominate everything within these four walls. Everything dead or alive. Perfectly the house and restless as well as souls.
What's it mean?
This brain. Richard controls this mental hypnotism. He can control a piece of paper or a chair or even the souls of the dead. And this house is haunted. Yes, haunted by a malicious, malignant will. It keeps a man's spirit controlled and restless.
Oh, look at that corner.
Listen. Water.
Yes, alive, quite alive. Oh, my praise the Lord. That is perfectly demonstrating, Mr. Whitney.
Deduction?
Yes, I heard your keen analysis of my activities.
You are a
I have been powerful for 400 years. Your blind stumbling onto my secret will not stop me now. I can will anything. I will the specters of the past to re-enter this room.
In heaven's name, man, stop this.
Oh, a black shadow. It's here with us, closing in.
Yes, closing in. All those who have died in this house are my slaves, and you will be my slaves in a very few quick seconds.
You are not the brains controlling this house. You gave that power to the top. You transferred your power to the throwing needle. Am I right, Mr. Richards?
Put that compass down.
Oh, no, I'll destroy it, Mr. Richards. No, you're completely powerless, Thomas. What's that for? Just by thinking you can crumble. Thunder!
Paul, it's good to be back in our own home.
What happened to Mr. Richards when the petition collapsed?
Well, the workmen searched for debris around the house of Mr. Richards' body, but no trace of him was found. I'm afraid that he escaped.
He's still alive and free here.
That's just what I mean.
Well, he won't be for long. People everywhere will be warned. Every corner of this earth will be different. Even his will has to try the world. No one man ever fights the world.
From the time-worn pages of the past, we have been called the house and the grave. Bellkeeper, toll the bell. Phantoms of a world gone by speak again their immortal tale, the vendetta.
Give me a penny, mademoiselle. Just a penny for an old lady. I'll tell you a story if you'll give me a penny, monsieur.
The dinner today.
How about you, madame? How about a penny for my story? Well, just a penny for a story you won't forget.
I never could resist a story. It's a deal. You tell the story and I'll give you a penny.
Well, we'd better sit down on the front steps of the museum here. Now, the story starts in an attic of an old concierge. The story is of two lovers sitting together in an old attic in a two-gable building where the wind softly shook the old shutters of the blue bar. There was sleep. They two were in love, and she was telling him the story of the vendetta.
My darling, tell me about the vendetta.
It was so long ago here, but I'll never forget the fire in the flame. Sometimes at night I still think of myself as that little girl in Corsica, sitting with her mother in the living room. I can still see our sworn enemies, the porter-family, breaking in, pouring kerosene in our rugs to see the fire start. Those fires remember our scenes. I can still hear my mother scream before she died. Somehow, my father saved my life. He told me to hide in the wasteland and wait for him. And then there was more fire, more flames. And the vendetta. The quarter family was dead. And then, the came to the I remember the house was white stone building, long, rickety flight of stairs to the three-room flat on the third floor. I remember the landlady who was so kind and showed us to our rooms, talking much and
You'll like to get me to the piano when you little girl sits out and like I'm upstairs.
Yes, madame.
Well, all one has a family here. A German family lives on this floor, and a young newlywed couple lives on this floor. And just against the building next door, you see a servant. She's an artist and runs a exclusive school for young women who are interested in the arts. Well, these are your quarters. Your room's in the back. The child's room is just to the left. You have your own cooking facilities if you wish to use them.
Yes, you could.
Well, you just want to be alone to make friends with your new quarters. You, the last people, have to be treated with kindness. Are you happy?
Are you tired, Simeon?
Very, very tired. Father, are we going to see Mother again?
We took us finished, Simeon. But the porters have paid for it. With their lives. All of them. You're all I have left, Simeon. You're all I have left in the world. You'll be a little queen someday. I'll make you a queen and Paris will be at your feet. It's lovely.
Father, darling, I'll never leave you. How could I? We belong together.
Did you and your father live in the country? You were happy then?
Oh, so happily. You've no idea. Well, when I was 20 years old, I started to paint. Our landlady showed my paintings to Monsieur Savant and Monsieur Vincent Scholarship in the school. My easel was in the corner of the studio, and when I climbed on a chair, I could peer through the skylight into Monsieur Savant's attic across the way near the gable. The attic always fascinated me. It was dark and lonely, and struck a responsive chord from your inside. And then last week, I saw you there, darling. I knew you were wounded. I started to think. I stood on the chair looking at you. Laurie was singing behind me, and Amelia was talking to me. The little time clock on the wall kept it. They say the soldier escaped somewhere in this neighborhood, but they'll get him. There's no doubt about it. After all, he deserves to die. Every Bonaparte soldier deserves to die. After all, who are they? Nothing but a lot of cutthroats, of course. Men, what a cruel thing to say. Think of our darling Demetria. Oh, honestly, Laura, you make me sick. What are you doing standing on a chair, Ginevra? I was seeing something. My mind's gone. You were talking about holy, Amelia. I'm interested in your food. Oh, of course. You're a cousin. Are you for or against the police? Since Napoleon's been vanished, it doesn't make much difference, does it? Maybe not. Except there's a soldier of Napoleon's army hiding out in this district. The police might be interested in you, Ginevra, if you're a sympathizer. If somebody were to tell them about you. Amelia, stop it. Let's see what you're taking, Ginevra. Oh, no, Laura, please, darling, it's a lovely piece of work. Who is he? Who is who? This man Gineva's painting. Man? You didn't know.
Mademoiselle, would you please return to your easel? No artist ever gave anything to art to supply the world with its justice.
Do you just admiring the Corsican's work, Monsieur Sauvage? He's painting a portrait of a young man.
Well, Mademoiselle Amelia, I'm sure if you worked as diligently as Mademoiselle Ginevra, somebody would admire your work. It is 4 o'clock, ladies. Time for you to go home.
I nearly have finished, Monsieur.
4 o'clock, my little lady. Your family will worry.
Naturally, Laurie. Come along and stop being super conscientious. Good night, Ginevra. Wait for me. I'll be right along.
Mademoiselle Ginevra,
Oh, listen, please.
would you mind staying after class?
Of course not, please. Good night, Monsieur Sauvage. Good night.
Good night, Mademoiselle.
You'll find Mademoiselle Ginevra very interesting to talk to, Monsieur Sauvage. Especially if you ask her why she stands on a chair looking in an attic window. Good night, Monsieur Sauvage.
Good night, Mademoiselle Amelia.
I'm sorry, sir. I called you King.
It is a fine painting, Ginevra. How long do you know Miss Bowden has been hiding in my office?
Just today.
How much is Mademoiselle Amelia's peanuting?
Just this painting. If you'll please take me to him. Nobody knows he's up there but me. He's wounded and he looks so lonely.
Your father would never forgive you, Daddy.
And I'd never forgive you for them. Please, monsieur. Nobody will ever know, I swear it. Please, monsieur, for them. Please. And so he brought me to the office. And I met you and left you, and the first time I saw you 2 weeks ago. I know it was written from you. I know it's kind of a wonderful mistake. I know it's
Well, darling, you don't know what to say. I'm a hunted man. If I'm caught, I'll be hung.
If you were killed, I'd be by your side.
I'm sick and wounded. And you know so little about me.
I know everything about you. We're fellow Corsicans. You're a brave soldier, and I love you. There you go. Your people taking after.
You know, I wanted to tell you. I wanted to tell you so many times.
Oh, darling.
Don't stop me, please, darling. We can't be married. Don't you understand?
I love you. Oh, Lily. Father can help you leave the country, and I can join you later. And we'll return to trust.
Cross the prison. Warm sun and green meadows and the yellow pasture land. Oh, darling, you're like Corsica. They're so very much like it. Tempestuous and warm. And your eyes are brown like the trees are falling and you're happy. They're brown and red.
Those are the fires of the indefinite.
And when they're sad, they're like that. Like the sun and the ocean. I will brave enough to own you. I'd own you in a little bit of Corsica in a world of our own. Don't make it any more difficult for me than it is. What's wrong with me?
Look at the starlight in the studio. I could have sworn I saw somebody at the starlight window.
Nothing more than a cleaning woman's in me. No, nothing wrong. I don't know anything.
What are you doing standing on the chair looking out the starlight window, Amelia? What are you looking at? You know very well what I'm looking at, Mary. You've known all along about Ginevra and her lover and their secret rendezvous, haven't you? What if I have? My father, as head of the Paris police force, will be very much interested in finding you. You have to show you escape. I'll tell my father you helped you to escape. But if you enjoy your life, in a dark hole of a jail, yes, and roasting, and I'll forget about you, and you let me go, will you? If you don't keep your mouth shut. My eyes. What are you going to do, Amelia? Wait and see, Laurie. And if you want to stay out of jail, you keep your mouth shut. I think I better keep your mouth shut. Monsieur Dupiamba?
Yes?
I'm Amelia Farrar, a schoolmate of your daughter's.
Please come in, mademoiselle. My daughter is late from school, but I'm sure she'll be home soon.
Well, I didn't come here to talk to your daughter, monsieur. I came to talk to you. A sort of ugly thing happened at our school lately, and well, it's sort of difficult to explain, but... Well, Monsieur Savant has been allowing an escaped soldier to hide in his attic.
So, well, how could it?
Well, every day, Ginevra and this soldier see each other, and I hear they intend to marry. It's a scandal will soon, monsieur, and well, if he's arrested, Ginevra will be in trouble, and...
Are you positive of this, mademoiselle?
Oh, yes, and I'm worried for it. You see, my father is head of the Paris police, and I found out this escaped soldier is a fellow Corsican of yours, and you probably know him. He's parading under the name of Louis D'Angelo, but in reality his name is Luigi Porta. Youngest son of the Porta family,
And the only survivor of the tragic fire which occurred in Corsica 15 years ago.
Luigi's Corsica. I'm sure Ginevra can take care of herself.
Shall I report him to the police? No. Maybe it won't be necessary for 24 hours. No, I think I'll wait. Good day, Mr. Piombo.
Yes, Ben. Not a thought. Oh, no, Ginevra, no. Not smiling, Luigi's thought. Daughter. Connecting my daughter. But if she be married to a person, died by my hand, it can be done better.
What were you doing in my father's apartment? Don't you wish you knew? Tell me, Amelia, or I'll be told the Corsicans were true that was until now. What do you know about it? What do you know? Everything. I know that your Corsicans kick and peck and blood you. Oh, you'll be sorry, Ginevra, very sorry, Amelia. Stop following me. I must know the truth. Did you tell my father about meeting a lover in secret? Yes. This time somebody stopped you. Who did you say the secret lover of mine? I didn't know you knew. I thought you at least had lost. You told my father? Well, I told you. Goodbye, little princess. There's someone out there now, dear. Oh, what day? Oh, poor. Mother, don't cry. If somebody hurt our feelings, you'll go. Madame, Mr. Riverside, what is my father? It's not an over. Please, madame. Child, are you in trouble? Please, for the love of heaven, go upstairs and tell my father he's let me out. And make him lie good, make him believe it. You must make him believe it, madame. Please, go upstairs now. Go upstairs right with me. It's mine, Monsieur de Piombo. If Ginevra went on this little errand for me. Just a few blocks away to the butcher, and I hurt my foot.
Naturally, yes, but
Stubbed the toe.
for a stubbed toe, you walk very well. Very well indeed.
I think I'd better go down.
Don't. Please don't. I'd much rather you wait up here, Madame Immerse, so that I may see this offer whenever it's between you.
But monsieur...
I said we'll wait up here, Madame. It's the clock. We'll wait till 7, Madame. Till 7. He's not here by then. You and I will find out our spot.
I did only wait. He was such things. Don't understand father was silly with the vendetta returned. Love knows no name. And I love you, Louise, with my whole heart.
If we're married, you'll become a porter. By the terms of a vendetta, as long as the Piombo lives, all porters must die. Without you, must die as well as I.
Without you, I wouldn't be alive. I love
If only we could survive his life. If only we can get us out of the country.
we must be sorry, but once the fish arrived in your mind, I was thinking, I waited here. Not completely, but suppose you'll be waiting until then when I've got to tell you.
How can you get out of the house without your father's consent?
I'll find a way somehow. Oh, is this a rat? You frightened me.
I'm sorry, my dear, but the priest is waiting for you. Darling Ginevra, take my arm, my sweet. Lead the way, Mrs. Sylvain.
Father, I'm sorry I'm so late, Father. Are you angry with me?
How silly. Been ready a long time. Waiting for you.
I'm so sorry. Shall I warm the water?
It's not necessary. Come, better. Sit by the window. Have you given me a little bit?
How gay the table looks by it. Almost as if we were celebrating something. Candlesticks, there's tea plates,
Sit down, darling. Here.
and the very best teapot. And the old Corsican knife. It's a lovely knife. I've always loved it. What are we going to carve with it? You've no cake.
Your teeth. I've always known it for you. That's a good one.
But, Father,
Just in a little girl.
Father,
She's
I...
always with you. Are you afraid of me?
No, Father, no, darling, no.
My little son.
Yes. And people laughing, happy people. A boy and a girl and baby.
And an old man, a lonely old man.
There's no old man out there, Pat. Father, what are you listening to?
The knife and the baby.
What?
You and the knife are the only two things left. No, don't tell me now. Keep looking out the windows whenever. Keep telling me what you see, my darling.
What?
Are the boy and the girl happy?
Father!
Are they, Ginevra? Are they happy, darling? I'll hold you in my arms, my darling, and the pain will go away. I waited for you. It's too long now. I stood by the window watching and waiting. I saw Saran leave and return with the priest. Oh, care, Jenny. When you came home, not my Carissima, not my darling. You came back, the wife of the week before, the mother's murder. You were Piombo to become a poet.
Father, the pain.
Goodbye, Fernando. So long. My darling, what happened to you? How could dead hate come out of the past and murder the only beauty in my life? If I knew my darling was waiting for me. My wife of 5 short hours.
Louis, what have you done? Louis, I'm not going to die, Louis. I'm not going to die. Jenny didn't die. She lay for months in the hospital, trying to die, not caring to make any effort to do anything. The doctors made her live. She had no will to, and she hasn't sinned. She hasn't sinned. What happened to you, Dixie? What did she do? She lived in memory. But who cares? Who cares about you never know? She might be wandering the street. An old woman telling stories to Penny. Here, Gypsy. Here's your penny. Thank you, madame. Thank you. A story? A story for a penny? Just a penny, please.
From the time-worn pages of the past, we have heard the immortal tale, the Vendetta. Bellkeeper, toll the bell.
I was down on the waterfront looking for the old whaling vessel Grappa. Captain Bernard was in charge, and though I hadn't seen the old captain in more than 10 years, I still felt he was a pretty good friend of mine. I could remember him telling Dad and myself some pretty wild tales. I drank it all in, main rig, compass, and anchor. Maybe I never would have seen the old captain and his son Weston if I hadn't been visiting some friends in Boston. I was reading the shipping news one morning, and there it was. Benjamin Bernard. Experienced whalers wanted to man vessel Grampus, sailing July 13th, 1 a.m., 1881. Well, I packed my digs, flung them over my shoulder, took a lungful of salt air, and, well, 6 hours before sailing time, I was looking for the ship. It was dark as I walked down the waterfront, and I stopped at the stranger.
Yeah, Bud, what do you want?
I'm looking for a whaler known as the Grampus. I think I'm lost.
There it is, right in front of you. That can't you read?
Yeah, it seems that way. Thanks, fella. Do you happen to know if Captain Bernard's on board?
Yeah, he's there. You shipping out on her?
I'm looking for a job. Pretty green, but I'm an old friend of his.
I'm an old friend of his, too. I was out on his last voyage. I wouldn't ship out again under that yellow curve. I was to starve first. And Dirk Peters says, don't go, don't go.
What's the matter? Is it haunted or something?
Nothing's the matter with the ship. The captain's nuts.
Are you sure you're talking about the same man I am?
There's only one Captain Bernard, and that's him. He and his son both, two of a kind. Don't take my word for it. Ask any man that was aboard the Grampus last trip. Ask Dan Fernald on our second mate. Talk to the cook with his Tony McSayer and sail. Ask him. Captain got playful and cut little Tony's arm off. Look, I'll take your boy. I'm trying to collect my trash just as we landed 2 weeks ago, and I get word tonight it's ready. Now watch out for the little boys on the gang.
Yeah, it seems to me. I'm right behind you. I don't think this ship's sailing tonight, Mr. Peters. Look at that sky.
That little squall don't bother Bernard. Human life cheap. Climb over the gun, what's faster?
Yeah, it's a dirty-looking ship.
Captain Bernard! Captain Bernard! Follow me.
That doesn't sound like a little squall, does it, Mr. Peters?
Yeah?
Coincidentally, my name's Gordon Pym.
Everybody's got a name. I was like that, I guess. Now we get on the passenger here. Captain Bernard,
That's Mr. Peters and his friend. Put them in eye.
What's that? Don't get it. Why? Knuckle socket.
Down, I got Peters. Take them down the hold. Till we sail. Then we see what you have to say.
Why, there's Shanghai, Mr. Pym. Shanghai! In the morning. Been aboard 3 hours, Mr. Pym. Your friend, the captain, ought to come below any minute with a pep talk. Now that we're too far at sea to swim back. Wait a minute. Huh? Stratford Allen. Is that you in the corner?
Yeah. Kind of cozy, ain't it? All of us together here like this, huh?
What'd they do? Slug you too?
Yeah, with the old payroll gang. Come up and get your pay. Guess who else is there?
Tony?
Yeah.
Sonny, how's it going, Tony?
I think of the knife in his valley someday. That's what the Tony Montreal do someday. Hit for the knife.
Yeah, you better not stick it a knife or you get swinging the head on the gallows. They call that, yes, Tony. Oh, what? Meet Mr. Allen, Tony. This is Pym, Gordon Pym.
Hello, Pym.
Oh. How long are we out for, do you know, Allen?
Sure. 6 months. Well, listen to the Tony, people. Listen to Tony. Listen to the gather this time, no? He's cut off from my arm. Someday I cut off his head.
Shut up. Still out of gas. That's right, I guess.
The captain says we are to go on deck.
Well, if it ain't the ship. What you doing aboard ship, Weston? Playing sailor?
I didn't know that.
Sorry. He's sorry. You didn't know that we was going to get shanghaied when you come down and tell us the payroll's made out. You lying, sniveling yellow pig.
Go on,
Never same boat. Oh, here's a friend of yours, Weston. At least, that's what he says.
Friends of mine? I have no friends. No friends at all. I'm not don't touch me.
You know, I don't want to get my friends dirty. We don't want no dirty knife through that, Tony.
I can't know what Buster does. I never wanted to be a sailor anyway. You know that, you know that. I hate to do it. Take the doggone thing.
Leave the kid alone. Come on, Alan, before the captain begins to howl like a bull.
Hello, Weston. You don't remember me, do you?
No, I don't.
The name's Gordon Pym. I used to live next door to you in Nantucket 10 years ago. You remember?
How did you get here?
I came aboard looking for a job, and I got one, but not the kind I'm looking for.
I had no idea, Gordon. Gordon. Listen to me, Father. Wait. All of it is okay. You're okay.
We walked slowly up to the deck, and we lined up. 2 lines, 10 men. 10 of the toughest, dirtiest-looking men I've ever seen. Captain Bernard kept moving his hand back and forth, sort of a nervous habit, and then started to stand muster. He didn't recognize me, and I didn't mention our old friend. As the days went by, he seemed to take a kind of joy in making a fool out of me. But then he didn't treat his own son any better. As for Peters, he hated him and wanted to get something on him. But Peters was smart and stayed out of trouble. He was the only man who wasn't flogged during those first 40 days at sea. One night, we called the 10-man crew to a secret meeting and advised them never to try and talk to the captain. Well, a storm was brewing on the 42nd day of the journey, and I was called into the captain's cabin. I opened the door. You call for me, Captain?
Yes, Mr. Kent. That's all for you. Step it up, Hank. The sunset seemed to be getting out through your brain.
Gordon, I didn't. I swear.
Shut up. Telling you my son next to me here. Now, Mr. Kent, I heard you've been advising the men to obey me blindly because you think I have an idiot mind.
Captain Bernard, I said nothing of the kind.
Don't lie to me, Mr. Kent. Known you for many years.
So you do, remember.
Couldn't very well forget. Could I? Fight. You'd like to treat you as I treated the other men. You're taking advantage of me. Whispering behind my back. Trying to turn my son against me. Robbing with Mr. Peters. Had I none of this on board my ship?
Gordon, maybe get up. I never did.
Are you calling me a liar? What?
No.
You see, Mr. Kent? I can't deny it. But I checked the story through our cook. I don't admit it, Mr. Kent.
I thought I was helping.
But I told him, Gordon.
Shut up. When have I asked who you are? But what? What did Mr. Peters say to you about my idiot mind?
Said nothing at all.
Nothing, nothing?
Nothing.
Tell me the truth.
It is the truth, Captain Bernard.
Liar. I'll cut your line strung out with my own hand. What did Peters say?
Leave him alone, Father. He's telling the truth. Don't hurt him. He's my friend. My only friend. The only one I ever had.
I'll leave him alone. Don't you love this friend, my son? I'll allow him the pleasure of trying to make a man out of you. You take this sniveling son of mine and tie him securely to the mainland.
No, Father.
For 48 hours.
No.
Then when he's securely charged, you will report to deck for 40 lashings until I get the truth about Peters out of you.
Yeah, but it's suicide for a man to be tied to the mainmast in this weather,
If
Captain.
anything happens to him, Mr. Gordon, you'll pay for it with your life. So be sure he's tied securely.
Those were the captain's orders, and we obeyed them. The wind was screaming through the sails like an insane whip on a broomstick that Weston and I climbed to the cross trees of the main. It was a tough climb, and I think he knew then it was the end for him, but he was afraid to disobey. When we reached the cross trees, I lashed Weston's arms and legs firmly, hoping he could survive the storm. By the time he was made fast, I patted his hair and tried to soothe that poor lost boy. The last I remember of him was his tear-streaked face and the look in his eye. I waved goodbye to him and climbed slowly and carefully below to report for 40 laps. Captain Bernard, Mr. Tim reporting, sir.
Take off your shirt.
Yes, sir.
Place your hands behind the whipping post and hang on securely, Mr. Kent. Think there. Don't you remember the words Mr. Peters said about my idiot mind?
Yes, sir. The mainmast, Captain Bernard. It's the mainmast.
Captain Bernard, you killed him.
You dare say that to me?
You murdered.
Yes, I warned you of this, but you wouldn't listen.
I'll say it. I'll say you're insane. Beat it. Beat it.
Help me, Peters. This man isn't going to captain the ship any longer. I can't hear you, Captain Bernard. Ain't that a shame? I just can't hear you at all.
Ah, shut up. Here. Now tie this gagger onto her. And keep you quiet.
Who's coming topside? Storm's let up for a little while and the course is set.
Will I know, Gordon?
I thought we'd tell them when they got here.
We gotta work fast. This calm ain't gonna last, and we won't be able to steer no course at all with the mainmast gone.
Hey, what's this special reading about? Look, Alan. Look at the captain. Hey,
Yes, Mr. Allen, there's the mute. Are you with me?
I thought he's ahead of. No.
Shut up, Tony. I ain't getting mixed up in no mutiny. This your idea, Gordon.
Yeah, that's my idea, all of it. If any man swings around here, it'll be me, so listen to me.
You should have asked us, Gordon. We don't like getting dragged into stuff like this.
Now listen to me, man. Nobody will swing for this if you use your head. Nobody has to know this is mutiny.
Sure, he's right. We'll kill the captain. Tell him unfair Scotty's ahead of. And then we say he's good to die.
No, Tony. We can make this look like a shipwreck. The captain gets put in a lifeboat and set adrift.
No, Tony, Tommy's ahead of.
And we all know the captain's nuts. In 2 or 3 days alone on the ocean, he'll be a babbling idiot. Idiots don't talk sense even if they're found. Even if he is found, he'll look like a shipwreck victim.
What about the boat?
We're going to scuttle it. Get off in lifeboats when we're near land. Within 2 days, we'll be 10 miles off Cape Cruz. We can row to safety, and it'll be up to you men to keep quiet. Now, are you with me, men? All right, let's go.
And work fast, you monkeys, because we're in for a whale of a blow tonight.
I was so smart. Smarter than anybody. You could see it then. I had the whole thing planned perfectly from beginning to end. We lowered the captain in a lifeboat, gave him some biscuits, a compass, and a jug of water. But I didn't figure on the storm that was to come. But the storm broke soon after in all its mad, screaming fury. We couldn't control the Grampus. She was like a wounded animal, and I thought for a minute she'd sink by herself that night. There were 8 men left then, me and the kid and the captain gone. We had to lash ourselves to the deck to keep from being swept overboard. But during the night, 4 of the men were lost. It seemed to me that the ocean was fighting back the mutiny. Water poured into the ship. The entire belly of the ship was waterlogged, and only the top deck was riding above the ocean. There were 3 lifeboats on the Grampus before the storm, but we lost them during the night. And then, toward morning, Alan screamed out,
You blasted fool, Gordon. We can't scuttle the ship even if we want to now.
"What do you mean we can't scuttle it?"
It didn't sink, did it, Mr. Peters? The hold of this boat is filled with empty oil cans. Isn't it, Mr. Peters? Yes, forgot about that.
Well, what's the difference?
Different. You land lubber. Them empty oil casks is full of air. They'll act like a balloon piece of rotten whaler from sinking.
Is that true, Mr. Peters?
Yes.
Oh, we can set the ship on fire.
What you going to do?
We're alive. Tell him unfair enough. Set this ship on fire. There's no lifeboat.
Yes, shut up, all of you. Let me think. We're gonna have to set tight and white. Wait for what, Peter?
White, pray we get saved. Maybe a ship will pass.
You will hang, Peters, if we're saved. You and Gordon will hang. I had nothing to do with them, you think. Me and Tony's free and clear. Anyway, Tony.
Yeah, nothing to do with the non-music.
White.
We did wait and pray. Waited for 13 horrible days without food or water. 13 days. And then one morning, Alan began to complain as usual.
How many of us are left?
Not like that, Peter. I don't know.
How do you feel, Gordon?
I'm not sure.
Take it easy. Sun will come up shortly. Alan. Yeah. Where's little Tony? Tony. Give him the ride. There's just 3 of us left. None of us last very long to look around. Ordinarily different. None of us. There's always a chance we can be saved. We can laugh. What are you getting at, Alan? One of us will have to die so the others can live. One of us must.
No, Alan, if we all die here first.
Maybe you won't, but I will. You were the ringleader, Gordon. You started this thing. You'd hang if we got the land. So you, Peter. But I can breathe. I got a knife. Put that knife down. Alan's right, Gordon. If any of us is gonna live, one of us has gotta die.
Oh, Peter, no, it's better to die than...
Alan's right. 2 against 1. Yeah, 2 against 1. We're gonna choose for the privilege. There are 3 pieces of wood. Thank you, Gordon. Hold them in your hand. The man who gets the shortest stick is a victim. That's level with you, Alan? Sure. All right. Put your knife right here in the middle. Okay. There it is. Okay. Choose, Alan. This one. It's yours. My turn now. There. Here's the long one. Twin the shortest line of yours. There. Gordon?
Yeah.
It's you, Alan. No. No, I won't. I'm the one that should live. I'm innocent. Give me that knife. Solve it, Alan. Oh! Now I can better. That's so good. You.
Dead, Peter?
Yeah.
Peter. What's the matter with you? You all right?
You're all right. Always.
I don't think it's a bad thing. I'll get some salt water and wash the blood of it. I'll keep the wound clean. Shoot.
Look ahead. Look, Gordon. I see the outline of land ahead. Land!
It's a mirage. I think it's land.
No. Look. Straight ahead.
You're right. Land. Land ahead where we saved Peter. Peter.
Peter!
Peters is dead. Peters and Alan lay side by side. Climbed over the gunwale of that ship and started to land. I don't know how I ever made it. I couldn't swim 4 miles in good condition, yet I swam 4 miles after 13 days of no food or water. I climbed out of the water, wet and tired, and fell exhausted on the beach. I don't remember what happened after that. I was in a native village of some sort, I knew, and native women had taken me in and cared for me until I was well. They thought I'd been shipwrecked. They would have kept on taking it, too, if it hadn't been for the first day I was well enough to walk around. I stopped in at the settlement only inn to figure things out. As I opened the door...
What do you mean there's a derelict ship out there? I mean what I say. All the grandpa. This old loon keeps saying he was once the captain of that ship.
Alone. I'm crazy, huh? You men think I'm crazy. But I'll prove I'm sane. There was no shipwreck. It was mutiny. Mutiny. My son was killed. He did it. Yes, he did it. Mutiny. And the key did it. There he is. Right there. Standing at the door. Look at him. Don't let me get away. Don't let me get away. Come on, let me get away.
Yes, sir. Come over here. Yeah. Come on over here to this table, stranger. This old loon claims he knows you.
Yes, I know you. Don't I? Turn answer me. You were hired on board the Krampus and led a mutiny against me in your swing for it. I was picked up 3 days after you put me in that rowboat. I stayed alive for one reason and one reason only. To watch your body swing on the gallows. Tell these men the truth. Speak up, man. Speak up. Are you a good tip? I demand an answer. Are you a Gordon Bibb?
Well, mister, are you? Your word against me?
Tell the truth. Are you a Gordon Bibb?
Oh, I guess I'm just something washed up out of it. Yeah, I'm just somebody washed up out of it.
From the time-worn pages of the past, we have heard narrative of Arthur Gordon Pym. Bellkeeper, toll the bell.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Out of the past, phantoms of a world gone by, is again the immortal tale, declared insane.
What do you think of your Brian for your husband's husband?
Are you positive that's the same, Madame Pono?
I stake my own.
He said you staked her on a so often, that's nothing better. I wonder how a woman like that could expect that she comes from my house.
Imagine. You don't know.
But she's fat. She's tough now.
Who in it? She's powerful enough to make him a children pennies within 10 years.
How can we get her hold on here?
I tried. Here I won't listen to him. Either as his brother or his lawyer. So there's only one thing left.
What's that?
Simply that you ask her to make him lunacy against him. Imply that he's insane and have him locked away.
But Pierre is
With your political prestige, if the reader perfumes court. sure we can convince the young ambitious judge to the contrary. He has many eccentricities in their suit. Mama name now, I need something to read this.
But Pico,
Listen to me. Tomorrow morning, I want you to pay an unexpected visit on your husband. Drive out to that country holiday.
is your master in, Roger? Thank you, Roger.
Monsieur, Madame la Marquise,
I'm sorry to disturb you here, but you know what the court says. The separation of ours does not do my reputation any good.
Your reputation? Naturally.
What are you doing dressed up in that silly outfit?
I'm writing a history of China. One can't understand the Chinese mind without trying to feel the tempo of their mode of life.
Oh, that's neither here nor there. I've been hearing about the way you're handling the children.
The children are well adjusted.
I don't feel comfortable about them out here. So I'd like to change nurses. The woman you have now is too old for the job. I brought an English woman out here with me today. Her name is Maggie Campbell. I think you'll find Maggie a German nurse. You're absent-minded and endangers our children very different.
What are you hitting at?
You know very well what I mean. That woman, Madame Jean Renaud.
She's no concern of yours.
My son's future inheritance, however, is my concern. I can't prevent you from throwing it away on a swine-headed woman. But really, what? Who is this Jean Renaud? What power has she got over you? Why do you insist on living in the country and giving her the major part of your income?
That's one question you'll never have answered.
That's why I hired Maggie Campbell to act as nurse. The children are never to be in that woman's company. And Miss Campbell will follow those instructions to the letter.
Well, Renee, I didn't expect you to come back so soon.
It didn't take me long to sell here on the idea of hiring your statuette Miss Campbell people.
What did he think of her?
Nothing. My story was completely believable.
You can depend on Maggie Campbell to weave an interesting web if you have some interest. In the meantime, Miss Westerby.
Work?
I've invited young Bianchon to a party at your house.
Aren't you presumptuous?
Not at all. That fool has always been in love with you. His uncle is a judge at the Imperial Court, Mr. Popenow. If you can convince Bianchon to bring his uncle into our camp, our commission for lunacy against Portier's one. You're in position to do both of them a great deal of personal good. It might be wise to remind you. The party is
Bianchon, I'm so glad you could come to my little party.
You're playing with my heart, madame.
If only I was free woman, free to play with a man's heart.
Oh.
But my husband being ill,
Oh, Pierre's ill?
didn't you know?
No. Oh, I'm sorry to hear.
It's a mental condition. I thought you knew.
Oh. Is there anything that I can do?
I'm afraid there's nothing in it. He insists now upon throwing his money away on a woman, known as Jean Renaud, who he favors now.
Oh, a woman.
A fat, ugly, pockmarked woman who is closer to 60 years of age than anything else. He's given her almost $1 million francs.
Oh, this is serious, madame.
But what can I do? He controls all the money in the family except my own small income.
Well, have you ever thought of securing a commission for lunacy against him?
My parents have been to
But it's necessary, madame. My uncle is judge of the Imperial Court. He could get it for you quite easily. If you can visit with him, I'm sure.
Yes, ma'am. Could you persuade your uncle to visit me here in my home? I would repay him for his trouble. A close friend of mine, Philippe Red, is head of the civil court. You could do your uncle much good if I suggested.
Oh, but of course, Renee. I shall pay my Uncle Pocono a visit this evening. Would tomorrow night be a convenient night for you?
So, And if Monsieur Coconneau is interested in verifying my case, he might ask Maggie Campbell, my children's nurse, about the experiment.
Rosa, you're the buck in this really outing over here in Boston.
Yes, Maggie. What is it now, nurse?
Listen to them, will ya? Her father playing with his sons, twisting their arms with his screaming ugly. Look at them down in the garden.
Really teaches the boys how to wrestle, Maggie. Wrestling is a fine art in China.
Wrestling is it? It's a fine kind of wrestling. They're trying to pull the boys' arms out by the body. Her laughing and her screaming. Her maniac mind. Her maniac, I tell ya. They've been helpless. What about these bad men killing?
Thank you, driver. Uncle Pocono? Uncle Pocono?
This is my nephew. Come in.
How do you live in this restaurant?
This is a rat trap here, darling. Control your old uncle. What brings you down here on the space in these hot days?
Oh, a matter of urgency. A friend of mine is in trouble.
Trouble. Life was ever that.
Her husband is stark, very mad. And the poor woman hasn't the faintest notion how to go about getting a permission for lunacy.
Who is the lady?
Madame the Marquise is far.
Madame de la Marquise.
Yes.
He probably knows more about these things than you do, nephew. Well, nevertheless, I'll see her when she arrives.
She's not well, Uncle. You can't expect her to visit you in a place like this. Besides, she's the first end of the Utrecht. Instead of a civil fortune can do you a lot of good. That book passes now. Madame Le Marquise has the kindness to invite us to dinner at her house tomorrow night.
Bien, I'm surprised at you. You know very well that I'll be the examining judge on the case, and our court considers judge to be just lying in a petitioner's home against the law.
Oh, yes, after dinner,
Yes, yes.
the other one, something.
Was the request or a demand from dear someone?
Both, I imagine, Uncle.
Even the judge is afraid not to grant her demands. A woman like that is a powerful factor of court.
Then you will drop in and see her?
Yes, tomorrow afternoon at 3. But warn her not to serve any food or drink to me at all.
Oh, yes, Uncle. She will do well informed.
What are you doing? Prowling about the master's bedroom?
I was looking for a good tonic for the children. The master put all the medicines locked up here. While on about it, you ought to take the tonic, Roger. You don't look so well lately.
I never felt better.
Come on, Roger. Everybody to take a tonic. Yeah, drink it. You'll feel like a new man in a few seconds. I'll just have a go for the children.
I can't tell you where I'll find you. One moment you shout, and the next to worry about my health.
That's just my way, Roger. Go ahead. Drink. I'm a leg. I ought to know what's good. Go ahead. Drink.
If you can make it better sense, Maggie, I'll take it.
The master's calling, Roger. Do what he wants.
Enjoying this really much food.
Better come along to the study, Roger. I'm expecting a visitor, and I'd better have the place looking spick and span. Madame's all alone. Yes, soon, and the business between Madame and I will be over.
In all of China.
I need them. What's the matter, Roger?
Here's the room.
Better sit down. Over there, Roger. How do you know this?
I'm a nurse. Now your madness is no longer innocent. You're a murderer too. Hiding a poor helpless man just from the street with his people. You know what I'm talking about, Monsieur. You're a murderer. A murderer. Now get the proof for your hiding us all in the middle of the night.
Madame la Marquise, may I present my uncle, Judge of the Imperial Court? Monsieur Chopinel.
Good afternoon, Monsieur.
How do you do?
This is my brother-in-law, the Chevalier de Star.
How do you do? How do you do?
Won't you receive it, Mr. Chopinel?
My uncle will do everything in his power to help you with that.
I'm sure he will be on time.
Tell me, madame, when you and the Marquis separated originally, how much money were you allowed?
Just my original income is 26,000 francs a year.
You say that the Marquis had given a certain Madame Jean Renaud considerable sums of money?
Almost $1,000,000 francs.
Is there any reason for him to give her money?
None. None but an imaginary one decided to invite me.
Does Madame Jean Renaud live well?
Live in a nut.
I'm a poor man myself, madame. How much does Madame Jean Renaud spend on her house?
Oh, the stables alone cost 16,000 francs.
Judges are apt to be executive. If the stables alone cost 16,000, then how much for the entire establishment?
Between 50 and 60,000 francs.
Oh, much? You don't say. Now, how much do you spend for this lovely place?
About the same, 50 or 60,000.
I thought you said your income was only 26,000 francs. You must be badly in debt. Obviously.
But, Monsieur,
If you're in debt, court might not feel justified in allowing you to handle your husband's money. They might think you have a different motive for trying to secure control of your husband's money. Not that I have. But selfish money.
you said, madame.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Madame la Marquise. This is awful. This is old. I thought you.
Maggie, what are you doing? I've been riding here all day, I have. Thinking the Monsieur's married has got poisoned him. I thought with my own eyes. The police say they've got him a while in the jail. Stop staring rising Maggie is. Murder now. Well, Monsieur Copeland, is murder a part of a sane man's mind?
I live here. I never make old bones. Monsieur Pompano.
Yes?
Got your summons to come and see you in your house. Well, here I am.
There you are. But who are you?
Madame Jean Renaud. Kind of a jerk to you anyway, living here. You must be an honest one. Well, what do you want to see me about?
I've learned that you've been receiving extraordinary amounts of money from Monsieur le Marquis de Sade.
Well, as a matter of fact, I have.
What seducer's art have you been using on Monsieur le Marquis?
Oh, did you say that? Look at you here. Ugly idiot. What kind of a dam would I make?
Well, that's the question I can't answer. But you will have to.
Monsieur, sorry, but I am under oath. I never divulge the reason that Monsieur gives me the money.
Madame, if you have any pity for your benefactor, you'll tell me. A commission for lunacy has been taken out against him.
Huh?
Your name is having some strange power over him. Power which is supposed to drive him mad.
I am as good as Monsieur Le Marquis and warning. He's a saint, that man. A saint, monsieur.
Yes, but he isn't at home. He's in jail. Madame Jean Renaud. Monsieur Le Marquis, I am Judge Popinot of the Imperial Court.
You're most welcome to come in. Share my inscription, Harry. Are you here to accuse me of murdering a man, too?
No, monsieur. But your wife has taken out a commission for lunacy against you.
It is. But look,
I wish I were. Your passion for Chinese customs has led them to believe you live in a dream world.
I was commissioned to write a book about it by the most respectable firm in all town.
Have you a contract from them?
In my desk drawer at home.
Are there any duplicate copies in case your copy is stolen?
Certainly. It is the address of the firm. They have the duplicate.
The second count is, of course, is murder. You were accused of murdering your butler just to try out a potency of a new Chinese drug you've discovered.
Never poisoned Chinese drugs with poison.
How about this business of giving all your money to Madame Jean Renaud?
Me too. I never thought I'd tell anyone.
Your life depends on it.
Madame Jean Renaud is the descendant of the Jean Renaud family who owned the largest patent factory in the 13th century. My ancestors murdered their ancestors and stole that money.
What has that to do with you?
The entirety of our fortune is founded on that property. I'm trying to pay back a debt. The amount of money which should have been paid to Jean Renaud when the property was taken over.
You're too conscientious, Monsieur Le Marquis.
I don't want my children to be ashamed of their family as I have of mine. They'll always be proud of it as proud me.
I don't think we'd have any trouble clearing you of this charge. Tell me this. Is there any place in France where the black Chinese poison can be ordered?
One place might have it. It's a small pharmacy called Link. It is scary that the picture of mixing drug in our pharmacy, Mrs. Popinot. Too dangerous. But I did have a special order for it from a costume woman in Magic Ramble who killed the day. Said a note authorizing him to buy it.
Who was the note from?
From the head of the medical research department, the Chevalier Descartes.
Thank you very much. Sir, has Monsieur Le Marquis just 5 contracts arrived from Paris?
Yes, Monsieur Popinot, this morning.
Where is Madame Jean Renaud?
He's waiting for you now, Monsieur Popinot.
Just have her sign this legal bill of sale for the section property and ask her to appear in court tomorrow morning.
Yes, Monsieur.
And first, send this letter to the Marquis de Sade. After this note, I don't think she'll appear at the section property.
Come along, Renee. I'd better go inside the courtroom. It's almost time for the session to start.
You go ahead, please. I'd like to see Monsieur Police dress before court starts.
You betcha.
Oh, my dear Renee, you look charming. I hope I haven't kept you waiting.
Not at all. Here's the letter Monsieur Popinot sent me last night and the affidavit you asked for. This letter from Popinot places you in a very ugly position. It threatens the entire civil court. Besides, being the head of the medical association in this case.
Yes, I know, Renee. Leave everything to me. I'll see you in court in a few minutes.
Order in the court. The 5th Court of Inferior Appeals is in session. The first case is the commission for lunacy. The case of Madame de la Marquise de Sade against Monsieur Le Marquis de Sade. Yes, Monsieur Brett.
As head of the civil court, I cannot allow you to preside on the bench during this case.
Cannot allow me?
You realize, man, you violated the most important law in all France. I have 3 sworn affidavits that you partook of tea and cake at the household of Rene Gaspard at 5 p.m. 4 days ago. Now, since Madame is the plaintiff in this case, that renders any decision you might give as invalid. But, Mr. Brett, they are lying. Your own nephew swears it is true. Will you relinquish the bench?
Who is to take over in my place?
Monsieur Devereaux.
Devereaux? Yes. A man who spends his time carrying favor from Her Majesty?
Monsieur, will you give up the bench?
I have no option. But if I can't work as judge on this case, I will represent Monsieur de la Marquise de Sade as his barrister. Will you attempt against Monsieur Dubreuil?
Absolutely, Monsieur, but barrister in charge of proceedings will start. The Jews have already started. Is it not, Jesus?
Yes, thank you, Monsieur Dubreuil. On behalf of my client, Madame la Marquise, a poor innocent woman who has been robbed of her children, her income, and her home by a lunatic husband who is guilty of murder.
You only presume he's guilty of murder.
I presume nothing, Bourbonneau. You've already been tried and convicted.
Hey,
10 minutes before court starts.
I signed the papers, Monsieur Bourbonneau. You did, sir. You haven't the foggiest notion of what this case concerns. I have definite proof that Maggie Campbell was hired to murder the butler. Here it is. My proof that Monsieur le Marquis is innocent. Judge Dubreuil, you can set aside this conviction.
Your letter straight, please.
A woman named Madame Jean has forced Monsieur le Marquis to give her over $1 million. We all know that Monsieur Bourbonneau made up that story about the Saxon property to fool the court. But these are lies, Monsieur Dubreuil.
Continue, Cavalier.
And last but not least, we base our claim on the fact that Monsieur le Marquis thinks he lives in China. Huh. Is that a thought for a sane man?
Monsieur le Marquis is writing a book on China. You have the contract for that book.
We investigated the contract, Monsieur Bourbonneau. The Paris France swears they never drew it up.
We've done well, gentlemen. In the mockery of the court of France, this trial is a farce, a plain farce. Court, France station for lunacy, you will be heaped with honors by these weakling fools.
That is only your opinion, Bourbonneau.
Judge Dubreuil, remember, your conscience will weigh heavily on your soul. If you send this man away, you will have only yourself. You wake up to live with the night, screaming for forgiveness to your maker. Think on it carefully, Judge Dubreuil. Think before you make a decision.
There is no need for thought. I demand an immediate decision.
There's only one decision I can practice. An honest one. Decision dictated to me by my conscience, the evidence on hand. The commission for lunacy is granted.
Dubreuil, is it you are?
What's that? Woman, I'll tell them. In heaven's name, come let us. God!
Take that man out of court and put him in a straitjacket before he loses his mind completely.
From the time-worn pages of the past, we have heard the story, declared insane. Bellkeeper, hold the bell. Again the immortal tale, a terribly vain Jack Westmore was the best friend I ever had. He was as gay as could be. That was until we left America. I was writing a book about historic murder cases, and had come to Paris to do some research work. Jack was fascinated with my work. Strangely fascinated, almost horrified. He enjoyed the kindly twisted mind of coding. His hunger for crime was bound to end in tragedy. On the last season of our visit to Paris, we were walking on the left bank of the Seine River when Jack noticed a crowd gathered about our old friend, the head of the Paris police force, Inspector Duval. I was encouraged to return to the hotel to finish writing my murder manuscript. The deadline was in the morning. But Jack insisted.
What's the excitement all about, Duval?
Not that I can tell. Ancient or otherwise.
I'll show you a murder the likes of which you've never seen before. Okay, boys. Drag it out of the river.
What is it, Inspector?
A corpse, Monsieur Redcast. A corpse that's been forced thin as a piece of paper.
What do you mean? Thin as a piece of paper.
Bring it over here, boys. Right under the gaslight.
Horrible. Horrible. It looks like it was fused in the ground.
We've had an epidemic of these corpses lately.
Any idea who's doing it?
Not even a vague notion, isn't it? Hey, you! You, the fat man! Yes, I mean you, fat man. How come you're always around when we pull a corpse out of the river?
I enjoy murder.
You enjoy it? You enjoy murder?
It appeals to my sense of reality.
Oh, it does.
There's something fascinating about these bodies. Something for a connoisseur alone to see through. The instincts of a man. The beautiful, flawless flight. As the hollow, lying in the puddle of gaslight with massive flesh and bones and makes them nice. I should enjoy painting this if I could paint.
I know what you mean, fat man. But wouldn't you prefer moving the mind of a man who can feel big time?
A man's mind is his self. Well, enjoy the ghastly spectacle, my friend. Enjoy it. Good evening, gentlemen.
All right, men. Take the body down to Morgan. I can find out who it is.
Come on, Bud. I'd like to follow that fat man. I never claimed why. It's a psychopathic case. Want to satisfy us? Well, if you're such a good detective, why don't you join Scotland Yard? I might, Bert. I might have bet. Where the devil is that gross piece of flesh disappeared to now? He was right in front of us until we turned this corner. Now we've lost him, Jack. And I don't wonder. He's planned for every side street in the whole city. You ask him, he knows he's being followed. Good. If he knows, he'll throw his hands in. The only place he could have gone around here is the back door of this house. I wonder what house it is. It's a gloomy dump. Let's go back to the hotel, Jack. I've got to finish that manuscript tonight. It's like a public bar to me. La Belle Tavern. Are you coming with me, Bert, or are you going home? I'm with you, old boy. I brought you here. By heaven, I'm going to return you to America. Here goes, and Bert, no matter what I do, don't worry.
A new gentleman.
The Americans value their lives with life. Amazing.
Our lives. They might be tough. I don't want to get my neck in a noose.
To be quite candid, I am not interested in your neck. You're so impatient, and impatience is an evil ascribed to the very young. It might be a pity if you are not allowed time to cure yourself of that evil.
Don't threaten me, you fat pig.
I hope to thrust some sense into that lovely but empty life. After a time, people speaking, those two Americans they would enjoy our relaxation. If you would show them to it, remember, I'll talk to the truth here, and he will take care of the real fate. If you don't do your part well, don't you think? But of course. I really understand.
I understand. There's something so gay about Americans, I always say. I hope you boys don't mind if I stick around.
Well, not at all, miss. Not at all.
You can call me Cecilia. How about another drink?
Fine.
Three more of the same, bartender.
What do you do for a living, Katrina?
Oh, I model in a dress shop.
I don't believe you, Katrina.
Jack, stop letting the girl be a good kid.
I'm on the level. I'm interested in it.
Here's the drink.
Thanks.
How do I
Well, it's fairly easy to figure out.
am I? Why?
Really want me to get it?
Yeah, I do. Well, here's mud in your eyes.
Potent stuff, Jack. Potent stuff. Tastes like cyanide.
Well, Steve, I'd say you're a poor girl who lives in... But you're pretty, prettier than anybody in your entire neighborhood. Well, let's see. And then you must have...
What up? No, stop.
How much you're going to do there? Let's say...
What'd you do? Set a mother on fire?
Oh, but that has got 3 more days. Bartender, 3 more. Well, now, let's see if it is. Open the door. And the third would be... What?
I never had nothing to do with a murder.
Well, for the sake of argument, let's say you have. But all the time, is just wanting to be there. Wanting to be on the floor. But trust the business. Someday they'll double cross.
Here's the drink.
Nobody else ever double crossed me. Well, here's mud in your eyes. Drink up, boy.
Anything else to do around here?
You seen the gambling room?
Gambling room. Ah, that's great. Who runs those gambling rooms, Peter?
I don't know.
One of your friends? A fat man, perhaps, with long nose?
I don't know the owner. Yeah, you're real nice.
There's a fat man in the back room now?
Probably. Gambles here a lot.
Well, come on. We'll see who's right. My book or your instinct.
Number 21 wins.
Jack, the fat man's in the corner of the room.
Come on,
He's tell you what, then. Don't you, Peter?
Come on, boys, let's play.
money, money, money. Place your bets, gentlemen.
They'll make some room for us over here. Come on.
Hello, Cecilia.
Hello, Monty Laurier. You playing a game? I thought you lost every cent you owned last night.
A desperate man finds desperate ways to raise money.
Oh, even murder, eh? You heard about it.
Perhaps. And perhaps not.
I'd like you to meet some new friends of mine, Monty. This is Dan Webster and Bert Manning. Monty Laurier.
How do you do?
Money, money, money. Gentlemen, place your bets.
I bet 30 francs on odds.
I'll bet 100 francs. How about that, Jim?
Good boy, Jack.
The fight is dead. Round and round the windfall goes. Where she stops, nobody knows.
Well, too much to drink, Sarah. No drink. Come on.
Number 13 wins. What?
Good for you, American. Lucky for you. I won the first time I ever played here, but never again.
Money, 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 money.
That was the first time Jack won that incredible evening. But as the balls bumped, his winnings increased. The table seemed to have gone crazy. Jack became gambling drunk. The croupier seemed desperate as wheel spun round and round, each time increasing Jack's winnings. The room was tense with excitement, and even the little thin loser lawyer seemed inspired.
When you got your luck is phenomenal. You won 30 times. 30 times, guys. You won a fortune, man.
Stop, Gobble, boy, it's too late.
Leave him alone, Bert. Let him play if he wants to.
Yeah, let me play if I want to. I want to break the bank.
Careful, Mr. Warning.
Jack, it's almost midnight, and I've got a lot of work to do tonight. Please, let's go.
Let's go to play.
Fat man be hanged.
Here's Jack. Have another drink.
Sensible.
Ah, stop being an old laddie, Bert. I'll see you later at the hotel. Take a book on a bloody. I'm in the mood for a good murder tonight.
Remember, Jack, I warned you.
Money, 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 gentlemen, place your bet.
I told the croupier you wanted to see him back here, fat man, but it wasn't the croupier's fault the American broke the bank.
That is for me to decide. Or where is the American now?
That's sad. Buy him drinks for the house.
Good. Good. That has to keep him busy. You call for me, Mr. Yes, I do. I'll need you two, please. Shut the door. I don't think it's right now, Christian. I'm sorry about the room, Mr. but it was broken. Couldn't control it. That is unfortunate for you. What are you going to do, Mr. Come here. Don't put your fat hands on me, fat man. Let me.
Don't fight the Fatima. You can't move, can you, croupier? Because if you move, my arm will break your neck. Call my name, Sophia. I might need a little aid with a stupid fool.
What are you going to do, Batman?
I can spring test out of his body in room 15. His mind is no good, sir.
No, monsieur, please, monsieur.
What's that? What was that, Monsieur Lawyer? We'll probably be luckier if we don't ask questions.
I want another drink.
Jack, listen. Put on your hat and coat and leave this place. You're being watched all the time.
Who's watching? Oh, got a drink.
You got enough to drink. Leave this place right away.
You right, Jack. You must. I'll see you home first. Come on, man.
No, I know you don't want to marry out. I know you're sick. The last thing you saw home was found with a dagger in his breast.
How come you're so interested in me, Security?
Because you're the first person who ever treated me decent. Oh, please go home.
Well, sooner or later, every woman develops a mother complex over me. Now, I don't want to be mother.
Who you trying to mother you, my friend?
Oh, hello, fat man. This is.
You developed a rather latent maternal instinct. I think the maternal instinct is not a After all, tonight's a night for celebration.
Yeah, the fat man's right. Celebrate. Bartender, open a bottle of champagne.
Bartender, a champagne. A champagne for Monsieur Westside. Won't you, John?
Of course I will.
Won't you drink with us, Monsieur Lariat?
No, thank you, fat man. I don't think so. I never enjoyed toasting. The guests.
Yes. Open the bottle, bartender.
Good night, Jack. Good luck.
Good night. Good night, Jack.
Jack, your money is all tied safely in your handkerchief.
Thanks, Frank. Thank you.
Well, at the back. It would be wise if I go to your death.
I feel dizzy, fat man.
Oh, you need a cup of good hot coffee. That's what's taking you right on. Cecilia, go in the kitchen and fix our friend a cup of coffee.
But I really...
Don't tell me, my little pigeon, that your hearing is failing you.
I'll get it.
I'm glad we're alone, fat man. I want a chance to talk to you.
Talk to me.
Tell me something. Why do you enjoy seeing a mutilated body dragged out of the river?
There's beauty
In the act of death, or in the recovery of a body after life is left?
in both.
Then, do you enjoy committing a crime?
Perhaps the presence of something in the body. Yes. In order to see life leave the body. Say that you and I want a murder. What would happen?
I'm interested, that man. What would happen?
The face is the first part affected. The tiny lips. And the victim would probably feel hot blood pounding in his brain. Pounding to feel happy. Then his eyes would feel sore, as if the fluid creating sight were empty. Slowly. That would be painful. Painful but glorious. His face would discover. The pressure on his chest would be so great he tried to scream and cry out, but he couldn't. He couldn't be able to move, not a limb, not a muscle. He'd be paralyzed. And in that moment, all the horror that is in man's mind would be indelibly imprinted on the brain. until a sudden crushing noise would block out thought.
And what would that crushing noise be?
The pulverizing of a human bone.
Here's the coffee, Fat Man.
Ah, let me see it. Tastes all right. Here you are, Jack. This was fiction.
No, I don't think I want to. If you'll pardon me, forgive you. Yes, I forgive you.
Oh, coffee. Here, Jack. Drink. Drink it, my friend. Good friend.
If you don't want to drink it, Fat Jack, don't.
Open your mouth, my friend. It will sober you very quickly.
No,
Open your mouth. That's there. Now, how do you... Call the bartender. I think our friends will spend the night with us in room 16.
Looking all over Paris for you, sir. You've been looking for me? Yes, I've called every hotel in the city trying to find you. I know you don't remember me, but I met you earlier this evening at the Labelle Tavern. My name's Laurie, out of the Paris Police. Oh, yes, of course. I want you to come in. So where's Mr. Webster? I had to leave him at the tavern. He wouldn't listen to me. You see, Mr. I've been assigned to watch that tavern. Now, this is taking for several weeks. Oh, great Scott, man, where's Jack now? At the tavern. He's carrying an enormous amount of money on his person. I know the fat man will never allow him to leave without money. Why don't you raise the game? Unfortunately, we can't. We have no proof. As a matter of fact, they might not harm him at all. But just in case, I thought it might be a wise idea for you to go down there. You can go to the door and ask for...
Yes? What do you want? You're the bartender, aren't you? I suppose you can grab, huh? What do you want? My friend Jack Westcott hasn't come back to the hotel again. We've been waiting for him, and I thought that he probably decided to spend the night here at your place, and Your friend is not here. Go home, America. Before you get yourself in more trouble than you can handle.
Who was it?
Fred. Where are you going?
Upstairs. Deputy West got a candle. But the fat man told me.
Be sure the fat man told you. Oh, heaven.
I got to be. Are you asleep? Wake up, Jack. Please, baby. Please. Maybe if I shake him. Wake up. I hate to stop you, but your life depends on it. Wake up, wake up.
What? What? Lucky you can sleep. Come. Let me sleep. It's time. Never talk. It's as if I'm perfect. Maybe concentrating on your marker. Tell me what a French What is an old English four-poster bed doing in a French room? What a heavy canopy.
Look at them. God. The canopy is lower. Look at it. The canopy. That's the big moon. That's the big moon. Well, I gotta move. Good. 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 To the... I'm with you. I'm down. Halfway down. Oh, oh, just a crawl, kid. What am I gonna call it? What a crawl out of here. It's safer than Harvard would say. I'm not out of here. Wonder. Open your mouth slowly. I'll crawl it under. Now, push the window. Slowly. Very slowly. Push the window. Stop. Up there.
We can raise the canopy now. Let's go in, gentlemen.
Help somebody! Help me!
I've waited a means of making it work in happiness. More pleasant once life gets out in front of you. Place them carefully on the bed.
Very true. Good.
It ought to prove most enjoyable, Mr. It's a pity you haven't mice as cats you pet. Put him in. Then lower the canopy.
That boy here, hold on to me. I'll drag you out. Don't you put your hand on me, there. Fuck into there.
I'm all right, Bert. Don't worry about me.
I'll help her.
Let me talk to you. Don't push me. Don't.
Well, Inspector Duval, that's the story. Lawyer and Brooks were waiting outside all the time. They saw me at the window and he will let me.
Okay, then. A lucky escape. Lawyer and I pulled him out of bed just in time. Celia pushed the fat man under the canopy as it closed down. Must have been a horrible sight, sir.
Well, what about Cecilia, Inspector? What would they do to her?
Unfortunately, the police can't find her. And I've instructed them not to look too hard.
All right, then. What was it?
What was it? Nobody knows. But the house was haunted by something or somebody. The boarders here at Mrs. Zimmerman's boarding house didn't believe in ghosts either, myself included. So we were curious about it. That's why we voted to move into the old brownstone house on 49th Street. And once we were in, we were still convinced that ghosts don't venture abroad in the New York peninsula. The only one who wasn't quite convinced that ghosts exist only in storybooks was old Mrs. Dimity herself. But her favorite roomer, young, handsome Ned Saunders, and myself, I'm Dr. Hammond,
He refused to believe the ghostly nonsense. And Mitchell, the young sculptor who lived there, was frankly curious, while the Countess Hartley, a fortune teller of some renown and a psychic of questionable fame, was delighted at the idea of living in a haunted house. That was the business way, of course. It was around 11 o'clock at night. The boarders who were then assembled in that dark, dreary living room first heard what some were saying was a ghost story. Listen to that, Dr. Hammond. I hear it, Ned. An uncommon sort of sound for the wind.
That is not the wind, Dr. Hammond. It is a cry from the spirit world. I feel it in the marrow of my bones. Looking for a comfortable place. Bone structures always struck me as a most uncomfortable place to have a feeling going on. Listen, all of you. Listen. Yes, sir. Yeah, bring your passenger that magazine on the shelf next to you. You're going to find a reading of these temples listening to old spices years ago.
Sure thing. They are here. You really think this house is haunted, Countess?
Yes, I do.
It would be a fortunate thing for your business if the United States of America could be made ghost country.
Dr. Hammond will live to regret that remark. The Countess will take you seriously.
I am serious.
And talking of taking things seriously, when are you going to start taking me seriously?
When you start to make a living, then. Oh, someday I hope I won't have to try and sell my sculpture. All art is conceived out of the fires of struggle. Oh, I'm tired of struggling. Oh, if I could just create something out of the ordinary for an art exhibit, I could make a couple $100. I've been working 3 months for an idea, and I haven't done a thing. My poor dear Anne. As long as you doubt the extraordinary, how can you create it?
She's got you there, Anne.
Yes, she has, Dr. Hammond.
Well, what would you suggest is a good subject for Anne to sculpt, Countess?
A denizen of the other world, perhaps? Oh, sure. That's rather a hot place for a girl to venture in order to sculpt the devil, isn't it? And speak so lightly as if the kind of kindness. No one knows where the devil finds me next.
How about sculpting me, Anne? I'm an extraordinary young man.
That you are, darling.
Extraordinarily broke, at any rate.
Oh, the woes of the world revolve on that ugly stuff called money.
People take money much too seriously, Ned.
Well, frankly, Dr. Hammond, if I had some of it, I wouldn't take it at all seriously. I'd scatter it around the world like a veritable windmill.
Oh, frivolity. That's your trouble, my dear friend. Frivolity. You see, Danny, here in this very house is a poor earth-bound being. And yet you ignore it.
Come, Countess, you don't expect us to take it seriously.
I expect nothing. What do you expect us to do? Call a spirit in and ask him to sit for me? Comfortably, Anne. Comfortably.
Oh, tell me, Countess, you're joking.
I have never been more serious in my life. I think we ought to hold a prayer and command the spirit to come to me.
That would be interesting if it's scientifically so.
Nonsense. Besides, Mrs. Indy would never stand for it. I think she knows this into this house has been scared stiff for the very idea of spirits.
Have you seen the amulet she's been wearing?
Yes. She carries it around like a sword, vibrant with alcohol. Oh, we were just talking about you, Mrs. Indy. Oh, dear. I tell you, I just can't stand being alone in my room. I just know something was in there with me. I just know it. The spirit probably has been attacked. I've always said you're strong. Oh, you're so sorry. Don't even think about it. It was all a mistake moving into this house. All a mistake. I've just never been as nervous. Dr. Hammond, feel my pulse. Feel it. It's practically non-pulse, so to speak.
Well, I wouldn't take it seriously, Mrs. Dimity. We all know there are no such things as spirits. You see, we've been talking about the ghosts for so long that at times we half believe, but that's purely imagination.
It wasn't imagination at all, Dr. Hammond. You know very well there are only 5 of us living here. You 4 were downstairs and I was alone upstairs, and I did hear footsteps in the hall. I opened the door and I felt something cold touch me. Ah, you see, I knew it. Oh, nothing. Oh, it came upstairs. Listen, all of you. And was that also the wind, Dr. Hammond?
I don't know, Countess. What do you think, Ned?
I think the Countess' idea of a seance is a good practical suggestion. I'm all for it.
Oh, seance? Oh, let's give it a try.
Well, we're all agreed.
Come on, let's have it.
You're in charge, Countess. Now tell us what to do.
Well, now, for the first thing, bring your prayers into a circle, please. Now, hold hands. Will someone turn off the light? Good. Now we're in the dark. Quiet, please. Quiet while I summon the spirit. It is midnight, O spirit. Midnight. Enter the portals of our room and speak to us. Speak to us. We are gathered to commune with you who have passed on. Withhold not your secret. Please. Please. It is I, Countess Harkaby, asking you to descend to this mortal plane. Answer me. Answer me. If my uncle Ezekiel is in the room and wants to talk to me, I'll talk to him, Countess. Yes. Yes, stop breathing my hand. Oh, whatever you're doing, stop doing anything. Oh, doggone.
What's the matter with you?
It's so poor. It's missing now.
Not in my lap.
Everything next to me, stop it. Dr. Hammond.
I'm giving you a drug sometime.
Mrs. Kennedy, oh dear. I wouldn't have the courage to squeeze anybody's hand at this poor house. Will you ever this? Turn on the light, somebody. Turn on the light. No. Let me go. No, don't turn on the light. The spirits that entered the room and are attracted to you and to you. Oh, please turn on the light.
I'll go down. Nobody's sitting next to you. That's a vacant chair.
But I told you.
And did you imagine it?
Imagine what? That somebody squeezed my hand? Imagine nothing. Look at my hand. They tell me that's imagination.
Helen, look. My hand is blue.
Pretty bad, Mr. Now, look where you sit.
Exactly where I'm sitting now, Dr. Hammond, and I haven't moved. You had your chance to do something extraordinary, Anne, but you missed it. A pity is all I can say. A great pity. The seance is ruined. But now, wait a minute. What for? To try another seance and have you become hysterical all over again? Good night. Dr. Hammond, is it possible that I really was holding hand with something or...
Anything's possible, Anne, but not very probable.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear.
I said not very probable. I think perhaps the Countess has been playing a trick on all of us.
You're correct, Doctor. That's pretty difficult, then.
If she wasn't playing a trick, she shouldn't have been so upset when you turned on the lights, Ned.
Yeah, Doctor, I think you've got a point there.
Nothing like a good dose of logic to take the cold chills out of my spine. Well, how could the Countess do it, Doctor?
And this is going to be psychic phenomena is the Countess's business. After all, she makes a living out of calling imaginary speech in the outer world. I don't think it's very nice of us to try and pry into her secret.
I hope you're right, Doctor. I do hope you're right.
Well, I wouldn't worry, Mrs. Dimity.
Well, I'm going upstairs to bed. I've had enough soup to last me for you. Away from me, Mrs. Dimity. I'll go up with you. Good night, Ned.
Good night, Mary.
Good night, Dr. Hammond. See you in the morning.
Good night, my dear. And don't worry about the spook. They're purely harmless make-believe.
So, Doctor, what's the tongue in the teeth look?
Ned, I'm afraid we had our first touch of real psychic phenomena tonight.
But you just said
I didn't want to frighten the women.
and you believe this house is haunted?
Haunted? Well, I don't like the phrase, but in essence, that's the idea. I was wondering if you'd be interested in trying an experiment with me tonight.
Certainly, Doctor. Anything.
Suppose you and I spend the next few nights down here. We'll turn off the lights and wait. Just wait. Perhaps we can invite some trouble. We waited that night through without sleeping, but nothing extraordinary happened, except for the fact that Mrs. Dimity's rocking chair kept rocking all night long, creaking and creaking into gloom. But the wind was fine. The next night, the one after that, kept our nightly busy, creeping up to our rooms like thieves just before daylight, so that nobody would suspect our secret experiment. On the fifth night of our wait, we heard the rocking chair creaking.
Doctor,
Yes, Ned?
that rocking chair couldn't be moved by wind tonight. It was definitely a set.
I noticed that, Ned. I wonder... But... Yes, it should be stopped. Same as usual. Just try to get some sleep.
Nervous as a cat over the whole thing.
Yes, I'm good retreat. What's the matter, Ned?
I don't know. Somebody... Help me out here. Help me out. I got its arms around my throat.
There, I feel it. We'll find out who this ghost is in a short time. There, I got his arms, Ned.
My throat. Let go my throat. There. Hang on for the alarm, Doctor.
I think so. But he's as strong as a knot. No, you're strong.
It doesn't sound human.
Turn on the lights, Ned, while I hold on to him. We'll find out who this touched the sanctuary.
I'm afraid to let him go, Doc.
I can handle him, Ned. You turn on the lights. Hurry, Ned, hurry.
Doctor, where is he?
He's right in front. I've got him by the arms. I'm hanging on to it. This is amazing.
Amazing. I can't see it. It's invisible.
Help me, Ned. He's trying to escape. Help! I can only see.
There, I got it. I got it. What is it?
What was it? I didn't know as I held the grisly thing in my arms. It struggled and sobbed and moaned exactly as a beast would struggle and moan. And invisible, that was the horror of it, an invisible beast. I sent Ned to the basement of the old brownstone to get some stout rope. At least we could prevent this horror from escaping. That's what I thought then. And I never came to in the basement and opened the door.
Here you are, Doctor.
Oh, quickly, Ned, bind his legs. I can't hang on to it much longer. It's not as I used to be.
All right, Doctor, I'm ready. Try to hold him on the floor.
Yes, of course. There you are, Ned. Quickly. Keep it still for a minute.
There. I got the rope out there. Look. Doesn't loop around nothing but empty air. Hold him and I'll bind the rope around the cookie, Ned. There we are. That covers his feet. I'll bring it up there and around his legs.
They should do the rope, and I'll bind his hands.
Bound up like an Egyptian mummy.
There, that does it. What a relief to be able to let that awful thing go.
All right, I'll take the rope now, Doctor, and bind it to the chair. He won't get away now, I'll guarantee you that.
It isn't very large, is it?
No, about the size of a small boy.
But what is it?
You ever encountered anything like this before?
Frankly, Ned, neither. Look at my hands, bitten and bruised. I wonder if I'll ever be able to move them again.
What are you going to do with the damn thing now?
I don't think that's our responsibility, Ned. I think we'd better call the boarders together and let them in on the system.
You'd like me to get them, Doctor?
Yes, wake them up. But don't tell them why. Just ask them to come down here, and I'll throw this rug over the stairs so that they won't see the ropes right away.
Don't ask so many questions, everybody. Dr. Hammond will explain everything.
Come in, Countess. Come in, everybody. Don't be afraid, Mrs. Dimity. I'll explain it in a minute. Sit down, everybody, please. Hey, no, Mrs. Dimity, not in the rocking chair. I'm afraid we're in for a revelation this evening. Ned, please close the door. Yes, Countess. The ways of the world are very strange. Mrs. Dimity and the Countess have been correct about this house. There is something in it. There's nothing to be frightened of, Mrs. Dimity.
Spirits are often kind. Indeed, they're friendlier than many mortals.
This isn't exactly a spirit, Countess.
What do you mean?
Exactly what I say. It's a beast. Mrs. Dimity, please. Yes, I understand you're doing. In that rocking chair. I threw a rug over.
Oh, I'm trusting its spirit.
If you wish, Countess, remove the rug.
Well, it's a calling. Where is it?
It's there. You can see the ropes being held in place by it.
I'm a host, please. I'm play on me, Dr. Hammond.
It is not a hoax. There's a living, breathing something bound in that chair, but it's invisible. It's more than invisible. Don't see why I should. It's not my beat. The problem is, what are we going to do with it? What do you suggest, Mrs. Dimity? Mrs. Dimity!
Please, Dr. Clemens, I'll get it now. So it's right in the desk drawer. I guess it's all right. Thank you. That's the spirit. I must tell my co-worker, Dr. Zarkov, right away. You'll be so thrilled. So thrilled.
I'm not sure that we ought to tell anybody about it. Are you, Doctor? Ned said yes, we should not.
Oh, but Dr. Zarkov is the only living person who helps people with up to spiritual life and day and night. Up someplace. Oh, here they are.
Until we find out exactly what it is, I don't think we ought to divulge the secret. Heaven knows what we've stumbled into. Yes, Ned.
And how do you propose going about finding out what it is? Please deeply, Mrs. Dimity.
Well, I was thinking it might be possible for Anne to make a plaster cast.
Oh, that's a good idea, Ned. Please deeply, Mrs. Dimity. You'll be all right.
That's quite a good idea, as a matter of fact.
No, you'll hold it while I make a cast, huh? If it happens to bite me with a pair of invisible teeth, that'll be my way.
Well, being a doctor, I'll also use a little chloroform and put it to sleep for a while. We'll be able to make a perfect cast.
Mrs. Dimity, are you all right? I'm never all right again.
Well, Anne, are you willing to give it a try?
Oh, I suppose so, Ned. I'll prepare the plaster right away.
There we are, Anne. The chloroform is just perfect. Whatever it is, it's sweet. Before you start with the plaster, I should like to listen to your heart.
Certainly, Doctor.
Normal. A little faster than is normal for a human being, but maybe they're not dealing with a human being.
Yes, Doctor, that's very possible. No, did you give me that container, really? Well, Dr. Clemens, are you ready?
Yes, Anne, whenever you are.
I'm just done. Do a test. Ought to be through by 7.
And so Anne started to work to cover that invisible form with moist plaster. We watched her spellbound. The hideousness of the rough object that soon met our eyes was appalling. Anne's hands shook perceptibly as she forced the rest of the sheet over the stuff. Minutes changed into hours. The mold was completed. We had a rough idea of this picture. Then Anne allowed the mold to dry. By morning we had a rough facsimile of the invisible picture. How can I describe what it looked like? It looked like nothing so much as a tubing out of hell itself. There, shaped like a man with long, sinewy arms, but it was small, only 4 feet or so high. Muscular development was immune. The face looked like a turnip, green, cool, tiny eyes, a tiny nose, and twisted, long, a horribly long mouth, sharp, shiny teeth. The first rays of light broke through the window, and I realized that the chloroform was very well. What's that, ladies? Away. I got it, Doctor. You better help me. Yes, of course. Here, we'll hold him with it. And
Yes, Dr. Holmes.
we'll hold him down and you find his leg to Troy. Yes. Put that rubber on his leg. Good girl, Anne.
Oh! Your arm, darling. It's good.
Don't mind my arm. Find the leg.
Okay.
Hurry up. That's the girl. Now slip the rope around him and pull it good and tight. All right. There we are. Give me the rope, Anne. Now, there his arm.
Ned, look at your arm. Oh, Doctor, he's badly bitten.
Don't bother about me now, darling. We'll take that beast loose from the neck. That face of Gun Anne looks like the face of a man again. Yeah, it does. Give me a hand, Dr. Hammond. We'll put it back in the chair and tie it. Clean it now. One. This. There. Now, tie the darn thing. What do you think we ought to do it now? I don't know. You're the doctor. Huh? I think we all need to sleep. First, I'll send it on with us, Ned, and then we'll leave the thing here for a while.
Doctor, do you think we dare leave it here quite safely?
Well, judging from the way Ned's got it tied up, I think so. Not even the kid could get out of those ropes. Come on, Ned, I want to take a look at that arm.
I'll leave a little second for the moment. You know, Doctor, it makes an interesting study, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's an interesting one. Extraordinary piece of work, one might say. Well, good night, Anne. Come on, Ned, let's get that arm done. We'll all see more clearly in a moment. So thought we could see it more clearly after 6 feet. So the days went by. Ned and Anne and I stayed with that invisible beast constantly. I took test after test. His heart condition, his breathing, every test I took baffled me completely. But this invisible beast reacted to every test exactly as a reptile would react. Or to be more specific, a python. A type of snake that swallows an animal or a man whole and then eats the justice. As the days passed, we realized that since this was living matter, it must eat. It contradicted every kind of food imaginable, besides force feeding it. But the animal never swallowed one bite of food. Then one evening, all of us were collected in the living room when those horrible sounds started.
I came in and I'm hungry.
Oh, darling, we're starving.
If you stop getting out of this house, I can't take any longer. I'm feeling a spirit in it up there, that door of the clouds. My life feels let it go.
That's not very good advice, Mother. Whatever this is, it would be fairly dangerous, really.
Oh, isn't there anything we can feed it? You must be suffering terribly, Doctor. No food or water for 2 weeks.
Yes, Anne, there is something we can feed it, but unfortunately or fortunately we can't.
What are you talking about, Doctor?
Human flesh, Ned. This creature is a man-eater, an invisible man-eater. There's only one thing for us to do. Call the police and the medical society and turn it over to them. There's nothing more we can do.
Oh, you'll regret this, Doctor. You'll regret it. You can't about the anger of the spirit world without payment in full.
Anne, will you make the call?
Certainly, Doctor.
I'll do it now.
Don't tell them anything about it. Just ask them to come over here immediately. And so, gentlemen, Anne called you and brought you over here. I told you the complete story of the monster from the very beginning.
Well, Dr. Hammond, as a member of the police force, I don't mean to doubt you. But where is this business in the mind?
He died of hunger 10 minutes before you arrived, Sergeant.
Where is
On the floor, here, next to my foot. You can feel it even if you can't see it. Here, put your hand down here.
All right. I can feel it. Looks like a dead man here.
Sure, Doctor. What kind of a trick are you trying to play us?
This, Sergeant, took my word for it, it's no trick. You felt it yourself.
Many people know how to make a knife in the thing that appear invisible. Chemistry can give you a lot of things, and they seem to that kind of a hope.
It's no hope, gentlemen, on my word of honor. It's no hope.
Tell us the better story. Come on, boys, let's get out of here. We enjoyed the fairy tale, Doctor, but we can't swallow that one.
But, gentlemen, ask any one of us in this room. I swear to you, it's the truth. Look in the corner at that statuette. That's an exact replica of the invisible beast.
Now I get it. It's trying to get publicity to the audience that we're keeping this here.
No, gentlemen, I made that pass across myself from the invisible monster. Dr. Hammond's telling you the truth.
Well, if it's the truth, what?
What was it? Nancy, gentlemen, I don't know what it was.
From the time-worn pages of the past, you have heard, what was it? Tell people, hold the bell. Out of the past, phantoms of a world gone by, to condemn their immortal tale, the Night Bridge Mystery.
I feel him. It is sitting here next to me now. Sitting in his usual chair by the fireplace here at the old night's begin. As if nothing unusual happened. How can a man be dead and alive at the same time? I mean, the whole thing is so clear. It was just 2 days ago. 2 short days ago. Last Saturday, to be exact. Driving to London, I just left the weekend. Then I was told there's been running in a room here. And his name was not around. It was raining that day. If it was raining hard enough to drown out the screams of a man being murdered. Gardner, Professor Nelson, and myself were sitting around the fire. We were sitting now. We didn't know. We did it just. Not much as I don't trust anymore, but in my son. He's 21, among these married people, son in college. I've done everything I could think of for this young man. I've even worn various disguises, wigs and makeup, stuff on the steps of the bank in London to beg for pardon. Imagine it. Me, in town, being a beggar in the street. And Gardner was fat, rich, low. Nobody can see. Nobody but you. Why, I had no son, my boy, Jack. I remember everything that happened that Sunday night. The others, Gardner, Professor Nelson, and myself, were sitting around the fire in the room.
Nasty night, isn't it, Mr. Gardner? Yes, quite nasty, Professor Nelson. You know, I don't see why you scientists don't do something about the weather. And many men have thought about that very thing, thinking. They ought to take action. Thought is idle. Action brings results. Oh, think me, if I hadn't coined an epigram.
Yes, they were talking about the weather, and I was thinking about seeing Gardner. Who had a problem, and seeing who would be the secret? I used to be. Somebody would have to be. Somebody. But who?
I couldn't have managed to go downtown this rain even if the banks didn't open today, blasted. Oh, it's confounded uncomfortable keeping large sums of money about you because of a conspiracy between the weather and the Bank of England. Well, surely the money is taken up here, Mr. Gardner. One would think so, but you never can tell. Nothing makes a man more jumpy than keeping a large sum of money in his top bureau drawer. Of course, there's always the danger of robbery. Robbery, yes. Or murder. Murder, Captain Howard? No. Nobody in the Gardner family has died for generations. We Gardners just don't die. Rather set against that sort of thing. You've made up your mind to it, eh, Gardner? Quite, Professor.
That could have been my first hint. He definitely said that he couldn't die. Yes, he said it then, but I thought he was joking. Nobody ever knew whether he was joking or not. He had a dry, soft way of joking, but I didn't realize that then. The hot there. When the door opened, the inmate came in to tidy up. I was hoping that everybody would remain inside, so I could think the whole thing out. The police orders,
Anything I can do for you before I retire for the night, Professor Nelson?
No, nothing, Barbara, nothing.
Mr. Gardner?
No, thanks. You got girls get your record.
You, Captain Cowan?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I've got to get on to London tonight. Tonight.
Good in this weather.
Yes, Mr. Gardner, important business. So if it's not too much trouble, Barbara, you might tell the hostler, Mr. Cox, to saddle my horse.
Oh, I'm going down to the stables to see Mr. Cox, Captain. There's a man Dan Cox on. He's a thief.
Come, Barbara. Poor Dan Cox is no thief. He's an unfortunate victim of an accident, which has reduced his mentality to that of a small child.
Sorry, is it, Professor? Even if you murder a human someday, he will.
Not that bad, Barbara.
You're the last person I'd expect to see decent of him, Captain. He don't like you. He says he remembers you from somewhere. He does remember that. And I said to him not to talk about a fine gentleman like you are.
Oh, there ought to be a hospital for the mentally unsound. Not only for idiots like poor Dan Cox, but for men whose minds are warped, twisted. And those people may be completely harmless, but they need medical care.
Would you think so, Professor?
I'm sure of it. I've conducted many interesting psychological experiments on the subject, Captain. I've even known men who think they've committed a crime.
Is there anything else, gentlemen?
No, thank you, Barbara. Good night, Barbara.
Goodbye.
You interest me, Professor. It's a fascinating subject, Cowan. There was a man once who thought he had murdered his wife and 2 children. He went to the station house, confessed the murder, and then killed himself.
He hadn't committed a crime at all.
No, not at all. No, not at all.
Well, gentlemen,
If I'm going to get to London tonight, I must be off. Good night, gentlemen. Good night, sir. I shut the door behind me, very carefully, just as if I really were going to London. I walked the stable through the heavy rain. You see how clever I was? And they thought I was going to London. They didn't even suspect that Gardner was going to die. The dark rainy night was perfect for the murder. And Daniel Cox appeared to me to be a likely victim to the law. He was an idiot. The poor fool who would be completely helpless in my hands. And the constable would obviously use anything against John Cox. I knocked on the stable door. Dan Cox! Dan Cox! Hello, Dan. I came down to visit you. Did you? Mind if I come in? Will you with me in your city? You like me, don't you? I like everybody. Everybody I like. Me in the horses. I saw you once. Somewhere. Where, Captain? Where? You're imagining things, Cox. I've been looking at you, Captain Cowan, trying to remember. I've never seen you before. I've seen you in Cox. Didn't you now? Didn't you? Oh, when you... I didn't come here, Cox, to argue. I came down here with a friend, just a favor. Favor, Captain? You like this one, Cox. Barbara sent you down here to ask you to do her a favor. Barbara did? Barbara? Baby Barbara, you Cox. And she liked you. She told me that she wouldn't put all the time gentlemen be in to you. For me? Nobody likes me. You misjudge yourself, Dan Cox. You need to get a lock of your hair and a piece of your coat. As a going away gift. Yes. Is Barbara going away? Yes, day after tomorrow. She's leaving you in for good. A rock of my hair and a piece of my coat. Women are funny. Hard to tell what they're thinking. Are you lying, are you? Yeah. You can skip it off yourself. Thank you, Captain. Thank you. There's the cloth in the air. Nobody ever liked me before. Just my horses. Thank you. Why do you look at me like that, Captain? I'm thinking what a lucky man you are. Oh, will you drive in my horse before you turn in for the night? I'll be leaving for London shortly. Yes, I'll drive up for me right away. I walked back to the inn. To say goodbye in case anyone was around. I thought the whole plan out so carefully. Now I had evidence. The kind of evidence police officers look for. A piece of Cox's coat that they found on the edge of Gardner's bed, and the lock of Cox's hair in the dead man's hand. That's circumstantial evidence. The man was working too hard. I walked to the door, opened it. Captain Nelson was sitting by the fire, looking into the flame. When I walked in, he started to me. Oh, ain't you left for London yet, Captain? Oh, not yet, Professor. Where's Mr. Gardner? Oh, he took his cat with him and went up to bed. He was tired. If you want to join me by fire, some other time, Professor. But tonight I had better start if I'm never going to get there. Oh, that's true, yes. Oh, midnight. Oh, I must be tired. My reflexes work by the clock, sir. Definitely by the clock. I think I'd better retire myself. Oh, well, Captain. Pleasant journey. Good night. Good night. Oh, why don't you sit here and wait till tomorrow, sir? Traveling's difficult in this weather. Sorry, I have important business in London, Professor. I stood in the living room, watching the old scholar slowly climb. He was slowly listening to Harry. When I heard the door, and I knew it was a woman English town. The idiot cock. Gardner had to die. Less than a half hour, I completed it. I stood in front of the mirror looking at my face. I got this job. That I knew. With this guy of the circus, I was no longer calm. I was battered, velvet nose, and a ragged face and back. But slowly, and every move of that when I touched the out on the leg, the gardener's mirror was taken barely 4 feet away. I moved slowly over the ledge, like a cat in the night, step by step. Tiny little flickers in the rain, and the night was dark. Dark. I could hear gardeners heavy breathing as I crept through his window to his room. He was asleep. There was no moon in the sky this night to give me away. I walked slowly to the bedside, gather a coal, and then... I'd almost forgotten to stop. I'd forgotten that mewling clock. I just stopped right beside his bedside, and then plunged. Oh, my God! God! I remember the clock. It was like the sound of a dying fire, the moan of the wind, people gasping, and I heard it death. And see, I did see him. Remember every single detail on the screen. It was very sad. I remember my I see him. He was alive. God was alive! Sitting here, look! I opened the drawers, the closet, every single hiding place possible was closed for money. I put outside the door.
Did I hear something really loud? Is anything wrong?
Yes, the money. And the gardener had said it was in the top bureau drawer in the closet. Yes, in the top bureau drawer. And there it was. Knock on the door to say,
Mr. Gardner? Mr. Gardner, did you call me?
Never to answer and pretend I was gardener. Oh, yes, Father. What do you want now, girl?
I heard someone screaming. I thought that you touched in your room, Mr. Gardner.
No, everything's all right. Good night, girl. Get out of bed. Remembered my own. They wouldn't see me. And the cops got off. And the money. What's the name? Out of the door. standing with the sun down the street. Not down either.
Oh, that's the bed, Barbara. Whatever costs it up to. Can't be very dangerous. Go to bed, my dear. Somebody up here. That pretty woman is getting me all upset now.
You understand me, you do. You can help me.
What are you doing with the window? Go on, get back to the sidewalk.
You like me, don't you? I had to see somebody that likes me. Yes, I had to for the...
Step away from me. Step away from the top.
I ain't going to hurt you. Not hurt Kissy Bob.
Oh, my arms.
Barbara, Kissy Barbara. I ain't two people, am I? I ain't two people. I saw myself standing on the ledge tonight, and I know myself by my nose and my eye. It was me, standing on the ledge, looking down at me, standing on the grass near the edge. Two people. They both can't be me. I'm not one. I'm two. Look, it don't make I'm a secret. That's it. Wait. I'll go back to the sky. There's a sleep. When I wake up, this won't get back. No. Sitting on the ledge, looking down at me, sitting on the ground.
Where's my horse?
Your horse? What horse?
Steely, steady.
I am asleep, ain't I, Captain? Because if I was awake, I couldn't be on the ledge and on the grass at the same time.
Do I have to get my horse myself up?
The woman, Captain. I'm thirsty. Why am I so thirsty? I've given it your fault, Captain. It's all your fault. I ain't you. I ain't you. Now, you don't know. You told me to write me. You said you wouldn't take me for all the fine gentlemen in the room. You said in your life. Because they ain't.
Are you talk? You think anyone would believe that story? The story of an idiot?
Idiot? I'm not an idiot. I had an accident a long time ago. A funny accident. Sometimes I can't remember. Sometimes I...
Stop it, talk and get my horse for me.
Sometimes I can remember clear. But sometimes I can remember who you are. And then again I can't. And you make me terror. It's all your fault.
Keep your left, you'll never forget. Get out of my way. I'll have my horse myself.
shaded in the corner. I went to London to my son. H.S. gave him his allowance for the year. Morning. I returned to the inn and found this alone sitting here at the old night's begin, cutting daily. No, I couldn't die. What's the matter with you anyway, Captain Carr? You've been quiet as candy ever since you left from London. Yes, certainly. Amazing. That's good. Nothing. Yes, I got rid of that confounded pack of money I was carrying around. That was that, yes. I can well imagine it did, Mr. Carter. I hear you're in for congratulations, Captain Carter. Congratulations? Yes, we heard you'd won a packet of money in the Irish sweepstakes, almost £500. I didn't win money in the sweepstakes. I didn't. Nonsense, Captain. Don't let me that, Thomas. What are you trying to do to me? Traffic cases? Frightening things? I didn't win money in the sweepstakes. You're supposed to be dead, Gardner. Dead. And I went to a lot of trouble to see you. Yes, and I killed you with my own hands. I told him I was. Barbara was just too shocked to see her. You got to believe me. I decided myself to look back up and I killed Gardner. Yes, I killed him. You're dead, Gardner. And the dead can't rise from the grave. They can't. Answer me. Don't stand there looking at me. Answer me. Professor, tell me the truth. Yes, Captain Cowan, I'll tell you the truth. Barbara was not killed that night. She was merely frightened and fainted. But you murdered Mr. Gardner by your own confession. You planned a perfect crime. A crime so perfect that cops might have hung for Gardner's death if it hadn't been my little experiment. Psychological experiment, Captain. I looked up your record and found out that you were an old vaudeville actor. You specialize in character parts. That's where cops remembered you from. You were on the stage where he had his accident. So I played your own tricks back on you. The only way we could get you to admit your crime was to bring Gardner back to life. This gentleman is not Mr. Gardner. He's just an actor, cleverer at make-up than you ever were. No, Captain Powell, I wouldn't try to escape. Your confession has been taken down, and the inn is surrounded by the police. From the time-worn pages of the past, we have recalled the night bridge mystery. Oh, people! Oh, there! Again, their immortal tale, the Horror. It was a dark house, dreary too. Shadows set down the walls like loathsome birds. The house was old, and filled with memories of better days, like the master. He was old, and gnarled, and alone. We passed the lonely hours by sitting on the boat in the boat, watching the boat sail up and down the river. He was happy, living alone in that old house, until one day a tall, three-rigged Brazilian schooner floated past his shore, casting shadow on the banks of the river. A shadow over the old house. A shadow over the old man. A living shadow which crept into his mind. He wrote a letter to his young cousin, Madame Renee Sutton, who was living in Paris, begging her to visit. He read the letter over several times, and quickly he was secretary. A doctor, Dr. Carlos, after his house.
who was young. But he didn't believe.
Dr. Paul, because this letter worries me so. You've known my cousin, Gabriel Bouvet, for a long time, and he's not the sort of man given to hallucinations.
He seems to be a very sound old man. But living alone the way he does...
Nonsense. Living alone has nothing to do with it.
But suppose you reason with a letter like that.
Of course. It all seems like so many copycats. Listen. The hour of our visit from you is the earliest convenience. Isn't that like him?
Yes, very much.
You'll find me a changed man, my dear. Changed because he was smart. You don't know what I'm talking about, and so I must explain. A shadow has crept into my home, a shadow which dominates me. You see what I mean, Doctor?
Well, read on, Renee.
Right. He is a creature from a land of shadows, but I tell you he does live. He lives here with me, and I'm afraid of him. Oh, Renee, he will dominate all of mankind. Just as mankind has dominated the animal kingdom. He will become his cattle, his food, and his slave, as the animals become animals. Do you see, Doctor?
Yes, indeed I do. Renee, how soon can you come? Be ready to leave?
In about 2 hours.
That's fine. I'll have the coffee and hugging tips and coffee again. I think we'd better get down to when the thing's possible.
Doctor, surely you don't believe in this invisible creature.
Surely, Renee, I don't doubt the wind just because I can't see it. We'll be able to get better after we have it tested. You better hurry. I'm going right now.
You're alone, good, Doctor. I hope you don't frighten my cousin by coming at this hour.
That's his house right over there, isn't it?
Yes, right at the end of the road.
Gloomy looking old man.
Very gloomy. It's so dark and so very old.
Tell me, how long has Caesar's wife been dead?
About 6 years now.
Did you notice any perceptible change in him after she died?
Nothing except, you know, except he became quieter and grew into himself more, if that's possible. Well, here we are.
Yeah. Oh, there you are. Oh. And so the doctor, the old man's cousin, Renee's son, entered the old house, expecting to find a man weakened by illness, haggard with lack of sleep. Gabriel Bouvet was in high spirits as he conducted the visit. That's fine.
Here, Renee. Nothing's Renee. It was well, to be honest. Let's move over.
You were talking about the Brazilian boat, Mr. Bouvet. What has the boat to do with this unknown shadow?
We don't know.
Frankly, no.
Well, here. Look at this book. That is a scientific work. Open it. No, I found it good for use of the air, used in the press.
What is this thing with the shadow which you see?
Try your friend the doctor to reach second pair.
Listen to this, Renee. Sao Paulo, Brazil. A contagious madness is spread throughout Sao Paulo. The victims claim they are being possessed by creatures of darkness who feed only on living water. Medical servants have been rushed to their aid.
But Doctor, you're real, Cousin.
I know. The Brazilian boat stayed by my door. Possible for this. Probably. That escape.
It's possible, but this place isn't a little improbable.
But possession, that's talking of demons. This is a modern world. No one man can possess the power of ordering another's will. Perhaps I am a fool of a girl, but anybody.
No, not anybody. Not me. I believe in hypnosis. I'm sure that's
Dr. Mesmer's nonsense. I don't believe in Mesmer.
Then I can prove it to you.
How?
If you're willing, we'll try a little experiment.
You hypnotize?
If you'll be accepted.
Why, of course I will. That sounds like fun.
Can I help in any way, Doctor?
Yes, just blow out the can. All the
Here's the phone stand.
My eyes are closed.
Phones are out. All the time.
You, my dear, I leave.
What? In the room. know it. Listen to me, watch me. Look at this, crying. It's madness. You don't believe me, do you? Stop the experiment at once. It must be concerned kind of the final answer to life. Perhaps there is a higher form of life. Form of life that can possess us and not destroy us. Isn't that possible, Doctor? Well, yes, I know something. And take my word for it. Humanity is lost unless we destroy it. Look. You always carry a knife with me, waiting for the time I can destroy it. It comes from me. It comes from possession of it. It comes. It's the horror. The horror. And it comes.
Won't he ever wake up? He's been unconscious for over an hour.
Well, it's best to let him sleep right now, my dear. This is an exhausting emotional strain for a man of his years.
But what can we do?
As soon as his heartbeat is normal, I'll take him back to the Paris hospital. You'll have to stay here for a few days and close the house. Just package the belongings and bring them out.
We say that now.
So come, Henry. Let's sleep. I'll prepare the coat for you. Turn again.
And so they left him, lying on the old bed in his room. The shadows on the wall cast purple shadows on his gnarled hands, and the hands clutched the air and scratched the seat. Yet the old man was fighting. Fighting a demon, fighting for possession of his own will. The old man's face is a mask of horror. Then the wind, strange, unholy wind, through the door, the keyhole, and the window.
No.
You're possessed and down.
I know you're watching night and day.
Night and day, night and day.
Well, get away from me. I've got to get away from you. I won't give in without a struggle.
You have to give in because nobody believes you. Believes you.
Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Watching you.
Leave me alone.
Never leave you alone. Never.
But I'm proud to be free of you.
Can't be free of me. I'm part of you.
If I stay here,
They'll call you mad.
but if I leave the house,
You'll die.
I'll leave you here. You can't follow me. I'll go far away. So far, nobody will find me.
Oh, I've got one hand on your heart today and one in the room. If you leave, your heart will be torn from you, torn from your body, torn from your soul.
This is hey. Is everything about him? I didn't see you. Don't you look at him?
Oh.
His face.
Yes, just moving him now. I don't think you ought to leave him in this house any longer.
I'll travel alone with him.
Well, sorry. You can sleep if you drive alone. I can manage. That is, if you don't mind staying here alone.
I don't mind, Doctor. I have no patience to see this business done.
Then they're totally rotten in this room.
Of course, Doctor.
Now hand me that other box over there.
Here you are.
I can keep him warm on the plane. I'll send the post back from Paris tomorrow evening to pick you up. You ought to be able to leave here by then.
Don't worry about me, Dr. Perron. I'll be all right.
That's what she thought then. But even as the doctor carried the old man out of the house with terror, premonition of fear, a foreboding, reached out from the gathering shadows in the walls and left it trembling and weak. The doctor looked at him. And then, that way, the return to Paris stopped. They traveled for about an hour. The day awakened, sobbing out.
He's taking me away. Away from my house, you fool. Oh, you must not have touched it. Put his hands on my heart. He's pulling on it. Try to take me back before I die. Nonsense, Bouvet. You must get away from that. Take me back. Take me back, Doctor. You don't understand. Bouvet, sit down. You think I'm mad, don't you? The horrid pit. It's now starve. I don't return. Will you try to rest up there? We're doing everything we can. Turn the carriage around, Doctor. When we come to the house. Bouvet, put those rings down. Let go of the rings, you fool, before you take us off the road. Turn the carriage around. That's right. Just plunge this knife into you. Bouvet, put that knife down. Put that down. That will teach you to interfere with a horror, Doctor. Now, Get out of this house, Jack. Before I punch the dagger into your heart. You can't leave me here, my friend. I must leave you here. I must return to the house at once to destroy him. But he doesn't exist except in your own mind, Buffet. He exists, and I'm going to... I'm coming, Master. Yes, I'm coming, Master. I'm coming to destroy you, just as I destroyed them.
Bouvet drove off in the rambling terror, leaving the badly wounded doctor lying on the roadside, more dead than alive. Bouvet drove furiously through the night to a little shack about a half mile from the street. There was a sign on the shack, a sign reading, "Litau's expert lockmakers and ironwork." Bouvet pulled the carriage up in front of the door. He walked to the entrance.
Mr. LaSalle! Who's calling at this... Oh, Sir Bertie, what are you doing at this hour of the night?
Yeah? I need your help.
My help? What can a poor man like you do to a wealthy man like you?
You know the last one. I've got to lock the doors of my house securely. The front and back doors and the windows. All the windows in my house. They must be locked and bolted this now.
Tonight? Yes, tonight, you fool, of course tonight. But in heaven's name, why?
Lock him out of my home, out of my life.
You're not punished. You're not doing this.
Don't stick with me. Hurry now. I'm prepared to pay any price you ask.
Oh, you'll do as you say if you only just give me time to get my instruments together.
Of course, but hurry now. Hurry. Waiting for me now. Monsieur Litau and the old man were going to the lonely old house by the river in the west of the mountain. Worse than half dark near the cabin. Cold, unholy wind out. He didn't disturb by the wind. Bouvet felt safe and free for a while. Only a while. And the girl slept upstairs. Slept undisturbed. The hour passed. As the lock was slipped and the old man was nothing. Almost morning.
I'm paying as fast as I can. I'm almost done except for the windows in your cousin's room.
Don't worry about her. I'll wait for up in the past. Finish that lock.
Just a few more nails to hold it in place.
Good. One air.
There you are.
What are you doing here?
Good morning, Esther. Good morning, my dear.
But the doctor was supposed to.
Away from my house. She couldn't come in.
Where is the doctor?
Oh. Going to return this evening after my work is done.
Yes. The job in life.
The horse.
The doctor let you come alone?
You have to let me. But I wasn't alone. I'm Sir Litau, Mademoiselle, the most famous lockpicker in the world.
I don't understand all this.
Naturally, my dear. Too long as finish the work. Make 2 more locks to fix tonight. And I'll be able to lock him in and kill him.
Well, what are you staring at me for? Go ahead to my cousin's room and start the work. No, I will.
Gabriel, look at me, cousin.
I'm looking at you.
I see you.
Are you lying to me?
Nice to that lie.
What did you do to the doctor?
Nothing, Renee.
With that knife in your belt? What about that knife in your belt?
I always carry a knife to protect me against the horror.
There's blood on that knife, Gabriel. What did you do?
The child.
Cousin, am I all dead?
I can't let you go.
What are you going to do?
If I'm corrupt, I had to repair until I killed him. Yes, I'm old, but I'm strong, cousin. Stronger than you. No, don't struggle against me. You heard nothing. Nothing, Michelle. Get back to work. Now, come along, cousin. Let us tie you in the kitchen where you'll be out of harm's way until he's dead.
The way dragged his cousin to the kitchen, and then taking the stout rope, tied her to the kitchen table by the sheer strength of a maniac. Tied her to it, and then threw a tablecloth over. Smiling. He left the kitchen and went to the upstairs room to watch LaCow finish the work of the night.
Are you finished, Mr. LaCow? Yes, of course. Yes, I'm finished. Yes. Yes. You understand? One like the table. Very good, sir. Yes, it is. Very good, sir. Anything more I can do, sir? That's a lot. All lots of sir. Well, LaCow, what are you waiting for? Let's go home. Like I ought to say good night to the young man. No, sir. I'll say good night for you. I hear nothing. Good night, everywhere. I caution you against one thing first. Don't tell anybody of this wet night. You understand? Don't tell anybody. Yes, I understand. Good night. See you in the morning.
You're lost. I've been watching you when you're lost. So watching you when you're lost to useless. Lost to useless.
But I cannot win when I escape.
Impossible, because I am with you constantly.
And I destroy you, Paula.
With a knife?
No. It's a fire in flames. I set the entire house on fire and leave you here. Leave you here and I'll escape. You can't escape. You're part of this house. You said so yourself.
Yes, I know. How interesting. How interesting. How very interesting.
And you'll burn to death. You'll burn to death. And the world will be free of the whole lot.
Are you so sure, Bouvet? Are you so sure?
I pour oil on the walls and on the rugs and on the floor. Take the oil.
Kitchen pot.
Yes, in the kitchen pot. That's where it is.
Don't forget I'm part
Oh,
of
no.
you.
She'll be destroyed by fire.
And while the frantic, distraught old man poured oil on the rug and on the wall, the cow walked slowly home, worrying about his old friend Bouvet, worrying about the strangest actions he'd ever seen, worrying, trying to put together the odd pieces of the puzzle in his mind. He heard a voice cry out.
About his boat. Oh, but it's forgotten. Oh, heavens, no, what has happened to it? Badly wounded, yes. I need to help you stand on your feet. Oh, no. What happened? The madman boomed me. I was trying to take him to a hospital. Is that madman? I just finished making 2 dozen sets of drops for him in his house. Is Madame Saab? Yes. Thought I heard it cry out, but I wasn't sure. We must get help to her immediately. That madman will do anything. Anything. Well, let me carry you, sir. Put your arm over my shoulder if you can. You've got such a thing. Hurry. Hurry, Miss. Poured oil over the entire house. Heavens, the food. Even the beds and walls and the chairs. The house was what we saw. Flames.
Will I be dead? Will I?
The house will all be flames. Flames. And we'll burn. Burn and die. Not another second. Not another. Like it's almost done. Almost done. He'll be dead. The whole of the dead. Dead, yes.
Stop the floor.
Don't follow me. I don't want you following me.
I like to watch you.
Get along. You'll enjoy watching your own funeral car.
Fire and flame. Fire and flame.
A moment to the captain. Then I'll shut my mouth. And the flames will start.
How do you intend to escape? Don't forget your own escape.
Well, I'm not going to go on out. Listen fast. You'll be fast. Fast. No, no.
No, Bouvet.
Take hold up.
You guys here.
Be careful of yourself. Be careful of yourself. I don't want any harm to come to you, Bouvet.
Look. Look, the fire started. Look at the flames. Look at the walls and the shadows. Look at the flames. Now to go downstairs.
I'm right beside you. Where you go, I go.
No. You must stay here and die. Don't you understand? Then you will die. You will.
Watch out for the flames. Watch out for the flames.
Then it's like the next down here now. Like the cannabis. Like that. How do you like those flames, fella? How do you like those flames?
Be careful of yourself, Bouvet. Be careful of yourself.
Now one last fight here. The job is done. And I'll wait and stay. At the last minute, and you'll be left.
They've come to rescue me. See, Bouvet, they've come to rescue me.
No. Come on over there. Hurry. Let's do some of the job. Take the door down. Get the door open. Ready? He's in the back of the house. Hurry, man. Get out, fools. Get along the hall to the left. Get along the hall to the stairs. Watch out for me. I've got to go. See what I'm doing in here. No one will see.
I'll never be your own friend.
No one will see.
Never be.
Let me see him. He's standing next to me.
Always next to you. Always next to
He
you.
needs to die in the flames.
Only if you die in the flames.
Watch out the house. He's going down in the flames. Yes, of course. I will die in the flames. Yes, I will die in the flames. And then the whole of us is dead.
And the old, wild-eyed man rushed into the pile of burning timber among his old belongings and perished there. He and the hauler perished. All that remained of the man, and the horse, the horse's soul. Two are remember that, for there were two souls, not one.
Phantoms of the world gone by, speak again that immortal tale, William Wilson.
Laura.
Charlie Vernon. I thought you weren't going to come to my party tonight.
Well, this is one party I wouldn't miss for all the cobblestones in New York. Now, you're going to announce your engagement to my old buddy, William Wilson.
That was supposed to be a secret until midnight. He told me.
It was a grapevine, all right. No secrets in this chubby little group. Now, where is Bill now?
No, I don't. He hates crowds, you know. Well, he wanted to be alone for a while.
Come on, all right. I'll find out.
Well, I think it's in the library, Charles. It's really good enough for somebody.
I'll call the doctor right away. If I were a detective, I'd say he tried to bump himself off. And
Be
missed.
quiet, Charles. Oh, Bill, this is...
It does look like a pretty serious thing, doesn't it? Oh, it does. It's strange. It's strange, but... There's nothing strange about this setup, old boy. Gun in your left hand, a bullet hole in your left side. Pretty neat. You're enjoying the challenge? Yes, but I'm not. I'm going to suffer through your wedding. Who knows, I might stay and enjoy your funeral.
really, Charles. You think it was out of place.
You hate this thing, don't you? Seems like you never could stand a guy with brains. Brains?
Those muscles in your head are so twisted they look like handcuffs.
Why did you do it to me?
Oh, you've got to believe me. I didn't.
Oh, dear God, why?
Come on, William Wilson. We want some straight goods for a change. I didn't. You might die. Put your cards on the table.
Cards on the table. You wouldn't believe me if I told you. None of you would. We all started back in college. When you and I were rooming together at the same night. One night you were sitting at the desk studying and I was downstairs. Staring in the mirror.
Why are you getting so slicked up, fellow boy?
Got a date.
Charlie Mayfield?
Cute little something, isn't she?
Oh, Phil, she's not your type.
Hey, she's good for laughs.
You don't need laughs every night.
Well, what would you suggest?
Oh, gee, Bill, if I had your dough, I'd work hard at college and meet a nice girl and think about getting married.
Ouch. I almost cut myself.
Oh, I mean it. It's about getting married.
So you mean it. What do you want me to do? Bury myself?
Oh, no, but... Gee, take me, for instance. I know I'm a dope, but I've got just enough money to see me through college.
Yeah, I know. The $3,000 your old man left. You have boob to spend it in this place. You'll wind up with a blank bank account and a dirty piece of parchment to show for your trouble.
You've got the wrong plant on that, Bill.
I have. Listen, stupid. You've been seeing RSA Claire for 3 years now. She's alive with money. You could get on to yourself. You could bring the question, put her in double wedlock, and get your fingers on that money.
I'm in love with her.
Love. Right.
I'd never touch a cent of her money.
You're crazy, Charlie. Well, old boy, I don't want to be late.
Hey, Bill. Have you met the new boy in the house?
What new boy?
A freshman just came in today.
Sounds fascinating. What about it?
Well, nothing, except he's got the same name you have.
Are you kidding?
No, I just thought you'd be interested.
I can't be seen William Wilson. If there is, there won't be for long.
Boy, whatever ego you have. But good Scott, fella, you waste more time talking than you do anything else.
Yeah, which all adds up to the fact that you want me to stay home and study tonight. Nothing doing, Charlie. I got a date with my dolly. Night. It was the first time I ever heard of the other William Wilson. Knowledge of his existence rankled in my soul. That evening, as I stepped out into the hall, and walked halfway down the stairs, I was stopped by my double. He looked just like me. Rather like a poor imitation. I felt from the first that he was my evil genius. He didn't act like a freshman when he said, "Hello. I've been waiting for you. Here in the hall." You've been waiting for me? Who are you? I'm your name. You can call me. There's everything in the house except you and Tom. I thought it would be a good chance to get acquainted with you. I'm sorry, I'm busy with Will. Where do you get that bill stuff? It might be worthwhile getting acquainted with you. What do you want, anyway? I'll walk you down the stairs. Don't trouble yourself, Wilson. You might be better off never knowing me. I might be, but... Say what I said. See you some other time, Wilson.
Charlie! Oh, Charlie!
Is something I can do for you, lady?
Oh, yes, I'm Orison Clare. I promised to call for Charlie's room tonight. What's you calling for me?
You're Orison Clare.
Oh, yes.
Well, all right.
Would you tell Charlie I'm here?
Well, I would if I could, but he's not in.
Oh, but he promised me.
Imagine him forgetting a date with a nice girl like you.
Oh, that's strange. Do you know where he is?
Yeah. I mean, well, to Miss Sinclair, I don't think I ought to tell you.
Is he out with another girl?
Well, now that you've guessed it, I guess I'll have to say yes.
I see. I'm sorry.
No, that's suppose I see you home.
That's not necessary.
It'd be a pleasure. I'd do anything to sell. Come on, Will. Let's go again, Wilson. Yes, it's me, dear. Don't you think you ought to stick around here this evening? Do you think you ought to mind your own thing? Maybe you are my business. What? Stop getting this fellow. I don't like him. Come on, Miss Sinclair. I think you and I will have a lot to talk about.
This is awfully nice of you. But I don't even know your name.
William Wilson. Don't forget that, my sweet. The one and only William Wilson. That's how I met her. We spent the entire evening together, Charlie. We had a lot of laughs. Well, perhaps midnight was the night before. And I was about to go home when I remembered that I hadn't even called Dolly Mason to tell her I couldn't make it. Knowing Dolly's temperament, I decided to drop up to her apartment even though it was late. Knocked on the apartment door.
Well. Look at the blues brought in. Just a hot one.
I see you're going to eat that, Lynn.
I'll never talk to you again, that's what. Who do you think you are? Just the king of Cheyenne?
Oh, that's the way you feel.
Oh, wait a minute. I've been worried.
That's more like my doll, baby. Is this funny?
Yeah. I got a kiss for you. Oh, God. I love you so much.
Yeah. There, Dolly.
Where were you, Bill?
Where was I? Did you text me, darling?
Yeah.
I had something important to attend to. Come on, give us a smile.
Yeah.
I like to see you smile, Dolly. I like it a lot.
Well, I do most everything for you.
I'm glad to hear that because I'm going to ask you a favor.
Anything you want.
I want you to stay away from us now on, baby. You and I have to do.
Oh, Bill, what are you talking? You don't joke with me.
It's no joke. I'm serious. You're getting a spear right from the shoulder, kid.
That's, joking, aren't you?
No, I'm not. I found the girl I want to marry. She's class, Dolly. Real class. Plenty of money. You get me?
You'll never marry her, Bill. She'll find out what a cute four-flusher you are, and then I'll tell her. I'll tell her a lot of things about you. You pretending to have so much money and borrowing from me all the time. Pretending to be such a big shot and you got holes in your shoes. Shooting off your mouth.
Shut up. Shut up, Dolly, before I make you shut up. Nobody's going to tell anybody anything. That is, if you're smart. I think you are. Okay. I know what everybody thinks of me. But I made up my mind to marry Aura. Nobody was going to stop me. I saw Aura every day and every night after that for the next 3 weeks. Things went according to plan. I thought I heard little Dolly Mayfield was good and good. You remember that night, Charlie, you and I and Wilkie were sitting around the living room of the fraternity house doing the cat. It was all Wilkie spoke. And then the first time I saw him, he was my evil chief. You were saying,
I just can't understand it, Bill. I've been calling Laura every night, but she won't talk to me.
yeah, that's how women are, Charlie. Why don't you tell him why? Get out of it, what's the fearful? Don't mind your own business. You are.
What are you talking about, Wilson?
Ask Bill why you never saw Aura without you call for you. Ask him. Go on, Charlie.
Bill? Well, what does Bill have to do with it?
What difference does that make now? It's all over and done with. Aura's not interested in you anymore, Charlie. She told me so herself.
Really double cross.
Sit down, Charlie, and cool off. Why don't you write Aura a letter and tell her the truth, Charlie?
You know what to do. But I'll get even with you someday, Bill Wilson. Don't think I won't.
I'll ask. Well, you'll make a good doorman, Wilson. I told you, Charlie, to grab the girl while you had the chance.
You didn't tell me you were going to stick a knife in my back.
Smart guy gets what he wants in this world. That's to be smart, like me.
Bill? Oh, Bill?
Well, look who's here. It isn't the doll baby herself.
Hello, Bill.
Hello, Dolly. Meet the boys. This is Charlie Vernon. And Dorman is my double, William Wilson.
Hello.
How do you do? How do you do? Tell you what I'll do for you, Charlie. I'll give you the doll baby here in exchange for Aura. How's that? That's fair.
You make a man sick.
Bill. Bill, I got it wrong.
Well, you see me. How do I look?
I'll learn on you.
Maybe like a bottom.
Oh, please, Bill. This is any pity.
Pity. Yeah, I got pity. Where'd he go?
Anyway, just say, Bill.
How about the river? How about a nice walk down to the river?
Sure, Bill. That's a good place for what I want. That's just about perfect.
down to the Riverside. They're talking. Silent that much. I wish to hear more. Hang on. We got to the edge of the river. Sat down to watch the boats steam by.
Yeah, I can't live this out.
So what?
I'm going to give you one last chance, Bill, to be a decent guy.
You're going to give me a chance. What a laugh.
Oh, Bill, don't you know what you're doing to yourself? You're trying to marry a girl that ain't for you. You once told me that you and me were cut from the same piece of cloth.
Yeah, I once said a lot of things.
We are cut from the same piece. You're a no good bum. I love you. Oh, we could help each other. If you could go straight and be honest, and I'd work right with you every inch of the way. Nobody else would do that kind of thing.
What do you expect me to do? Stuck $20 million into the lake for you? Listen now, don't try any tricks.
Bill, please.
You don't think it's a picture anymore, don't you get it?
So what'll I do?
Who cares? Don't kill yourself. Make it easier all the way around.
You wouldn't care?
Finger doesn't pose it.
So if I jumped in the river, you wouldn't care?
Why should I?
I don't think any man can try to do this.
So I'm watching.
It tells you when you're wrong. You said you love me. Doesn't that mean anything?
I did when I said it, I guess. You never tell what a guy's going to say.
Even though I love
I can watch anything, baby, when I'm sitting on $20 million.
what, Bill? What?
Ah, you fool, jump and get it over with. You can't bluff me.
I love you, Bill. Don't forget that.
Well, I was your choice, kid. You picked your grave, not dying. Nice work. Nice work. What are you doing here? I tried to follow you. I have a feeling I'm a little late. She wanted to kill herself. I wasn't thinking about dollars. I was thinking about you. Don't give me that stuff, Wilson. I don't go for it. I'm always thinking about you, Bill. But you're too smart to allow anybody to help you. And I'm afraid it's too late for you to help yourself. Cut it out, will you? Cut it out. Let me worry about my own soul. If it's damned, then I'll be the one to suffer, not you. Well, he was dead. Nobody knew about it except Wilson. I knew he wouldn't tell. At least I thought he wouldn't. I don't know why, but I just knew. There was only one other person in the whole of my life. That was you, Sal. You were in the way, and I had to get rid of you. Took me some time to plan around. Right after midyear, how could I forget? I was alone in the room with you, Sal. I was going to the second floor. Stop that shuffling, will you, Bill? I got to shuffle him. Gonna play some two-handed set with Wilson.
I'm nervous enough waiting for the mid-year report.
You'll pass. No worries.
If I don't pass, what happens to me then? I got $1,000 left. Not enough to pay for any full year's course anywhere in the country.
What makes you so sure you're flunk?
You know what?
Still thinking of horror?
Sure, I'm still thinking of it. Day and night. Well, if there's a decent chord in you somewhere, why don't you go to her and tell her the truth?
Why don't you? Hello, Charlie. How you doing? What time you got here, Wilson? Sorry, I hate to keep you waiting. Have a seat. What do you want to play for? You're in. Well, how about a $5 limit? Want to sit in on a hand, Charlie?
No, thanks. I couldn't.
Being a stud would be good for you. Take your mind off your troubles.
The stakes are sort of high.
Or maybe you'll win some money. Heaven knows you need it.
Okay. Well, I might sit in for a while.
Cut the deal, Danny. It might win you some luck.
You ever lose, Bill?
Not very often, old boy. Not very often. Want to bet again? Now, I got $600.
That's it. Now it's better. Good, I gotta win. Gotta. Let's double the stakes.
Double it, triple it. Any way you want, Charlie, old boy. $3 Bill. Not up to me to tip. I'm the winner. It's up to Charlie. How about it, Charlie?
You haven't got much choice, have I? And flat, but
Well, that's tough luck, Charlie. That's real tough luck.
you've got my girl. You've got my money. You've got everything, haven't you, Bill?
just everything.
You couldn't gamble if you can't afford it. Come on, Charlie. I got that check. For the full amount, $1,108.
I haven't got that much money in the world, and you know.
Give me $1,000 then. I'll take an option on that empty soul of yours for the rest. What's the matter? You gonna welt?
I don't well. Where's the pen?
There it is, Charlie. Look at store. Give it to me. Take it out nice and clear, huh? That's the boy.
Here you are.
Thanks, Charlie.
Where are you going, Charlie?
As far away from here as I can get. I'm going to get a job. A good, honest job. Someday I'll be back. And I won't forget you here. I'll never forget you, no matter how long I live. Someday I'm going to get even.
Keep your shirt on, Charlie.
If you'll pardon me, it was not
Nice work, Bill. Keeping an even score.
What are you talking about, Wilson?
The creases up your sleeve. And the cards from the bottom of the deck.
Tell me, why didn't you tell us?
Other eyes are wrong. Many others.
So I cheated, Charlie. Didn't even know it. In that town, there was clear sailing for me. All the way. Yeah, clear sailing. Right to the altar. Almost to the altar.
except one thing. The two didn't know so. One little thing. I left at the Trinity House that night, but I didn't leave town. I went to Aura's house and I told her the full story.
Charlie, this isn't a new story to me. All along I've known Bill's pretty rotten. I'm in love with him. I'm horribly in love. You know what I mean?
I know exactly what you mean.
I'm fascinated by him. And this is something almost appalling about him. Good, urging. Sometimes I wish I'd never met him.
You'd have been better off.
And then again, I'd die without him.
That's my answer.
Thank you.
It's all right, all right. Someday I'll be back. When you need me. I don't mind being an old fool. I'll be back.
The right touching thing. If you still got a chance, Charlie, if that doctor doesn't say it soon.
But you still haven't told me who... Bill, what happened tonight?
Well, I graduated from college. You and I became engaged. And we sent out the invitations for this ball tonight to all my old friends, even to Wilson, one man I didn't want to see. I was standing in the ballroom a little while ago, watching Wilson he was in the doorway tonight. However, I felt drawn to it. I had to go there, even though I didn't want to. I walked in, closed the door behind me. Hello, Bill. What do you want?
You know what I've come for.
Why don't you turn on the light?
Are you afraid of the dark, Bill?
What are you talking about?
The world you know will be dark forever.
Are you trying to threaten me?
I don't think I have to threaten you. You threaten yourself by your mere existence.
Who are you, anyway, William Wilson?
Don't you know, dear?
Stop looking at me that way.
Think back. Think back a long way. Remember that. Remember her screams and your laugh? Remember when Polly said, I warned you. I've warned you many times. And I never told her. Do you know why?
I don't care why.
Think hard, Bill Wilson, think hard. I'm the only one who knows the secret. I'm the only one that can you and suspect in the world. You carry a gun, don't you? Don't you?
What's the difference if I do?
Well, no.
Love you.
only be one William Wilson.
There's never been more than one William.
I'm wounded. I aimed a gun at you. At you, Wilson. Wilson. Wilson, where are you? Huh? Let's get out. You don't have to believe me. It's true.
Yes, but Dr. Bennett.
Just lie still, son. Don't try to move.
Oh, I don't feel sick, Doctor. I'm just a paralyzed, you know what I mean?
Let's have a look at this.
Hey, Doctor, how bad am I?
Just lie still. Yeah.
Doctor, this is just a sudden pain, Doctor. Doctor, I've been fine before, but...
There is too much. Pull it large and over hot. Working is nothing. It's too much fun.
If you hadn't talked, Doctor, would you?
No, my dear. You must have had a lot on his conscience to have held up this long. William Wilson, I'm waiting. Come along, dear. Waiting to use it. Waiting for the two halves of the soul can be reunited. Come along. Take my hand. Your hand. So bright. You're very young, dear. I see. It's a long journey. Awfully long journey. On the road back. From the time-worn pages of the past, we have brought to you William Wilson. There it is there. Hold the bell. Out of the past, phantoms of a world gone by, speak again their immortal tale. A chasm in the desert.
Have you ever noticed how very much of woman is like? The Indians, no doubt, is deep inside. Very much. Any man of us, there's only one man of my experience who saw a peace turn into a woman. He was a Frenchman by the name of Gaston Monod. It all started in Upper Egypt. The solemnest soldiers of the French Foreign Legion were on the march to join their eastern flank. After 3 months of marching and fighting guerrilla fashion, this particular group came to a small Arab village named Belahiba. Strangely enough, in that isolated, dirty village, there was one white woman. You have no idea what a white woman looks like to a soldier who's been on the march for months. And this one, well, she was no ordinary woman. She was lithe and supple, like a desert hunter. Her skin was tanned by the sun, and her hair was heavy and brown with gold light. And her eyes, they were the most amazing particle. They were large yellow orbs remote and bright. She stood in the narrow street watching the column of soldiers march by, and then glided out from the heap of waiting laborers, and brushed one soldier's shoulder with her hand, just hand shoulder, and turned and then, "What do you want?" I can be court-martialed for talking to you.
Very important to me.
Now, I'll meet you later. Please go back.
Later? Midnight tonight? You tell me I will die. Don't tell me.
Midnight, then. Where?
At the end of the farm. Where you went to the city.
Go quickly before you're killed.
Why?
Halt! I can't be obligated to the city. You understand? Come on.
Wasn't she a beauty?
What are you talking about, Gaston? I did not see anybody.
The white girl, the one who talked to me.
Gaston, have you lost your mind completely? Nobody talks to you.
But the woman who whispered to me.
Woman? Just a group of natives in a strange fancy.
You've quite an eye for women, Michelle. But you missed this one. And time to see her again. Tonight.
And so it was that night when the moon was yellow in the sky. Just on situation. Walked in from my front door. Saw the girl coming into the farm. But blended with destiny was something more. Something inside. Those cold, flushed yellow eyes. Something that seemed
Come.
Just one Monet. And yours?
In your eyes.
Oh, you're the first decent thing I've seen in months.
Am I?
Tell me, why did you ask me, out of all of the others, to meet you here tonight? I mean, it's this strange, isn't it?
Perhaps it is fate. Besides, I'm in trouble. I'm stranded here. Set out in the kitchen with some friends.
Friends?
Your friends from France, we were attacked and they were killed. And if it's believable and true, I can't stand it with you.
But how can I help you?
You are brave and strong. You could take me to a coastal city and then I could save us all.
Civilization? But I can't forget my outfit and just leave suddenly into the desert. Besides, we have no provisions.
I've stayed for a long time waiting for just such a one as you. And it's only a simple 3 weeks, 4 days more.
I should like to help you very much in any way I can, but... Oh, confound it, that's desertion. I just can't, woman.
If you leave me here now, I will die. I will die.
It was warm out that evening. Warm. And the desert moon plays tricks with a man's mind. And the girl knew was more important to Gaston than the country, to the army, or the strength. And so they left together in the dead of the night. They strode up the Hallow there, into the desert, and alone the desert, just enough provisions to make their way to the coast. And so the night passed and turned into morning, and that day passed and turned into another. And back in the village of Hallow, Lieutenant Michel reported Monet's absence to Major Duval. The alarm was given, the barracks was ready. Michel reported yes, sir. The entire city was silent. I'm afraid, sir.
Sir, I thought so. There's someone there never was army material. He'll never get away.
This is like a giant, I guess. Not up there. The sandstorm. They have started here.
Oh, forget it. Blasted young men who join the foreign service and expect to be uplifted. What do they think war is? If desert, and then they expect you to send out a searching party to look for them. All right. Do me that. You 4 men get your provisions from headquarters and start out the post. Try to head him off. You can reach the coast before he does.
Where will we join you, sir?
Orders will be waiting for you on the coast. That's all, Lieutenant Duval.
Thank you, sir. So the third party started under the leadership of Lieutenant Michel. Gaston, Monet, and Lyon were miles ahead. Camping for the night under the yellow moon, completely unaware that they were being followed. Gaston looked at the earth and breathed in like the air.
People like you in me. And in my arms, they came from nowhere. Just as you came from nowhere.
Are you trying to pry into my secret?
No, I was just looking at you. You're so incredibly lovely.
I'm glad.
Mignon, we're about 3 days' march from the sea. We're only 2 days away from another native village. I could get work there, and we could get married. And settle down. We'd be there 5 years or so, and then we'd return to France. The army would have forgotten about me by then, and I'd get a good job. I'd make you proud of me.
Buried out here for another 5 years, honestly, Gaston.
But you wouldn't be buried. You'd be with me. Just the 2 of us together. I'm frightful in love. If you loved me, you wouldn't treat me the way you do.
If I loved you, I probably wouldn't.
But you chose me out of all the others.
And now, if you don't mind, let's
Because I'll be on the march tomorrow night. March. Sleep and march. 3 more days, and then give myself up to the authorities.
probably spend a few days in the guardhouse. Nothing more for the killers.
The Army calls it desertion, you know. There's only one punishment for desertion.
What is that?
You know very well what it is. Death.
That is very wonderful. Of
Don't you care what happens to me?
course, that's the way. What can I do? What is that?
Oh, it's desert land. Don't worry. You won't come near us, not while the fire is going.
Beautiful fire. But a woman loves it.
Good night. You know.
Such a hurt way to take it.
It is just satisfying. The fire sleeps. Nice and soft again. Eyeing the boy and the girl, he steps toward the fire unafraid, rising up the boy into his large yellow hood and dropping his arm. And it's too tasty. The fire dies down. The morning sun goes over the sun, and there goes all peace. Don't whatever you do now. Any sudden action will frighten on you. You'll spring on it. Move your left arm very slowly toward the right. One shot. You try to hand it to me.
I wonder why she stands there looking at me.
She's coming closer.
You're like a great father.
You're about to go in and quick at closer. You can't see the first place range. She would never give me time to take aim.
Look at her. Sitting right next to you.
Oh. She licked my arm. I believe she wants to make friends.
What are you going to do?
Pat her. I believe she'd allow me to. There. There you are. You're a beautiful creature. Beautiful.
Great hunger.
Yes. Yes, she likes it. I believe you've got a pattern in your...
You purr at me now and turn on you at the first opportunity.
Yes. Women and beasts are very much alike. They make friends of you and then they turn on you, don't they? Look. She's allowing me to play with her ears.
What are we going to do?
Nothing. Not now at any rate. Just because enough to frighten her. As soon as she goes any distance from us, I'll be able to take some kind of aim and shoot her. Look at her, Nina. Do you notice anything?
Such a lovely specimen.
Lovely, yes. Lovely. And she looks like you.
But like me. Nonsense. What?
It's true. Look at her eyes. Yellow like yours. Deep like yours. Cool and cold. Predatory like yours.
Just so I tell you it's nonsense.
I'm over there, Nina. Try to make a friend of her. I want you to help her. Just as I'm doing. Try it. Try it, yes.
No, I'm afraid that's not.
It's nice to see you afraid of something. I said try it again.
No, I won't.
I said try it again. Did you hear me?
You bit my arm.
It's like you, Nina. I wonder why. What? She'll allow me to stroke.
Just don't do it.
Are you frightened, my dear? Why this animal won't hurt you? Beautiful creature, aren't you? You don't like me, man, do you? Or perhaps you do like her. To test the sharpness of your claws.
Don't talk about it, Gaston. You don't know what you're doing. You have no idea. You have no idea.
Am I frightening you?
I have only one chance to be a woman, a real woman, a chance to go to a civilized country, a chance to break away from them. But my brother still loves me, or I must return with him. I lied to you before, Gaston. I lied to you when I said I came to tell Hallow with an expedition. I was born here just as he was born here. And then the gift of the people. Yes, the gift of you, and I'm sorry, please, Gaston, please.
There in the blazing sun, neon big Gaston still the painter. Gaston insisted all three had his head close together. Why, he never knew. It was as if some power stronger than himself was. Beautiful sweet speaker followed the light of the time swimming up to the blood hand, body against his leg, his brows, bearing her tongue to the air. The night began to see over the sun like some monstrous dark hand. Can't hear me now.
Here in the desert.
Poor little girl. How about you? You can stay out the blanket and food. I'll get some water.
You don't leave me alone with her, please.
She won't get you if you leave her alone.
Oh, you don't know what you're saying.
I'll be back directly. The water's only some half-mile away. Call for help if you need any.
Gaston, please,
What
Gaston.
are you afraid of? I said I'd be right back, and the animal might follow me.
But she's not following you. She's staying
Still, she
here.
won't hurt you. You've got the gun just in case.
Gaston, please. You don't know what they're doing.
I like to see you fight. You will take sure of yourself. I protect you.
My spirit of these places gone. Why do you look at me like that? God, my eyes, my soul. No. Stay where you are until I get an aim. A perfect aim. No, no, no.
Mignon, back. Leave her alone, lady. I said leave Mignon alone. That's the girl. There, beautiful. Mignon. You were a fool, Mignon, a fool. She wouldn't have hurt you if you hadn't tried to shoot her.
I'm so frightened. So like me. And you wanted to kill me. You wanted more. More of a human soul in that animal body. Waiting for me. Watching, waiting for me to die.
Quiet.
Why I was so anxious to get away from the desert. You will. You will.
Little lady, you killed her, and I'll kill you. Yes, kill you for taking the only thing I love. Yes, I'll kill you.
Where are you? You're dead. You're dead, aren't you? But I heard you laugh. Or was it the panther? Mignon, your laugh came from the throat of the panther. Can it be the blending soul? The soul of a woman in a beast? Kill the panther. Then I kill you. For you live in her, little lady. And you are Mignon. Come here. Come over here, my darling. Yes, Mignon. Now I never have to return to the coast. I'll return to the little native village and you'll be my pet. You'll never leave me now, will you? Will you, Mignon? My beautiful creature. You're wounded, aren't you? A bullet through your soul. Will you let me fix it? Yes. Lie still, Mignon. It won't hurt you much. It's just a flesh wound in your soul. There. Take out that cotton and put it in water. No, beautiful lady, it won't hurt. It won't hurt at all. Just another minute. There you go. It's a nice, clean wound. How does it feel? No. The shell of a woman with one soul of Mignon. Here in the sun. It was. The panther lay lazily in the sun, while left on by the 10 degrees of the body that was seen on. The sun really sitting in the orange day. Panther was knocking in there back and first notice plodded on in the sea over the great rise of the Sun Mountain. It's going to be safe if it goes down. Come along, man. I know you are tired, but we will soon catch up with him. And you know, Lieutenant Richter, he might be gone 10 different directions. We meet him out here, we will take him on the boat. Yankee is only one route. Away we go. Don't you think he knows we're searching for him, sir? He left in too much of a hurry. But he did not think about anything. I always thought Gaston liked the army. Yes, you can never tell what a man is. I always say, cherished la femme. You cannot say where is the la femme. And he's not a woman within 30 to 40 miles of Galaiba. You don't know Gaston Monet. Stop talking nonsense. You sound like you know more than you're saying, Lieutenant. And maybe I do. Tell me, John, you made a complete search of Galaiba. Was there any record of a white woman living there? No, sir. Nobody ever seen a white woman in Galaiba. Was anybody else reported missing in the river? No, nobody. Just a pet panther that one of the natives owned. Where is his Kurban? For miles ahead of him, cutting off the northern Mississippi, Gaston Monet and the six sunset set to the sand, retracing their steps to a halfway mark, getting away from the coast, away from the world of civilization. 4th year of the journey was almost at home. Mignon! We must make camp again. The sun is setting, and night comes fast over the desert. We've only a little food left. You're hungry, aren't you? Well, beautiful lady, here you are. How is that? You and Mignon. Mignon, what were you here? Where did you come from? What happened to that truly distorted mind of yours? So much the beast. So very much a woman. Are you laughing at me now? Yes, I don't blame you. It is funny loving you so much. Loving you and you're being so very far away, yet so close. Are you content now, darling? Content to stay with me forever? Please be content. Try hard to find happiness. You would never have been happy in France or in any other part of the world. And I'll take care of you for the rest of your life. What is that? Another panther? Is that one of your kinsmen? Mignon, you can't leave me, little lady. Please, please, I take care of you. Don't leave me, please, don't leave me. I'll kill you if you leave me. You can't leave me, no, no. Come here. I'll hold you here, and you'll never get away. You won't leave me. Mignon, don't pull away like that. Oh! Go. Where's my knife? Where is it? No, I told you I'd kill you if you tried, and I will. The knife. There! Darling, yes, you're relieved. Please come back to me. Please come back to me. Don't leave me alone at the station. You'll never go back to your panther friend. Never, darling. Never.
That low speed in the wind being really strong. Just on turn toward the fading sun, his face too fury, trained by friends, and walking away from the beach, he looked toward the sky. Then falling face forward on the sand, he lay under the hot desert sun. Toward evening, as the sun set in the sky, four men searching party reached the blood-stained sand.
Look, the panther. There. That's it. But just behind you. That's all.
That Salmonet's been dead for well over 12 hours.
Yes. The panther's body got a nice wound, and the whole body absolutely unharmed.
Funny, eh?
Not too funny.
I wonder if that's the pet panther that disappeared.
Probably. Yeah. Never mentioned that it's report to Riverside. Just like because due to insanity.
Insanity?
Yes, sir. Insanity. Caused by every night.
From the time-worn pages of the past, we have brought again the immortal tale, a passion in the desert. Bells, toll the bells. Out of the past, phantoms of a world gone by speak again their immortal tale. Mateo Elko.
My name is Mateo Falcone. My wife, my son, and myself live on a small farm in the hill country of Texas. At least we did live there until we were betrayed by our own blood brothers. You see, the Falcones are a large family. Over there to the west is my brother, Jonathan, and adjoining this farm, the Rostano. Lorna Rostano and her husband are the only outsiders in this part of the country. And the trouble which has haunted my days and nights started that household. The countryside was filled with the desolate stillness that creeps over the valleys in the early part of the morning. Lorna opened her kitchen door and called to her husband.
Oh, Carlo! Oh, my God!
Yes, Rostano was dead. Lorna found him sprawled across the matting on the floor, with a peculiarly carved, corseted knife thrust into his heart. And the blood that poured from that wound caused more blood to spill in the hills of Fox. Lorna's cries soon aroused the curiosity of the neighbors, and it was Theodore Bamba, my fifth cousin on my wife's side, who was sheriff in this part of the country, who was called in to investigate Rostano's untimely end. He at home knew nothing of the tragedy that had occurred that night. My wife married,
My son Fortunato and myself were seated at the dinner table prior to eating. Fortunato was present.
Is the world round, Father?
Of course the world is round, Fortunato.
What's the red Mateo?
Here you are, Maria.
If the world is round, why don't you slide off of it? Mateo,
That's not nonsense, Maria. It's a good question, son.
you have not given me a good answer, Father. You see, Mateo, you see. He's insolent. He thinks that your brother's a meddler. Oh, this could that be if this horrible man
Stop complaining, Maria. Complaints are lost on the ears of God.
You're not wrong, Maria. Hello, Mateo.
Hello, Gamba. Come in. Won't you share a cup of milk with us?
I'd be honored, Mateo. Hello, son.
Good morning, Cousin Gamba.
What new ideas do you have in that mind of yours today?
Ideas? Ideas.
That son of yours, Mateo, he thinks of one thing and one thing only. Money. A great deal of money.
Money is necessary.
Fortunato is right, son. But honor comes first, as it does with all the platforms.
How about that, Fortunato? What comes first with you? Money or honor?
Your question is foolish, Cousin Gamba.
Good answer, son. Good answer. Here's your milk, son. One would think I was a poor provider the way you complain in front of guests, Maria. You are not here on a fool's errand, Gamba. What brings you at this hour of the morning?
Who's there? Reed knows. I'm here on a rather sad mission. Your brother Ganetto is wanted for murder.
Hospital.
Yeah, perhaps. And it does seem impossible that Ganetto could be capable of killing himself. But the authorities believe he killed his neighbor Rossano. And Rossano's wife Lorna reported to me.
I do not believe it, Gamba.
Believe it or not as you will. But I have on me a warrant to kill Ganetto on sight.
Without a trial, Gamba?
He was given 24 hours to surrender himself to his court. And he refused.
But why? Oh, there is a mistake of some sort.
Mistake, eh? No mistake. Ganetto has escaped into the hills. He's hiding somewhere near here. And that spells guilt to me.
Ganetto, you'll get us all into trouble.
Not necessarily. If you see him, it is your duty to turn him over to the authorities.
Duty, Cousin Gamba. I thought the duty of every Falconer may be his friend, not to the authorities.
Some of the old courtship and customs are outmoded for tonight.
Father, you once told me that I was something very important, and without a Falconer,
And so it is, my son.
You're a liar. But you don't fool me. You wear your honor on your sleeve. Not in your heart as your father does.
Oh, enough of this nonsense, Gamba.
As you wish, Mateo. I just dropped in to warn you. All of you. If you should see Ganetto, turn them into the proper authority.
of course, Cousin Gamba.
Good day, son.
Maria! Maria! I have the horses here. Hurry, woman! Oh, stop that foolishness, son.
But I like to put them out there, Father.
Play, Doctor. Play.
Father,
Yes.
if I could see Uncle Ganetto, what could I do?
Do, son. Follow the dictates of your conscience. A Falcone cannot go wrong. Yes, Maria, all ready, waiting for you.
Be sure and mind the house. I'll mind it well, I won't go near the haystack all day. Yes, Mother. Yes, very well,
There you are, my dear. I'll be a good boy, Fortunato. You will be back this evening.
Goodbye, Father.
Get up. Get up. is calling Mateo? Jeanette. Are you crazy, woman? My own brother.
But you're endanger your own life, Mateo.
Stay here, Maria. I will take care of this alone. I've been waiting just for you ever since dawn. Have you, brother?
Stop that. Mateo, you've heard the news by now.
The whole countryside has heard.
I'm innocent. So help me. There's a plot against me.
A plot? But why? By whom?
That's Gamba, of course. He wants my farm. He wants to be in direct descent to the South Pony land. So he planned a scheme so cleverly, so clever. Gaspano's wife, Lorna, actually believes I killed Rasta.
Come. Yes, that could very well be.
That Gamba's clever, Mateo. Clever as a fox.
Why did you not surrender to the authorities? Gamba has a warrant for you now. Shoot to the sight.
With Gamba politically influential and calm, fine chance I'd have.
Isn't there any way to prove your innocence?
I don't know. I haven't had time to think.
You easily believe me, Mateo.
Don't.
Of course, Jenny. Of course.
What will I do? Where will I go?
The whole countryside is awake. We will have police going back to Fortunato is a Falcone.
Lie, Mateo.
You see how that is. Go back to the farm. Let's go slowly and carefully. Boy, the pipe is on till you return.
I don't trust him, Mateo.
It's the only way, Jenny. It's the only way. I return to you now. Somebody is sure to see it. Gamba and his crew will be on you like a swarm of bees.
Of course, sir. It's frightening. And please, when the thing is not to be.
Hello, Uncle Jennifer. I've been expecting you. I've been betting with myself about how long it would be before you appeared.
Quick, before somebody shoots.
I do. Now, isn't that against the law, Uncle Jennifer? You wouldn't want a bambino like me to break the law.
Your father. Make me different.
Your father trusted you, Uncle, and you became a murderer.
You are a disgrace to the name of Falcone.
Do you try calling me Kevin Black?
Will you hide me for Fortunato, did you hear?
I heard you. I've been late. How do you mean I want to hear something? I wonder if it's worth it.
Work your own sins for me. The neighbors are searching for me. They have been all morning. Your father hears of this Fortunato.
Maybe you'll never hear it. That is, if you were to make me an offer, a big business deal.
I'll offer you 5 cents.
5 francs. You don't value your life very much, Uncle Jennifer.
20 francs, Fortunato. That's all I have.
Come along, all of you. We will search the place.
Fortunato, please, please. The neighbors are coming close. Please, Fortunato, you can't hold me down now.
Not worth it.
Look, I have 100 francs note, Fortunato.
100 francs.
Yes, that's all I have.
Give it to me.
Here you are.
Come on, over here.
It's not.
Come on, quickly. I'll replace me starting a kitten right on top of you. Hurry.
Here.
Right on top of him like a kitten. It looks as if it will never be good. Are you comfortable, Uncle Jennifer?
Look at these bushes. The bushes and the man. We are quite good. All right. Only one man can go and grab and fight this.
I was more comfortable. Shall I play a little music when we come in? You deserve a little music for your 100 francs, Uncle? Hear you? Of course they'll hear me. I want them to. Don't you want them to hear me, Uncle Jennifer? Don't you?
shame on you, Mitchell. Sending Janetto back to your home. You do not realize what you're doing.
Attend to your work, Maria. Let us not have any more discussion about Janet.
Oh, you fool, you fool. You do not realize what the consequences of this might be. If Janetto is caught, we will become then guilty.
Not if we can prove he's innocent.
Innocent, indeed. I wouldn't put murder past Janetto. I wouldn't put anything. He's a lazy, good-for-nothing dreamer, that's what he is, Mateo. Never done an honest thing.
You don't understand him, Maria. He's an idealist. We need more people like him in the world.
Idealist, Ricky. Idealist. Rather than turning that lazy, good-for-nothing, you endanger your own poor child. What will happen to Fortunato if you're not found? What will happen then, my husband?
Fortunato is a smart boy. Janetto will not be found.
Well, I will not send.
What do you intend to do, Maria? I wouldn't try that, Maria. You might force me to do something I would decide to. A woman without honor cannot be my wife.
Honor. You believe in honor before your own safety.
I believe in honor above all things, Maria. You understand? Work until the sun is down. Pretend that the day is spent.
Fortunato! Come down from that haystack. You're going to listen to boy now. He's right, Rosa. Well, I'll not have this car make a fool of me, neighbors.
I do not want to do what God has done already, Cousin Gamba.
Don't do that.
Gamba, Cousin. Tom, don't cry. I swear to you upon my honor, I know nothing of my Uncle Janetto.
Your honor, Fortunato. What honor?
The same honor as yours, without criminal. Or do you pride your own honor so little that you is mine?
You three, over in the corner, face the farmhouse. Completely legal, go ahead. Let it down with this, it must be all right.
Oh, don't look at the time. The soft skeletons won't like it. So much trouble for one man, Gamba.
If you talk, little cousin, there wouldn't be so much trouble. Ah, perhaps there are too many people around, eh?
I care nothing about people, since I don't know where Janetto is.
All of you, around the house and leave. I want a few words alone with this child. Will you be all right alone here, Gunda? Quite all right. Well, come along, everybody. Come on. I'm wasting your time.
Shall I play a tune to amuse you, Cousin Gamba?
No, thanks.
I'll play anyway.
Listen to me, Fortunato. Come down off that haystack. I want to talk a little business with you. You're a businessman, aren't you, Fortunato? Now, you and I have made deals before, son. I like you, Fortunato. And I'm sure you like me. I could offer you a lot of money, Fortunato. An awful lot of money. If you tell me where Janetto is hidden.
Don't stand so close to me, cousin. You've been eating garlic.
Stop playing that foolish. 50 francs is a good price, Fortunato. 100 francs?
Even if I knew where my uncle is, I wouldn't sell for that.
Well, what would your price be?
Yay, cousin. Yay.
Come. 200 francs?
You haven't got 200 francs on you.
Then you know where Janetto is, huh?
No, I was just curious to see 200 francs.
Very well. I haven't got 200 francs on me, but I could get them.
From who?
I can give you 100 francs in my gold watch. How about it, Fortunato?
Your gold watch is worth nothing.
It's worth 200 francs.
Let me borrow 200 francs on it.
I will. And then will you tell me where Janetto is?
Who knows, cousin? Who knows?
I'll be back in a few minutes. Fortunato, in a very few minutes.
Not worry, Fortunato. I right. You let her in. You can get her.
I am worried. So worried.
Come to your work, Maria. The sun is almost down. Soon you can go home.
Oh, Maria, tell me now. Refuse an echo.
What interest is it of yours, Lon?
Gamba claims the echo killed my husband, but it was a lie. An awful lie. You've got to stop Gamba.
What is this?
Put your pen on. Listen, Mateo. Early this morning,
Yes.
I found my husband. My poor guy, he's dead. And I said it inside. So I called Gamba, and he said the knife was dead there, so
Gamba.
I was halfway through the had a meeting. Until this afternoon, I took the knife to town to the store where it was bought. The storekeeper swears it belongs to Gamba.
Are you sure?
I'm positive. But I've been such a fool. We've got here with kissing now. Kissing.
Come along, Maria. Lorna,
Anything that's happened to them, that's all. Myself.
climb into the wagon. Quick, both of you. Leave the beat alone, Maria. We will come back for us later. Here, I will help you up, Lorna. There.
Now, Mateo, hurry. Gamba will kill Gamba before he gets a chance to defend himself.
Now, there we are. Come on, Maria. Speed up. Come on. Speed up.
I only played short, that was enough for his face.
Here comes their cousin Gamba for tonight. And he has 200 francs in his hand. Look up.
300 francs?
Well, Fortunato, here's the money.
Let's see it, cousin Gamba.
Ah, the money for the information. Tell me now where it's connected.
First, allow me to examine the money.
Very well. Here it is.
Looks real.
It is real.
200 francs. That's a lot of money, eh, cousin?
Some men work all their lives for that much money and never see it.
But then I didn't have to work all my life. The Falcons have money. My father said land is the only wealth in the world.
Your father. Matteo Falcone says many things. Are you or aren't you going to tell me where Canetto is?
Why, Mike?
Here's the extra money, boys. You no more know where Canetto is hidden tonight.
No. I'll keep the money. Gennaro was giving enough. Mama!
Fortunato! It's Fortunato! He's dead! Look at him! Fortunato dead! What happened to him? Happened? I don't know. He was about to tell me where Janetto was when he was struck dead. Heaven was his husband. Gamba, this is heaven's answer to a child without honor. Yes. Stop it! Stop all of you! This is a trick. A trick, I tell you. The boy died of natural causes. So listen to me, neighbors. Listen to me. God is responsible. You didn't see the boy die, but I did. I saw him, and there was nothing strange about it. Nothing. I got the thought, and it was natural and normal. Oh! I was in spells, shooting in my yard, Gamba. Matteo, come here quickly! Matteo, for calling me. Now, put trouble now! You will not talk me so loud because in Gamba when you hear what Lorna Rossano has to say to you. Lorna Rossano? Yes, Lorna Rossano.
Listen to me, neighbors. You listen to me.
What's come over you, Lorna?
Yes, he's done. Neighbors, Janetto did not kill my husband. Gamba did it. Gamba did it. I have proof of it here.
You lie, Lorna.
No, I don't lie, Gamba. I'll give you your lie, your thief. I traced the knife which killed my husband from the storekeeper, and that knife belongs to you.
Out of my way, Maria!
Get away. Take him again. Kill him. Don't let that man escape. Now Gamba's dead. Kill him, Fortunato. The
He is over there lying on the haystack, Maria.
I didn't see him. I'm so well.
Later, Maria. Fortunato was about to betray the hiding place of the night watch. God struck him.
No Falcone ever betrayed his own family. Donato! Donato! Yes, brother. I was thinking that here, our neighbors' lives, if we don't know not, they lives, don't they? No, Matteo. They tell the truth. Fortunato accepted 200 francs to betray my hiding place. I was forced to use this knife.
Don't kill my son, Donato. Don't kill my son. My boy, my son,
Look at the money flashing in your brother's hand.
I see, brother. There never was a Falcone without us. Maria, leave the dead child alone. We will have no son.
Of the past, we have brought you a story of Matteo Santos. Bellkeeper, hold the bell. Out of the past, phantoms of a world gone by speak again their immortal tale, the man without a country.
Philip Nolan, officer in the pay of the United States Army. I have so many memories of Philip Nolan. I think I was the only friend he ever had. I think I was the only man who really knew him during his whole incredible lifetime. I knew what he suffered when his boy's dreams turned into a living nightmare. And it all started with me. Philip Nolan was 20 years old or so, and he conceived a bad case of hero worship for Aaron Burr. Philip and I were stationed together at camp. We were in the Legion of the West, and it was then, in the year 1805, we had become close friends. I remember one particular evening that Philip and I were strolling down the valley together. Philip was
Here at this camp tonight, and I can think of you. That's a man for you, Hale, a real man. You know what they say about him? He's going to break away from the United States. An army behind him, an empire before him. You know what? I'd enlist behind Aaron Burr and follow him straight to hell for the next year. I wonder if I could enlist him. I'll ask him tonight. That's what I'll do. Tonight.
That was a great day for poor Nolan. As soon as Burr arrived, he sent him. Nolan responded immediately. He ran from barracks all the way to the great man's room. He knocked on the door. And in a frenzy of impatience, waited. He didn't know it then, but he was waiting for a living death. A living death.
Mr. Nolan. Well, sir, been a long time since I've seen you.
Mr. Burr, I've written you repeatedly, time and time again. I thought when you didn't answer, you forgot.
Forgotten you?
Please, no. Come in, boy. No, I haven't forgotten you. Nolan, I need you. I see a plan. You will do it.
Plan for me?
Yes, indeed.
Sir, is it true what they say?
Well, Nolan, that depends on what they say. You can tell me that.
You're starting a new army? You're out for empire to set yourself up over Mexico?
You haven't gathered that much of it. Well, Nolan, don't spread that rumor around. But between you and me...
You and me? No, Mr. Fur. Sir,
Nolan, you're a good man. How'd you like to take me out to your ship and show me the changes? Or cockpit? I've always been interested in the terrain.
Or, it's impossible.
Better we'll talk about that in a bit. Time enough out there. Yes, there was time enough to talk about it last. By the time that sail was over, poor Nolan was enlisted in Aaron Burr's team, body and soul. What that team was, not with anybody else. But that's not important. No. It held true. And every man of that group was arrested. Nolan was tried for treason. The big fellow, the ringleader, escaped, but not Nolan. Nolan was taken before a military court. Old Colonel Morgan was presiding. Hours had passed. The evidence against Nolan was piling up. His own commanding officer was saying,
Nolan, do you deny that you are a traitor to the United States? Mr. Nolan, can you deny you agreed to march anywhere at any time under the command of the traitorous Aaron Burr, even if he had commanded you to march against your own country, to march against the United States?
no, I don't deny it.
Mr. Nolan, as presiding judge, I want to ask one question before the gentlemen of this court will judge you. Have you anything to say in defense of yourself? Can you prove that you have always been faithful to the United States of America?
Damn the United States! I wish I may never hear of the United States again!
yes, Nolan said, damn the United States. He had no way of realizing the consequences. I'm not trying to justify Nolan. I'm just saying that the United States wasn't a reality to him. The only thing he cared about was Burr, Aaron Burr. So he said, damn the United States. Old Colonel Morgan called the court. Returned in 15 minutes with a face white. He just stood and stared. Then the voice was
Nolan, hear the sentence. The court has decided, subject to the approval of the President, Mr. Jefferson, that you never hear the name of the United States again. Mr. Marshal, take the prisoner to New Orleans in an armed boat and deliver him to Captain Shaw of the Nautilus. See that no one mentions the name of the United States to the prisoner. My respects to Captain Shaw and request him to carry out my orders. You will receive written orders from Washington to explain this in detail. The court is adjourned.
I don't care, Colonel Falk, and I tell you I don't care. I'd say the same thing over and over again. Damn the United States! Damn the United States!
Nolan was taken to New Orleans, placed on board the Nautilus. The ship set out for sea, traveled from New Orleans to the North American coast. It was at dock there that Captain Shaw received intelligence of the proceedings by name. On board ship that evening, they were docked in the harbor. Captain Shaw explained to Nolan. Nolan was still the swaggering youngster then. The old captain released him.
Well, Mr. Nolan, word has come through from your former country's president.
From what?
Yes, Mr. Nolan.
What is the happy word?
You're a man without a country, Mr. Nolan.
Without a country?
The court has sentenced you to have your wish fulfilled. You will never hear of your country again. You will live on board ship for the rest of your life. You may wear whatever uniform you wish. Sure, they're my own uniform. The buttons that have to stay. Or plain buttons. Why is that? There is the insignia of your ex-country on the button. What? You will remain under guard, of course, to prevent your escape. Yes. But otherwise, you will have the freedom of the ship. And believe me, Mr. Nolan, you will not be exposed to any kind of indignity. Thank you. Thank you.
And so it was that the man without a country sailed the seven seas. He never stayed on one boat for more than a year. He went to Italy. It was 10 years later that he was again shipping out on the Northeast. He was shipping out of England this time, and I'd been sent over from America to England for special research. I was to come back on board the Nautilus myself. So, of course, the very first day at sea, I was called into the captain's cabin.
Hello, Lieutenant Haley. Nice to meet you.
Thank you, Captain.
Sit down, sir. Thank you. I called you into my cabin to talk to you about Philip Nolan. You no doubt know he's on board with this ship.
Yes, I can talk.
He's an old friend of yours, I believe.
Well, yes, in the Western regions, then.
You know the story.
Are they still maintaining silence, Captain?
I'm afraid so. And as long as you're on board my full-time cabin, please never mention that. No news of home, no talk about old times, no word of family. And especially no word of tonight.
Go on.
Whatever you... And, Mr. Freely, be prepared for a shock from the sea. He's free. He's changed a lot more than he is.
Changed. Yes, Captain warned me, but I wasn't prepared for it. Nolan was an old man, 32. He was standing with a guard at the railing of the Nautilus when I approached him. He wheeled around. He stared at me for a moment.
Hale, old boy. It's good to see you. I didn't know. I had no idea.
Philip, hello.
It's been a long time. Oh, it's all right, God. You can leave me alone with Hale.
I'll take full responsibility.
Hale. Look at me. I'm still your old friend, am I not?
Of course, Philip.
Where have you been? What have you done since I last saw you?
I traveled around. Been in England.
England? What happened after you left the Western Legion?
Well,
You what? What thing you did?
I've read a lot of good books.
Look. That's great. You too.
I can't help it.
Have you any idea what I'm going through? From boat to boat, always being shifted, always under guard. Every book I read is carefully edited, whole passages are thrown out of it. I never eat dinner at one table. I'm shifted around all the time. Nobody can stand my company night after night. I've so little to talk about. And I'm so hungry for home. So hungry for news of home, my family, constantly. I want to touch the ground, the land. I want to know what happened to Texas. What did they do to Aaron Burr? Hale, 10 years. 10 years. I was just a boy. I didn't know what I was saying. I didn't know.
Please, Philip, please.
That's fun. See you again. And you're the only person who knows I feel it. I won't mention it.
I know you won't, Philip.
Don't tell anybody. You won't tell anybody.
Of course I will.
4 o'clock. I have a little duty to perform, or
So what's happening?
I read to them the sailors on the right. The only thing I'm allowed to do is they pick the book, I read a chapter.
Oh, that sounds good. Mind if I come along?
Oh, well, we'll go down this hatch over here. Follow me. This way. This way to the cruise quarter. Hello, man. This is Lieutenant Hale.
Hello. How do you do, sir? I
hope you don't mind if I just sit here and listen. What's supposed to be picked out for today? We started the lay of the land commissioner yesterday. Let's finish that. Good idea. Where is it? Here it is, Rick. I've never heard of it. Oh, it's a good poem. I was on the third canto yesterday. Yeah, let's see. Oh, yes. I'll start here. The aged harper, how so ear, his only friend his harp was dear. Like not to hear it rest so high above his flowing poetry. Less like his feeling and foreign country. Despised the land he loved so dear. High was the sound. Thus again, the bard resumed. Read more, Mr. Has anybody got a glass of water for me? My voice is going to go. Thank you. Yes, that's better. Now, the next thing. Quiet over here. Go ahead. Please there a man with soul so dead, who never to himself has said, this is my own, my native land, whose heart, ne'er within him burns, as home, his footsteps he has turned, from wandering on a foreign land. If such there be, go, mark him well, for him no minstrel raptures care. Pride over his title, proud his name, boundless his wealth, as with contain. Despite these titles, power and health, the rest concerted all in self. Sorry, I don't think I feel up to you. Little things like that poem were always touching. Poor Nolan tried to take it all like a man. He stayed below in his cabin for 2 days after that. I didn't want to intrude myself on his mission, so I spent my time talking to the captain and the crew. It was late the second afternoon. Captain Shaw, myself, and Lieutenant Vaughn were standing at the rail. And of course the conversation turned to Nolan. Vaughn, funny thing about Nolan. Never allows anybody to come into his cabin. I wonder why. That's because I don't think we should intrude, Lieutenant. Okay, just curiosity. Hear what the men say about that cabin. And what do they say? Oh, something is full of voodoo tricks and some such nonsense. You know, Captain, if I were you, I'd order him to leave his cabin door open. Since I'm the captain, Mr. Vaughn, that decision is in my hands.
Starting off, board!
Pardon me, gentlemen.
Starting off, board!
Lieutenant Vaughn, Captain, to your post, sir. You'll be pulling alongside the ship to board. Yes, of course, sir. The ship suddenly came to life. We had overhauled a dirty little schooner which had slaves on board. We fired 2 shots across her bow. The little ship struck her color. A boat and officer were sent to board her. There was considerable commotion on the slaver, and we waited patiently. Nolan came on deck, standing at the rail, talking to the captain, when Lieutenant Vaughn returned to report to the captain.
Captain, sir, I can't understand them. Every man on board speaks some strange patois, though some of them speak Portuguese.
Portuguese, eh? Nobody on board here speaks Portuguese.
I do, sir. I've learned to do many things in 10 years of spare time.
You know it, eh? Well, would you oblige by acting as interpreter?
Of course, sir. What am I saying?
Thank you.
Mr. Vaughn. Yes, sir. Have your men remove the handcuffs and the ankle irons from those men slaves in that boat. Very well, sir. Come along, then, Nolan. Lower second lifeboat, folks. The boat was lowered, and we rowed over to the slaver. We stalled in the water for half an hour, giving Vaughn plenty of time to quell any manner of resistance. By the time we boarded the boat, the three-man crew was in deck, and the slaves, free from their handcuffs and ankle irons, were swarming over the deck wild as usual. Nothing. The deck was dirty. The stench from the ship was strong, and the three-man crew, chained to the mainmast, was shouting dire oaths at us as we boarded the side.
Gracias a Dios, estaremos en casa dentro de poco tiempo.
That's those men with their captain. Yes.
Deme su capitão. Aquele ali.
He's the tall man with the red hair. As soon as he knew that he was violating the law of the United States. As soon as he knew that he was violating the law.
The presidente estaba violando a ley de Estados Unidos de América. No say nada.
He knows nothing. Nothing, eh? The rotten scoundrel. Look at the filth of this deck. Look at the way he had the slaves handcuffed. He knew what he was doing, all right. He was dealing in human flesh. Tell the slaves, Nolan, they're free.
Here's our todos. O capitão Star, Marco Nocturus. Good que ya sigas estado todos vivos.
And you can also tell them that their captain will be hanged as soon as I can find enough rope to hang him with.
O capitão Star, tipo Star, será pudida.
Tell them I'll take them to Cape Palmas.
O capitão Star, tipo vocês serão levados no Cabo das Palmas.
What are they saying? They're all shouting at once. Wait till I single one of them out.
Você, venha acá, silencio todos. Citizen estes homens. No queremos ir a Cabo das Palmas. Queremos ir para casa, ver a nossa gente, voltar nossas mulheres e filhos. Cabo das Palmas está muito longe de casa. Meus companheiros estão doentes. Ia no meu barco à procura de doutor. Esses diabos me capturaram. Meu povo morrerá se não vou. Me levaram para Quero ir para casa, para olhar.
They want to go home to their country, to their children, to their wives. The first man wants his kingdom. And the second man, he says his people are sick. Very sick, and that he left his home to get a doctor, and that the devil kidnapped him. He wants to go home. Home. Every man wants to go home. Yes, of course, Nolan. Tell them yes. Tell them that they can go to the Mountain of the Moon if they want to. If I have to sail this schooner through the Great White Desert, they shall go home.
O capitão Star, disco voltarão todos para casa.
So the slavers will return to their homes. And they never forgot the look in the eyes of Nolan, the man who was hurt. The rest of that journey was uneventful. When I left the Nautilus, the harbor of New York, I saw Nolan standing on the deck waving to me and talking. And that was the last I ever saw. But I heard tale after tale of the courageous and self-sacrificing work that he did on board each and every ship he sailed on. And then this morning, I received a letter. A letter after 40 years had passed. A letter from Lieutenant Vaughn. Only he isn't a lieutenant now. He's a captain of his own ship. I opened the letter and started reading. Philip Nolan died before. Never allowed any citizen station to be known until late last night. He died before bed. I got a message from Nolan to come down to see him. I walked into the cabin, looked about for the first time. You know what that cabin contained? A shrine to America. A large American flag. A picture of Washington. A large bronze eagle. A map of the United States he had brought to memory. And Nolan lay on his bed, sickeningly subsistent.
Boy, I know I'm dying. But you see, I have a country. Born, I had a country with me. All these years. In my heart, Born. I died. Surely you can tell me something now. Please. Just something.
Go, Philip. Finish as you are.
Tell me what's wrong. The Mississippi Territory is still the Mississippi Territory.
Nova State now, Nova Mississippi, Missouri.
Yes, I guess Indiana, Michigan, and Ohio. Ohio, the last I knew. I paid 20 years. There are 34 now. Where are the other 14? You haven't set up any of the boats. Oh,
Set up. But I'll put in the new 14 on your neck for you. And there.
Matt, Prophet, Ohio, Illinois, Louisiana. What about Texas? What happened to Texas?
It's Constitution.
What? Now, there's a good American man. Would you hear me say it? American. I said it for in the whole of America, there's not a better American than myself.
Not the death of one of the question. You're a real American. At this last week, if you had gravestone somewhere in the United States, you think you could arrange for that gravestone there. The letter was signed, and surely yours, Richard Warren, Captain United States. And in the churchyard, in his own United States, there is a gravestone in memory of Philip Norton, Lieutenant in the Army. He loved this country as no other man loved it, but no man deserved less at her hand. From the time-worn pages of the past, we have brought to you the story, The Man Without a Country. Bell keepers, hold the bell. Gentlemen of the jury, I have in my hand a manuscript of Dr. Alex Nanette unearthed on the night of February 12, 1761. A manuscript that will provide conclusive proof of the guilt of Charles St. Evermore, accusing him of fraud, murder, and conspiracy. A chain of fantastic events leads to Dr. Nanette's finding of the manuscript, and I would like to describe these events to you now. I, Philippe Gentil, was with Alex Nanette early in the evening. I had dropped by his home in hopes that the credit would join me at a large dwelling being given out by one of the most distinguished barons in all France. Baron Dr. Nanette and I were standing at the doorway of his home. It was exactly 6:45. That I remember because the gas sitting in was just beginning to cloud.
I simply can't come forward. I promised several of my patients that I'd drop by and see them. Who?
The woman I was telling you about. Countess Clarissa St. Evermore.
Ah, your countess, with the mysterious husband. You have what you say she is, Philip N.P. Be just as well if I don't meet her.
Nothing can persuade you?
Nothing. So come along, I'll walk you outside.
If you change your mind,
Send to 12, please send on alert. If I change my mind. Give your account of my duty. That is, if her husband isn't around. So not him. Charles St. Eramond is never around. He's busy on his estate in Normandy. Goodbye, Philippe. Goodbye, Alex. Don't forget. 12, please send on alert. I won't forget, but I can't make it. Oh, must be close to 7 o'clock. Better hurry, I'll never finish my calls tonight. Coffee and food. I have no time for parties.
Dr. Manette.
Yes? Who is it?
Over here, please, in the cottage.
Oh, what do you want?
I'd like to see you for a moment. You are Dr. Manette, aren't you?
Yes, I am, but I don't believe I have the privilege of knowing you.
I have a patient that needs your aid very badly. Won't you please accompany us?
But who are you?
That is unimportant as far as you're concerned, monsieur. Robert.
Yes, General.
Perhaps your pistol can persuade the doctor to join us?
Well, I don't need to be persuaded by force to help save human life.
This is not force, Dr. Manette. Now, if you don't mind, we've a great deal to do this evening. We insist that you have a protection.
I didn't hear, sir.
Very well.
We can handle this all very agreeably, Doctor, if you'll be reasonable. You'll be well paid for your work.
Sure of it.
Are you ready, brother? Quite ready, Robert. All right, brother. I hate to inconvenience you, Dr. Manette. Believe me. But I'm forced to tie this handkerchief around your eyes. I prefer that you do not know where we're taking you, for reasons which are purely personal. I hope you don't mind.
No, go right ahead. Nothing I can do about it, is there?
No, not very much, Dr. Manette. Just sit quietly and the work will soon be over.
Well, Doctor, this is your destination. I'll remove the blindfold from your eyes now.
What was that scream I just heard?
Your patient, Dr. Manette.
We'll take you right upstairs to her now. If you will follow me, Doctor, up the stairs.
The old place, isn't it?
Yes, right over.
Is he alone?
Does it matter?
Sorry. Well, has he been that way so long?
2 days now, Doctor. The screams are as regular as the swing of a pendulum, and we can't quiet her. That is why you're here. These screams are nerve-wracking to myself and to my brother Robert. Oh, it's this door here.
Go right up, sir.
My husband, my father, my brother. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Pay no attention to her chatter, Doctor.
Why are you bound, Professor?
Keep her from going mad.
You think that's to help you from insanity? She's already in the last stage of the brain fever. You don't mind if I untie her, do you?
Mind? Why should I? With all the medicine you might need.
Thank you.
My husband, my father, my brother. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh.
Quiet, my dear. I'll just undo these ties. Most we can hope for is to administer a sedative and keep her quiet. Is this fresh water, Mr. Turner?
Quite fresh, Doctor.
Quite a medical place in here.
Yes, he has. Right.
My husband, my father, my brother. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh.
What do these quiet words mean?
How should I know? Nothing at all.
Well, Doctor, what do you think? I think the girl has been perfectly good and gentlemen. But she is astounded.
If that is your opinion, Dr. Manette, it's best to keep it to yourself.
Here you are, my dear.
No.
What would you suggest we do with her, Dr. Manette?
Can't suggest anything. It's too late.
My husband, my father, my brother. What? Christ from you
the doctor.
Doctor? Remember, the grave, the graveyard.
Wait for you, doctor. You spoke too softly. I couldn't understand you. Well, gentlemen, you waited too long. The young lady is dead.
How unfortunate. Oh, Manette. You remember the doctor's code, do you not?
What exactly are you referring to?
The sanctity of the deathbed confession. Silence with if you repeat anything, please hear. We will take legal recourse to prove that you were responsible for the death of this girl.
You're not threatening me, are you?
Yes. Yes, as a matter of fact, I am. Now, Doctor, if you're ready, my brother will blindfold you and return you to the place we originally found you. And, before you leave, Doctor,
Yes?
I promised you you'd be well paid. And it totals 100 gold pieces.
Thank you. But I only did what was humanly possible.
Robert, see that the Dr. Manette is returned home safely. Driver, hold the carriage. This is where we found you, Dr. Manette. I hope if we should ever meet again, it will be in happier circumstances.
Yes, I hope so.
Good night, Doctor.
Oh, tell me one thing before you leave.
Yes,
How did you know about me?
we've heard a great deal about you, Dr. Manette. Indirectly through a friend of yours. His name, I believe, is Philip Jonty. Good night, Doctor.
Philip John Stevens. I wonder. What was that address you gave me? 12 Eastern Avenue. Look, I'd better walk over there. I wonder... Father, brother, and husband. 12 numbers. Heart.
Dr. Manette walked quickly to number 12 he sent on a... When he arrived, the Baron's pulse was already started with morning. I was seated in the corner with the counsel when Alex rushed in. I introduced him to Clarissa, and he told us the exact story that I had just recounted. I noticed that Clarissa appeared to be pale. Then he said,
I beg of you, Dr. Manette, please forget all about this evening. Forget that you were ever here. Forget that you ever saw this man.
You know who he is?
Please, please. I'm feeling very faint. I'd like to go outside to see this man.
Certainly, Clarissa. Do you mind if I join you?
Oh, not at all. We'll leave the side doors. Is anybody watching?
"Not that I noticed, my dear."
Follow me, gentlemen. Out this way. And shut the doors behind us. Let me warn you, Dr. Manette. Your life is in risk.
Then you know the gentleman, Doctor.
Yes, baby. My husband, his brother, will be here. You see, Felicia told me about the doctor. And yesterday, because I was feeling ill, I asked my husband to come. He was seeing him.
Your husband? But what are you up to?
Revenge.
On whom?
On me. He's always trying to trap me. Charles knows I've nothing but loathing for him. When that twisted mind of his, he takes my love for Felicia.
So that's why his brother Robert must be policeman.
Yes. And when he threatened to accuse you of murder with no ID. Because he follows me, he means to trap us all.
Countess, I can prove my innocence.
Please think of it. But you don't know his power.
Finds out about us, Clarissa.
It's no use. He came to try to take me back to these men. I was going to tell you our little dream was over tonight. Only I wanted it to be gay and exciting and say goodbye as if I were leaving on an adventure.
My dear Countess, what do you know about the 12 numbers?
Cold numbers? Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Have you any idea who the girl was?
None. Unless she's the daughter of one of the peasants in the home. It's not unusual for Charles or that pig of a brother of his to amuse themselves at the expense of such unfortunate. Oh, I warn you, Dr. Smith. If you've any respect for your life, go as far from here as you possibly can.
And leave you to the mercy of your husband? Half of Normandy, that kind of pyramid? No, I don't think so. Alex is quite right. No time, we want the next thing. Our first job is to get you to safety. The next, to find out what the 12 numbers mean.
But you don't understand. Clark planned all this and hadn't exactly the way it happened. He knew Document met with James at the party, and he also knows that we're part of his plan. And nothing would please him more than to catch me this way.
This people expected there was the scent of one of the maids in his house. And I think for a few seconds he might want you control.
But police, you're both risking your lives. Don't you understand?
There are lives, Father. You and Roy. Now, please have police department. I'd like to hurry up to you. Go into the house by yourself. Upstairs to the bedroom and wait. I'll be on the back way and send one of the maids up to you. Alex, you wait here for me. Don't take any chances anyway.
I'll see you later, Felicia.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 5. No, I don't get it. My father, my brother, my husband.
Are you Dr. Ellis Manette?
Yes, I am.
I am Inspector Delvey from the Paris Police. In the name of the King, I arrest you for the murder of the little Jean.
Well, gentlemen, while Alex was waiting for us in the garden, the inspector of the Paris police arrested him for the murder of a girl he didn't even know. Dumbfounded at first, Alex just stared at Inspector Delvey.
I'm arrested? So strange. Who pressed these charges?
Count Charles Saint-Bermont.
And the girl I supposedly killed is, what is her name again?
Lily Deschamps.
Lily Deschamps, so that's her name.
Come along. Come along, Charles.
My coat is inside. If you give me permission, I'll just get my coat and hat. And join you down here in a few minutes?
I wouldn't try to escape, sir. The house is surrounded.
You have my word, monsieur. I'll be back.
Come in here. I thought you would wait downstairs.
Heavens. They never recognized you, Tommy.
How do I look in present here?
Tommy, madame, the Paris police.
Where are you going? I thought he was with you.
I've just been arrested. Now, I've only a short time, so listen to me carefully. I'm escape, and I've only one chance. You and Philippe must have to wait fast to help me.
Of course, Dr. Ambrose.
I'm the host of the lady inspector for 15 minutes. In that time, you and Philippe must arrange to follow the inspector's carriage in your own car. If you get to the jail from here, they must travel down the Rue Block to a quiet part of the train near the train. I'll be riding with the inspector, a prisoner in his cab. You understand?
Yes, I do.
Be careful. There's a warehouse at the corner as you turn down the train. Now, you and Philippe instruct your driver to go full speed the other way around it and leave it. That leaves you money and tickets. I'll be ready.
You can come. What's up?
This must be the spot. Look for it. There's a carriage right ahead. Coming toward the carriage.
Yes, are you sure, Mr. Police?
Positive, Doug. There's the warehouse down at the corner spot.
The coachman. Turn to the left here.
The inspector's cab is coming down the left side. It's not yet. Open the door and hop out quickly and head for the warehouse in the corner. Wait in the doorway for us if there's any trouble.
Yes, Philippe. Yes, darling.
Coachman. As soon as you turn the corner to the key, put your horses into full gallop. You see another carriage heading toward us. Head for it. Run straight into it. It's my head. You're a 4,000 franc driver. That'll take care of the cab and any damage that could possibly occur.
Good for you. There's an inspector's cab at the other end of the block.
All right, driver. Full gallop. Watch the other cab. Head into it.
Here we go, Felipe.
We're ready to jump, Larissa, the minute we strike.
Watch out, Felipe.
Hold on, darling. Look, there's Alex in the other jet. He's got his hand on the door. He's ready. Here we go for the crash. Open the door, Larissa. Jump!
Get those horses of yours and thank you for it. Why, we could all have been killed. This is the greatest special plan. The fool.
We're going.
He's out of there, Larissa. I'm running down the street. We meet us at the corner. Hurry, darling, hurry.
Oh.
This way, Larissa. Down here.
I'm sorry,
Hurry, darling, hurry. Around this corner. Before they notice Alex is gone.
Yeah, in here. Won't you be quickly?
Well, it's taken, but I'll be all right. Now, this is the old warehouse I was telling you about. The door is open. There it is. Please follow me in here. Maybe quite safe here. Or they'll give us the country.
It's so dark in here, Doctor.
All the better. We'll have to wait here for 2 hours. And we get a cab out of town.
Where can you go, Doctor?
The country, to your husband's estate. There, I think we should find out what the 12 numbers mean. And then I'll have the answer to the whole mystery. Well, tell comfortably. For a long while, Larissa, Alex, and myself left in the corner of the warehouse waiting. Alex stood near the door, one eye to the keyhole watching. Finally, as morning came, he beckoned to us. Cautiously, we emerged into the deserted early morning. We walked into a block with our unconscious souls. Unfortunately, not even a cab was in sight. We were about to give up hope when Alex saw a cab rolling down the street. He heard it. And we got in. Alex took complete charge of proceedings. Driver, take the river road out of town to the settlement state and north.
I'm sorry, monsieur, but I can't use cars to use my car.
The revolving your guys may change your mind. Go on, quickly.
Sure.
Marisa, Philippe, sit on the floor of the car. Marisa, cover yourself with this robe. Driver, if you stop to signal anybody even for a second, you'll be killed.
Oh, sure. I understand.
I'm glad you do. And hurry, it's a 2-hour journey. Okay. Do you know anyone by the name of Lily Buchanan?
Yes, I do. She's a peasant girl who works in the town on land in London. She was her father, her husband, and her brother.
My father, my husband, my brother. 1, 2, 3.
At least she did live with them. Charles told me yesterday that her father and her husband both died. Probably from overwork. Charles always hated that family. More than any of the others, and worked them twice as hard. Often he'd hitch into a wagon and force them to do the work of cattle.
The right of a landowner. Some of our fence laws are a combination of cruelty and stupidity. But what about her brother?
I don't know, really.
Though Lily Buchanan is the girl I'm accused of murder. I don't know why, but that's what we're going to find out as soon as we get there. But how? Just before the girl died, she mentioned something about a graveyard. Just this way. Graveyard. I can only find out what the numbers mean.
Right ahead of us at the turn of the road. It's a graveyard. I think we'd better stop the carriage here before somebody sees us.
Yes, quite right, Thomas. Go out here, driver.
Sure.
Let me help you out of the carriage.
Thanks, William. Everything's so frightened for all of us.
You lead the way, Thomas. Driver, you walk between my friend and me. Be quiet, everybody.
Yeah. I tell you, I saw carriage coming down the road. I tell you, you're wrong. Come on, let's eat breakfast before the town gets back. We won't need it all. But I think we ought to look at things here. You know what the town guys always are? No change in the light of the light. What a good water.
Here's the carriage. Here is the tennis court. Good lad,
So many hoods. Can't find the one we're looking for. Here's luck, Alex. There are some marked as strong.
Yes. Yes. Here's a grave of Lily's father. Next to it is her husband's grave. And next to that is her present. I know, but it's a question here for every present that Lily's own grave still dead. And father's own too.
What a pleasant little plan. Then the brother must still be alive somewhere.
Yes. Doctor, now that we've found the grave, what do we do?
Find something to count on. Well, this flagstone path leads to is the one next to the husband's grave.
I've never noticed it before. Why, it goes to the old well.
Flagstone path to the well. How many flagstones? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's it. 12 flagstones to the well. 12. It must be hidden in the well. I can tell you, Alex. It's so simple. The girl and her family evidently found out something about your husband, Countess. They had no way of proving it because they couldn't go into court without the consent of your husband.
I'm sorry, Doctor. It still doesn't make any sense.
Of course it does. Your husband killed 2 men and trying to extract the information from them. They tortured the girl to death, drove her insane. And they never understood the code that she had given me. My husband, my father, my brother, 1, 2, 3, the 12 numbers, hush. I wonder what the hush was for.
Hush? Well, that's the inscription written on this stone in the old well. Look, right here.
Hush, you who enter here, for they are dead. Put this one stone of the well. And it's blue. And look, Philip, it's blue. It's a mirror, actually. Yes, it moved.
Have you all tried for allowing strangers on my property?
It's my husband. It's a stolen.
It's too late. Look, there's a roll of parchment here, a manuscript.
Clarissa, what are you doing here?
Shoot them if you have to, police. But hold them off with your gun until I've read this manuscript. Stay back, my Clarissa. Stand where you are, both of you.
Stop that gun, you fool! I can have your hands up.
Stand back. The title is Roman, property, and non. In the year 1751, all said property reverted from Everman's family to their cousins, the Duchamp family. And the debt of the Duchamp family is paid in full on February 1st, 1751, at exactly 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Did you hear that, Count St. Everman?
Yes, I did.
You know what this means? You will die on the gallows for a triple murder. Soon as tell you and this documentary proof of ownership in the court, which will be right now.
Those gentlemen of this court, this document, Dr. Manette's manuscript, is living proof in your hands. The only reason the Deschamps family could not bring the document in themselves was that it did not come due until 11 days ago, February 1st, 1751. Until that date, the Deschamps were sworn vassals of the St. Everman family, founded peasants on their own land, and Charles and his brother Robert were determined to wipe out the entire family. They succeeded in killing the father, the husband, and even the girl. But the brother is still alive.
Thank you, Monsieur Jean-Pierre.
Charles and Robert Saint-Evremont, this court finds you guilty and sentences you to death. The property will revert to young Deschamps as soon as you can be located. Your Honor, you won't have to locate the young man. I am the young Deschamps, alias Philippe Jean-Pierre.
Pages of the past, we have heard again the story, Dr. Manette's manuscript. Well, people, toll the bell. We are met with calls from out of the past stories, strange, weird. Well, but toll the bell, so that all may know we are gathered again in
Out of the past, phantoms of a world gone by, speak again the immortal tale, the Great Slay.
My name's Steve Harris, and as I've often said, I'm willing to learn. Let's do anything, as long as I can earn me enough to keep a roof over my head and food in my stomach. It was at lunchtime yesterday that I first came to this blasted town in Newport in Monmouthshire and took myself to the nearest inn to see about a bite for the inner man. I stood at the doorway looking in, and who do I see but my old friend and pal, Grigsby. That gracious thief, whatever lives, just irritated, looking as if he'd never slept on a London bench in his life, eating as full and hearty a meal as I've ever seen. At the same time I see him, he sees me, and he says, "Hallow! Well. Grigsby, my boy, you're looking as well as the Prince of Wales."
I'm fit. Yes, fit, Sparrow.
Fit for what?
Whatever you got in that kid like mine. Sit down, Sparrow, sit down. I've been looking for a man like you. Want to meet a friend of mine. Bender, this is Steve Sparrow. Glad to meet you.
Silly sort of bloke, what?
I ain't very scary, but you get used to him. You have to. He's a friend of mine.
Why not? Since you're asking the question, Mr. Bender, you're the one that must answer it, eh?
Have you eaten lunch yet, Sparrow?
Lunch, is it now? Feeling strange, eh? I haven't had a morsel in 3 days.
Runs the game, Sparrow, eh? You never learn to make your way in this world. Got to make some plans for yourself.
I tried this, honest, I did.
Bender, yep. Tell this bloke how to pick a pocket, eh?
Well, it's simple. Look at the table next to the bar. See the old man there? That's old Peter. He's the caretaker for the largest house in town. He always carries the keys to the silver closet and his money in his left-hand pocket.
Why, his left pocket?
He's left-handed.
Live and learn, Sparrow. Live and learn.
Now, all I have to do is walk by him, pass the time of day pleasant life, pick his pocket, and we'll all have lunch money, and my friend Grigsby will have the silver closet key.
A very important item.
What if you get caught?
Bender caught. Never. I taught him how to do it. Now, watch and learn. Fine. I'll make something out of you yet.
I want you.
Go ahead, Bender.
Keep your eye on me. I'll be right back.
See the way he walks across the room, it really doesn't care. Swaggering, swinging his shoulders like.
Yes, I want you. You walk easy.
Now, look. He stops the man's table, walks a while, smiling all the time.
What are you saying?
How should I know, Sparrow? No matter what a man says. What matters is he's saying it. Now, what's down there? Steal him into the left pocket there. He's got it.
Yes, for a fact. Yes, he's got the wallet. And the keys, too. Oh, that's quite a trick.
Yeah, it's quite a trick. And I taught it to him. You ought to learn something, Sparrow. I told you before, stick the Grigsby and make him hit the money. Got big plans for myself this night with old Peter's silver closet keys. Should I catch you in?
As I've said before, and I'm saying it again, I'm willing to learn. So I sat with Grigsby and Bender. We left the routine in the late afternoon. Grigsby had big plans on his mind, it seemed. He's walking fast down the village road toward the biggest house in the town. Me and Bender was walking behind.
Come on, you two. Get a move on, will you?
Don't walk faster than the legs will go.
Not having you two on my hands, I'll never get anything done tonight.
Oh, I'm sorry, Grigsby, but I'm hurrying as best I can. Hey, what are you up to?
Look at the end of the road there. That's the house end of it.
No, that house belongs to.
How did I know?
Belongs to the richest family in the old county. The family's out of town, I hear. That's right, Bender. Family's out of town. And the only person living there is old Peter and his young granddaughter, Evie. Imagine. Old Peter along with a young child. Yes, imagine. An old man and a young girl without any protection.
What are you thinking of, Richard?
Oh, a simple plan, Sparrow. I've been working on this plan today. A plan to steal the silver. Worth a fortune. If you've even taken candy from a baby.
Now I see why you sold the key.
Well, there's the house. You have to wait around here till midnight. When midnight comes, I'll knock on the door, and old Peter will open it. Then Bender here claps him over the head. And I goes in, gets the silver and the money, and we leave town.
What about the child?
Ah, that's where you come into the plan, Sparrow. There, little fella. Would he crawl into the window?
What do I do when I get through the window?
Find the child and get her out of the way before she starts to shriek and holler.
I ain't no child murder, Christy. I ain't.
I gotta teach you the hard way, Sparrow. You never learn at all.
But
Don't butt me, Sparrow. I'll cut your throat for you.
I'll cut his throat for him.
You heard him, Sparrow. Bender's good at cutting throats. I taught him.
But I got a wife to give me own. I can't go fighting little children.
Here's the knife, Bender.
Good idea.
No, wait a minute. Don't be hasty. I never was a man not to change my mind.
Change his mind. So you'll change your mind, eh?
I thought you'd come to my way of looking at it. Look over there. Playing in the yard. It's the little girl herself, all alone. Now, if you're smart, Sparrow, take a word of advice.
I don't think I need no advice, Roddy.
You might need it this evening when we start to work. Now, talk to the little girl for a while. Find out what room she lives in. And you might even ask what kind of silver the family's hoarding.
She's a pretty little thing. Look at her. Playing by herself. Nice as a pea. Like a regular little lady.
It's easier to kill a child than a grown-up. They die easy, fast.
Go on, Bender, don't joke with the blood. We're getting pale.
Go on, Shadow. Are you going to talk to her, or do I have to convince you with me now?
I'll talk to you.
We'll just sit over on the side of the road and watch you.
I don't need no watching.
We'll watch anyway. Just walk right up to her and see.
Hello, little girl.
Who are you?
Who am I? Why, I'm a friend of yours.
You know my grandfather, old Peter?
No, not personally, but I've heard of him.
You know my name?
No. What is your name?
Edie. I live in that house over there.
It's all right. Nice house here. Which room is your room?
Don't you know?
Should I?
Of course, everybody knows Edie's room. Grandfather says he says it's part of the special station just for me. Guardian angels watch over me all the time.
Where is your room?
On the second floor in the back of the building right over the kitchen entrance. There's a special porch off my room.
A porch?
Yes. Now I told you about me. What about you? What's your name?
My name's Steve Farrell.
Steve Farrell? That's a funny name. Where do you live?
Any place I can find for me to live. On the grass, in an haystack, in an alley, in a doorway of a shop.
Is there a second floor for you to sleep on in all these places?
I suppose so, Edie.
I like you. Wish I could stay with you longer, but I can't.
Where are you going?
Home. My grandfather told me to come and talk to his father on post-apocalyptic. He raised about me awful. He always says, goodbye, Steve Farrell.
Goodbye.
Bye. Bye. Bye.
Goodbye. Goodbye, Edie. Goodbye.
Nice work, Shadow. Quite nice work.
If I say so myself, I couldn't have done a better job. One would almost think a little girl liked you.
One would, eh? Well, Maybe she did.
Don't make no difference now. Just take a look around the grounds and wait. Remember? Wait till midnight. Stick around, fella. You're gonna learn something tonight. Till midnight. Might even get a few hours sleep.
Bigby led the way, and as I said, I'm willing to learn. As we walked around the ground, I kept looking at the second floor, and my heart pumped. Hardcore. That's the paint in my life. An hour or so, Bigby studied the land, and then he led us to a little grove on one side of the field, where we sat down to wait. Then the big fella fell asleep. Bigby had one eye on me and one eye on the house, and all of a sudden, I realized it was starting to rain. But rain or no rain, we just waited and waited until the church clock struck 12.
Bender. Hey, Bender.
White shirt.
Midnight, huh?
Midnight. Ghost zone. Lost me, but I ain't right.
It's been raining for hours. We ought to forget the old thing.
We ain't forgetting nothing. Come on, Shadow. Get on your feet, get a move on.
I'm on my feet.
Ready, Bender? I'm right behind you, Big. Well, follow me, both of you.
The ground is wet with feet. Not a night to do this job. I'm superstitious about the rain.
Shut up.
Well, I am.
Well, gentlemen, there's the house right ahead of us. That's everyone's sound asleep. Shadow.
Yes, Bigby.
We'll walk you to the back of the house and give you a boost up over the ledge to kitchen cord.
Yes, Bigby.
Go on, get away.
I'm moving.
Close that door. There's the cord. Think you can climb it better?
I don't know. Honest, I don't.
Now you're better now. Climb up on that ledge and stay there until you hear me pound on the front door.
Then what?
When I pound on that door, climb in that open window and take care of that kid. He won't feel nothing. Just one quick jab in the heart and he's dead. Here, Shadow. Just as a special favor to you, I'll lend you my own knife. Well, go on, take it.
Yes, all right, I will.
Well, Shadow, are you ready?
I'm as ready as I'll ever be, I suppose.
Climb on me back and I'll give you a boost to the leg. Now, don't forget, Shadow, if that child ain't dead, you will be.
Then kneel down, and Bigby helped me stand on the big man's back. I grasped one pole of the porch, which was just beneath the car's window, and then pulling himself up, deep whining, I climbed from the ground to the roof of the porch. The pole was wet and slippery, and its fingers were cut by splinters when I reached the porch. Panting and sweaty, I just crouched there, waiting. I see Bigby and Bender walk slowly around to the front of the house. Then I noticed the window, right in front of the yard. The little white curtains blowing dancing forth, and a big tear to my eyes. Then I noticed a little white bird inside the room. But the room's too dark and I can't see the car nowhere. It seems to me the whole world's quiet, and my breathing's as loud as an elephant. When I hear...
Open up, old man! Open up! I'm telling you to open up the door!
Wake up, old Peter, wake up! Hey, you old Peter, wake up before I pound the door down! Are you dead? Well, open up!
He sleeps like a log.
He's playing the pop dog at him, so he gets covered.
You don't wake up, I'll smash the door!
Gentlemen, where is it, you see?
There in that window, right over there.
Oh, there you are, you dimwit. Come on down and open up this here door.
Gentlemen, why do you come to wake up on the street to a seat out of the night?
Stop playing the game, old Peter. The time has come. You're open up the door right away.
My time. You mean to kill me?
If you don't open up the door.
Gentlemen, I'm afraid you're too late. A pluripotent murder has taken the breath from my body.
What are you talking about?
You see, I'll open up the door, but you'll be scared and you'll never visit this house. I'll be right down.
What you talking about, Grigsby?
We're not quite sure, Bender. Not quite sure.
I wonder how that fool battery sounds.
Oh, he's done his job. I know better. I wonder how long he'll keep us waiting in this lane.
If we don't answer soon, we'll break in the window on the side of the house.
Oh, there he goes.
Come in. Come into the light where I can see you. Oh, woe unto you, gentlemen, for trespassing this house tonight.
What are you talking about here?
Look at my face, gentlemen. The black rings under my eyes, and the black splotches on my arms. Do you have any idea what that is?
Black rings. Black splotches.
Blimey, Grigsby. It's the plague. The black plague.
Yes, the black plague. That's what it is. This afternoon, my little granddaughter came in from play. Within 4 hours, she was dead.
Easy, dead.
Come in, gentlemen. Look, there she lies on the stairs. Look well, gentlemen, because within the half hour, I should be lying by her side. Oh, the pain. Oh, the pain.
The plague. I've seen them before.
Run, gentlemen. Run to the canning factory and breathe in the healing fumes of the cannery. The smell of the pan bark and the leather are curative flowers. It's too late for me. But if you wish to spare yourself the horrible suffering of the plague, go at once to the cannery and stay there as long as you can. Oh, the pain. My leg. The pain. Oh, the pain. Help me, gentlemen. Help me. The pain.
Don't touch me, Peter. Come on, Bender. We're trying to catch this. As fast as we can run. As fast as we can run. Where's Shadow?
I'm not wrong, Bender. I'm going. It's a black plague, and nothing can save me. Nothing but the air of the cannery. Let's get there. Hurry.
Bender, hi. Here's the deer. Catch me on its part of the canning bridge. Right, Shadow. Yes, here's the head, Bender. All three together now. Hard. 1, 2, 3.
Are you sure the fumes from this canning deck are good for the black plague? Oh, there's nothing to kill you once you touch someone who's dead.
Oh, I never touched out Peter. Did you, Bender? Never once. Not even tapped him lightly on the shoulder.
But I touched the child. You? Yes, and right after that, I touched Bender. Remember Bender?
Then I must have the truth. Look at me, Grigsby. How do I look? Not so well as a fact. I don't feel well either. Not well at all.
Your face does look sort of, wouldn't you say, bloated?
I've got the plague. That's what I've got. The Pharaoh must have it too. But nobody touched me, nobody. Nobody been on the phone. You all right? You won't be for long, Grigsby. What are you talking about? I'm going to. But you ain't on the list. You got a finger there. I'll rub my hands on your face. That's what I'll do. Rub my hands on your face. No, you don't. You don't know it's better. Don't give it to a Pharaoh. I got it now. And if you come near me, Bender, you know what'll happen to you. What's the difference now? The plague of the North makes no difference to me either way. Stay away from me. I won't stay away from you, Grigsby. The hands are covered with the disease and it'll soon be on your face. You dog. I'll teach you. Don't teach me to walk. The knife, don't you?
That'll take care of him for a long time to come.
Indeed, indeed. And we'll be with him in a short time, Digby. And the plague. The black plague. What's another tale? Oh, I don't know, I mean, I'm just sitting here watching him, waiting to see. Maybe I'll learn something. Smell of the crap. Maybe if I hire up himself with the smell of the stuff, maybe it's better. I don't want to die. Not yet. I don't want to die. I'm the greatest thief I ever lived. Clever, too. Nobody ever beat Christy before, nobody. Nobody ever did before, Christy. I ain't going to listen to Charlie Yank. Maybe the Black Place got more power than you have. You can't fight the place, Christy. Face turning black? I can't rightly tell you. My eyes. How do my eyes look? Red and swollen. And black rings around them. Oh, give it time. It takes time for the black place to grow hard. Time! It means it's good. It won't after him. Die. Maybe 5 weeks. No, that won't do anything. What? Do I have to die? I guess you do. I guess you do. But don't worry. Good. I'll give you a warning before you die. The pain will tell you. There's screaming pain, the pain. It's screaming pain. And then, Kigsby collapsed, crying like he was a baby. I sat there for 1 whole hour, watching Kigsby. As the time slowly passed and the night became morning, I noticed a big man heading toward us. Carrying gun. I hope we're being a risk. Oh, Kigsby. Somebody's coming. What's the difference now, fella? You'll find out.
Hello over there.
Hello!
Mr. Grigsby. Mr. Grigsby.
What do you want? I don't know.
I'm Mr. Grigsby. Oh, yes, Grigsby. And are you Mr. Farrow?
That's what they call me.
And the man with the knife in him is Mr. Bender, I presume.
You'll have to take my word for it. You can't ask the big man no question.
Gentlemen, in the name of the law, you're under arrest. Seize them, boy.
Wait a minute. For what am I arrested?
For what? For outrages and plotting against the life of a child. And now it's for murder. How do you know all this? How do I know? You told me.
Oh, Peter?
Yes.
I told you, Mr. Grigsby.
You told me. I thought you were dead of the Black Plague.
Oh, no, you did. I wanted you to think so. It took a lot of trouble painting on black spots and fixing charcoal.
Charcoal? Let me go.
I wouldn't try that, Mr. Grigsby.
But easy. He was dead of the plague. I saw him himself lying on the step. Dead as can be.
Easy to tell you the truth in your own bed. You are just Mrs. Dummy Rapson's job. I smudged his charcoal lying on the step.
And I thought I was dying. That's what I thought. Bender thought he was dying too.
You, Pat. You were the one who told us we had the plague. You did.
You were the one who gave me the knife. You, Bender, you.
I always told you, Grigsby. I'm willing to learn.
You climbed through the window to kill the child, yes. You must have known. She wasn't dead.
Yes. I knew she wasn't dead. She was lying in the bed, smiling at me. I think smiling and laughing. And she told me where to find her grandfather.
Find him?
Yes, find him. And the two of us got together and got an idea about the plague. Me knowing how afraid you always are of being sick.
You double-crossed me, that's what. I promise I'd kill it, you double-crossed me.
Yes, come along, Grigsby, and you're under arrest. And you too, Shadow. Take them away, boys.
Mr. Officer, don't take Mr. Sparrow away. Mr. Sparrow's my friend.
I don't think there's any charge in this Sparrow, Mr. Officer.
I'll kill him.
Come on, Grigsby. There's a nice jail cell waiting for you.
I'll get killed for this someday, Sparrow, then I will.
Drag him away, boys, and don't waste any more time. Oh, Miss Ava,
Yes, Mr. Officer.
I have a special job for you. From now on, Mr. Farrow here is in your charge.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Officer. I like you, Sparrow.
And I like you too.
Grandpa, can we ask Mr. Farrow to my birthday party today?
I don't see why not, Evie Giles.
I think you deserve a piece of birthday cake. Well, blimey, it hasn't been a long time since my mouth tasted birthday cake. What do you intend to do in this town, Mr. Barrow? Settle down here and get employment? I'll do anything, old Peter. Anything, as long as I've enough to keep a roof over my head and food in my stomach. If you've got any ideas, I'm willing to learn. I think I might have some ideas, Mr. Barrow. It's just possible that Edie and I both might.
From the time-worn pages of the past, we have brought to you the immortal tale, The Great Slay. Bellkeeper, toll the bell.
From the time-worn pages of the past, we have heard another immortal tale named The Weird Circle. Bellkeeper, toll the bell. These years full of lonely days by the restless sea, once again next time, for another immortal tale.
Out of the past, phantoms of a world gone by, speak again the immortal tale, expectations of an heir.
My beloved Aunt Mora, the skirts rustling as she waddles up the stairs to her room. My earliest memories are memories of her, always dressed in the same way, heavy dark dresses with only a faint layer of used bottles, cast bottles. Always waddling from our dark living room up a circular wooden stairway to a room on the second floor, leaving behind the faint scent of mimosa perfume, mixed with the sweet odor of rice powder. Her brother and sister, all these have been with me. My only relative, Aunt Mora. There's always been just two of us, alone together. And the butler, Andrew, only he leaves us alone together too. Everybody does. We were so devoted to each other. They say a lot. Wealthy Aunt Mora, that sweet nephew of hers. So devoted.
So devoted a man he is. It's amazing the way those two are always together. I don't see anything amazing about it. She's devoted her life to him. After all, she's always black. And he's her favorite sort of child. But keeping a young man up like that isn't natural. Someday he'll find a woman and get married. You mark my words. Your Western marriage? Nonsense. Maybe you might have a long time ago, that Alice Dobbins, but not now. Not after what happened. Besides, you know, that's a save, and I got to a word of truth in it. I'll be in there.
Yes, they talk. I've given them a deeper conversation. I wonder if they know the truth, the real truth. Could they have guessed? It was for you, Alice, that I did it. It was all for you, Alice. I loved you. I loved you a great deal. We had been for a walk that afternoon so long ago when we were engaged to be married. You stopped suddenly by the banks of the river and you looked at me, almost afraid.
You're a strange boy, Rob. We've been engaged 5 months now, and I've never even met your family.
I haven't got a family.
Oh, you can aunt.
Alice, when the time is right, you'll meet.
When the time is right. I'm so tired of being secretly engaged. It's all so pointless. Why can't I announce my engagement like other girls? Are you ashamed of me?
Ashamed of you? Great shot, no.
Why keep it a secret, sister? Even my family are becoming suspicious.
All them a while. Say this, but you're not sure you love me.
That's rather close to the truth, though.
What do you mean?
I mean, I'm not at all sure anymore that I want to marry you. You've no gumption. You won't get a job and start out on your own like other people.
It's foolish for me to take a job as a $20 a week person. Not very much else I'm suited for.
But living on your ass.
I'm not living on it, really, Alice. It's my money. I'm going to leave it all to me someday.
Someday if it's now.
Aunt Mora doesn't approve of my marriage. You know that.
Do I? I don't know anything.
You want me to be cut off without a cent, Alice?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I'd love it. Give you a chance to prove yourself.
Not being very practical.
Have you ever asked your aunt, point blank, how she feels about your marriage?
Well, no. Because I know what her reaction would be.
You're making her seem an awful ogre. And everyone says she's so devoted. Such a nice person.
I know Aunt Mora better than you, Alice. You have to let me do things my own way. Aunt Mora's got a bad heart. Any kind of a shock would prove fatal to her.
Why should your engagement take a stop? Well, we've had this argument so many times. I'm sorry, darling, but unless you feel free to marry me now,
Alice, give me a little time.
I wish I could like you.
Alice, I'll tell Aunt Mora tonight.
I'm sure you understand. I'm positive of it. That is, if she was devoted,
Devoted. I went home, tried to plan how best to break the news. After dinner, Aunt Mora and I were in the living room. The air was heavy with the rich, bad odors of mimosa perfume and raspberry. We sat in silence, facing each other. Then we glanced at the clock on the wall and started toward the door. Just about to walk upstairs to a room. Auntie, I've got to talk to you. I was wondering if... I can't talk to you this way in the dark hallway with you peering down at me. What I have to say is rather confidential. Yes, it's good, only it's rather important.
It sounds like a matter of state.
I hate to mention it. Close to the subject of money again. Heaven knows you've been generous enough.
Gambling, that's again, Ralph.
Well, that isn't all.
Another woman?
Don't say another woman in that tone, Andy. It's not fair. You'll come in a bit in your
All right. Taking your coat down. Your clothes always look like you slept in them. Stop sitting on them. Sitting on you. Here we are in the living room. What do you want to say?
Mind if I light a candle? Or is that a waste of candle wax?
Yeah. I've never minded how much candle wax you use. I've never said anything about it now, have I?
You look it.
I think you interpret my looks to mean something they don't mean. You interpret so much into everything.
You're going to discuss me? You get out. Nowhere.
What did you drag me down here for?
I wanted to talk.
Here is my sister,
Alice Godwin.
Alice Godwin. I used to know her mother. If she's anything like her mother,
She's a lovely girl, and she loves me.
I didn't even know you knew her.
Don't know everything about me.
I never supposed to do it.
Well?
Congratulations.
What are we going to live on? I mean, money, Aunt Mora.
I suppose the miracle of love has worked a miracle in your ambition. I'm young. I offered to help you get a job 2 years ago. There was one that paid a good salary.
You know I'm not well. If you're not well enough to take a job, my lungs.
Nonsense. Your lungs. The doctor examined you last month and said you were in the best of health.
The doctor. I know how I feel. Oh, Aunt Mora, you're going to leave me your money. Why don't you give me enough to live on now?
Because you're not capable of handling your own finances, Ralph, dear. He's sensible. Yes. All you have to do is take a look at the record of them, where you handled money in cash. Ridiculous gambling debt.
I was young.
You said 6 months ago you were young, and now I'm to believe that you've grown up.
But
and the winning. Instead of that,
it's natural for a young man about town.
There's hard-earned money. No, my dear. You find a job and prove it to you that you stay. I today. See? You not have a cent to me until the day I die.
Auntie.
Well, you're closer to me than any child of my own city.
I'm only doing it for your own good. Dear, you know as well as I do. I'm just so
Devoted in their own peculiar way. Climbed up the stairs to a room and left me alone in the sitting room with my thoughts. My thoughts were sitting room, not where she was concerned. He was determined to hang on to her money until she died. This would be the answer. Stupid lived her life. Obviously, what good was a rich, fat old woman? Yes, you put it back to all this bickering over my advocacy. Then I burns my mouth. All day. Think about the day I was alone. I thought something. But how? Accidental. Immediate pain. The stairs. A bad fall from the stairs. A broken step. Seconds at a time. That was it. The shock of the fall was certain to bring on another heart attack. I knew I had the right idea. The second step. I had no sooner thought of it than I started to work to the kitchen for a table, a bit of wax. I had hoped Andrews, the butler, was in there. As I opened the door to the kitchen, Why, yes, is there something I can do for you, sir? No, I just thought I'd rummage about the ice chest and get myself something to eat. I wasn't used up the right, but I happened to hear you tell your aunt that you were engaged. And I congratulate you, Mr. Wright. Thank you. Are you sure there's nothing I can do? Positive, I like to rummage the ice chest by myself. You're positive? Yes, positive. More the better. Don't you need anything there? I don't suppose you would mind if I took the rest of the evening off. No, Andrew, I don't mind at all. You don't have to come in the morning if you wish. Very you're a wee bit late, sir. That is if you don't mind. I won't mind. Your aunt, you tell her a language story. And it's time to sleep. You want to meet me. Thank you. Well, good night. Good night, Aunt. First part was good luck, Andy, taking the night off. I knew I wouldn't be disturbed. I went to the tool drawer, but opened it, and took out the chisel that I had in the drawer. And lay out in the house. In the hall. Aunt Mora always fell asleep within 10 minutes after retiring. She was proud of that fact. Talked about it a great deal. She usually went to bed at 9, but here it was 10 o'clock. Very carefully until I reached them from the top of that long wooden step. I sat down. Carefully removed the small nail which held the rug in place. There, found that they one by one. I used them as nails for her coffin. Perhaps I ought to say them. The thought amused me. The careful I had time to be amused. Then when the last nail was out, I pulled up the carpet and waxed the hair underneath, waxed it well. Very well until the carpet split with a mirror spot. Then as I started to hammer, I noticed the carpet temporarily.
Yes?
Yes, Andy.
I thought I heard you out there. What are you doing on that stairway?
Stairway? Why, nothing, Aunt Mora. I was just coming up to bed.
Yes. Could you do something for me? I don't feel so well, darling.
Your heart again, Aunt Mora?
Yes, I'm afraid so. Could you get necessary?
Of course, anything for you. Anything.
You're so devoted. Aren't you, dear? So devoted.
down in that mind of hers. It was almost midnight as I entered the room. I opened the door and walked to her bedside.
Thanks, yeah.
That's all right. Anything else you want before I go to bed?
Nothing. You can have something to say. Honey, I couldn't sleep.
You going to sleep at all?
Not today. I've been dreaming. Very
Dreaming of what?
I can't remember. That was unpleasant.
You ate a lot sooner than I do. You always have nightmares when you overeat, you know that.
Yes, of course. Only it was so strange.
What's so strange?
Dreamed that you were trying to murder me. Good night, now.
Good night, Aunt Nora. I hope you don't have any more unpleasant dreams.
I hope not. I don't like unpleasantness of any kind. My heart can't stand it.
How much? That's what I keep thinking even now. How much she loves. I went to bed and tried to sleep, but my heart pounded with excitement. I laid awake a long time thinking of tomorrow. Tomorrow Aunt Nora must be dead. Tomorrow. Then morning came. Tomorrow finally came. I dressed hurriedly. My hands were trembling with excitement. I wanted to be downstairs before she awoke. And then I could wait down there and watch her fall. Watch her die. I could enjoy my freedom. My freedom. I walked down the stairs, careful not to step on the wax. Andrews, the butler, was in the dining room studying a paper when I came in.
Good morning, Mr. Rudd.
Good morning, Andrews. Where's the morning paper?
Sorry, sir, I'll get it for you. You have your eggs 3 or 4 minutes this morning.
It doesn't matter.
By the way, sir, I didn't know you were interested in carpentry.
Who's interested in carpentry work?
You were working with a hammer and a chisel last night. I only mentioned it
Because of what?
you arranged the carpentry door with all those old nails you put in there.
Nails? I haven't been near the drawer.
You must have, sir. The drawer was in perfect order last night before I went out, was it? And we haven't had a carpet nail in the house for months. That isn't the
Boy,
I'll get you your paper.
and my eggs.
Yes,
I'll get it, Andrews. Found it nothing but peddlers at this hour of the morning.
coming.
Hello, Ralph.
Alice, what are you doing here?
I had to do that.
Come in. You had breakfast here?
Yes,
Do you have a cup of coffee with me?
Should you want me to? Of course.
As nervous as a cat, Alice. What in the world is the matter with you?
I had expected.
Sit down.
I'm sorry to interrupt you in the middle of your breakfast.
Here are your eggs, sir.
Miss Dowden would like a cup of coffee, Andrews. Would you like some eggs, dear?
Nothing, thanks.
Well, darling, what is it you wanted to
Did you tell your Aunt Mary?
do? About our engagement? Is that what you came here for?
Yes. Did you tell her?
Yes.
Well, what did she say?
Nothing. She went directly to bed. She didn't feel well.
Then she doesn't speak.
Evidently not.
I'm glad, Ralph.
Glad? Just anything to say.
All night last night, I couldn't sleep. I wanted to come over and give you this. That's why I came to you. Take them.
Joe.
No, I'm quite... I've known for a long time. This is Owen.
Alice, darling, that'll be all, Andrews.
Yes.
But why have you changed your mind, Alice?
I suppose you are entitled to me.
I certainly think I am.
Well, mostly it's because I suddenly realized I don't love you. I must have known that all along. Love can only stand so much of being hurt.
I hurt you?
Without knowing it, yes, you did.
You don't need to, not if you don't want it.
Well, I suddenly realized I was waiting for somebody that didn't exist. I was waiting for a you that never lived. And the you that does exist doesn't think enough of me to fight for me. Knowing that, Ralph, I trust you.
All right. But you'll change your mind someday, Alice. You'll come back someday.
Maybe. No, don't see me, Joe. I can go myself. Goodbye, Ralph.
Andrew! Andrew! Yes, sir? Where's the morning paper? The young lady's left, sir. She isn't here. It's normal to presume that she's left. Yes, sir, I just saw paper for you. And then you can take the day off, Andrew. Oh, thank you, sir, but your aunt asked me to go on an errand for her. Then do your errand and then take the day off. Aren't you interested in the errand, sir? You usually take such interest in these things. Aren't you forgetting yourself a little, Andrew? I don't think so, sir. I don't think so at all. I mean, after finding all those carpet nails in the house, what are you thinking? That Aunt got to go to her lawyer this morning. She asked me to drop her. Why? Oh, no, sir. It's unfortunate about lawyers. They can never come right over, no matter how badly one needs them. Can't they? Oh, sir. It'll take at least 3 hours. Andrew, and be back at noon. Andrew, at noon. At noon. And he knew that the man was a fool. If Aunt Mora were to die accidentally, I could manage him. In a short time, I could replace the carpet nails, scrape the wax off, and no one would take his word, a butler's word against mine. I left the dining room and walked up the stairs. Carefully. Carefully. To Aunt Mora's kitchen. I stood outside the door for a moment, and then I knocked on the door.
Come in now.
Good morning, Auntie.
Good morning, Ralph. Will you take my tray?
Certainly, darling. Aren't you feeling well this morning?
Not very well, Ralph. My heart started acting up last night.
Here, let me take your tray. Then you can stretch out.
Thank you, dear. Ralph.
Oh, Henry.
My heart. Oh, I think you'd better go for the doctor.
Aunt Mora.
Ralph, please. But the doctor. The doctor.
Of course, Aunt Mora. I'll go right away. I'll be right back, Henry. I'll be right back with the doctor.
Ralph, be careful of the stairs. Ralph, be careful of the stairs.
Careful of it. Be careful of it. Careful. In the horrible falling sensations, I plunged headlong down the circular stairway. It overwhelmed me, blocked out any pain of sensible sleep. Yes, alive. But the mental pictures that haunt the inner recesses of my mind race by. Pictures of myself lying in a hospital cot. And hearing Alice Godwin's voice in my ear. Yes, sir, yes, Miss Godwin. Come down and go, thank you. Another serious damage to the toilet. You know much more another week ago. You said another week ago. Oh, hello, Morris. Come here. Oh, you're looking a lot better.
Thank you. How is my nephew, Doctor? Any improvement?
Well, we can't be sure yet. Things like this take time, you know. Time. Months and months, and then I was home again. Welcome home, Mr. Ralph. Thank you, Andrew.
Yes, darling. Here, let me help you. You learn to fix the wheels here by yourself later on. But right at present, you better let us do the work.
Thank you, Aunt Mora. I'll fix the money. You needn't worry, sir. We'll take care of you. We'll care of you. I know you will, Andrew.
Yes. There's the morning paper. You can read it while I get dressed. We didn't expect you home from the hospital so soon. The doctor thought you'd be there another month.
Yes, I know, Aunt Mora. I know. They were going to try another treatment. The specialists seem to feel it's hopeless. I'll never walk again.
Nothing's hopeless, Ralph. Nothing in the world. That's if there are people around who are supposed to live. In a little boat.
beloved Aunt Mora. My beloved Aunt Mora. Her skirt rustling as she waddles upstairs to her room. Devoted Aunt Mora. Devoted Aunt Mora. Devoted Aunt Mora.
From the time-worn pages of the past, we have brought to you the story, Expectations of an Heir. Bellkeeper, hold the bell.
August 31st, if I remember. Now, I have just heard that Sir John Rowell and his daughter have reached a village here at Town. I have been speaking to John since I have been in London 4 years ago. Naturally, I was anxious to see my father's old friend. I walked across the sands in the pouring rain to the lonely house on the cliff that he had reached. I remember wondering at that time why any man would choose such an isolated and cheerless spot. Then my taste for villa might have been dulled by the constant fall of the rain and the dreary, overcast sky. I knocked on the door and waited. Soon I waited some time before his Arabian servant. Yes, is Sir John Rowell in? Who is calling, please? Mr. Lansing from London. Mr. Dennis Lansing II. Come in, please. Oh, thank you.
I don't know why my director's place is entire, isn't it? But it's perfect.
Please to be seated, sir. I announce. Thank you.
Oh, I don't doubt it. But there would have been a million places in England that would have served the perfect job as well.
Mr. Dennis Lansing II to see you, Sir John.
Dennis Lansing, you've shown right in, Fiora. Show him right in.
Another one of your headhunters.
Sir John, come in, my boy. Come in and have a look at you. Well, you're up since the last fight. Oh, the inevitable result of years, sir. Yes, I'd like to be quite often. How do you do?
Hello.
Well, I look like a headhunter?
Not in the least.
Phyllis, stop flirting with the young man. Go upstairs and change for dinner. Even in this villa, you can't expect to come to the table in that dress.
Oh, Father, really, the first time I've had a chance to be amused, I'm sent out of the room.
There's plenty of chance to talk to Dennis later on. So, you stay for dinner, won't you? I'm right.
I'll see you then, Mr. Lamb.
Yes, indeed. What are you doing in this part of France? Your father with you? Well, the family's in England. I'm vacationing here for 2 weeks. In a pension near the casino. Oh, why don't you stay with us? Oh, really, John, I wouldn't. Why wouldn't you? I insist on it. Yes, I insist on it. Fiora. I'd like you to pick up Mr. Lansing's luggage after dinner.
Yes, sir.
And at this courtyard you stay. Madame Corvée. Madame Corvée, oh. And Fiora, prepare the left wing for Mr. Lansing tonight. He'll be staying with us.
Yes, sir. We'll do it.
Well, how's the hunting going, Sir John? Famously. Phyllis and I just came back from India, as a matter of fact. Now, here, tell me, Dennis, have you ever seen any of my cooking. Oh, no, I haven't, sir, but I've heard my father talk about having a great store, great treating store for them. I picked up the back room in this villa as a trophy closet. Would you like to see it? Yes, as a matter of fact, I would very much. Well, come along, then. We'll have just time enough before dinner. Ah, this is the room. Well, let me light a candle first. Yes, that's quite a collection. Nice looking lion's head in the corner there. That's what it is. And I got that elk in the north last winter. What a tremendous display of that. Yes. You know that if it took only one shot to pin it down. Oh, fancy shooting so John. Yes, record shooting under the circumstances. And what's under this cover? No. Don't look there, Dennis. Oh, what? What in heaven's name? Why, it's a human hand. I haven't restricted my zeal for hunting to the animal kingdom, as you no doubt realize. Yes, so I see. Oh, horrible looking. Man, long. Well, I didn't mean to try. I realize I didn't. Oh, beautifully looking. It belonged to an enemy of mine. A man I met on one of my many travels. But how did you get the hand? Are you sure you're convinced with it? Oh, yes. That is what you feel my son. His name is McGraw, the head of a fanatical cult. My wife met him on one of our journeys. He fascinated her. He talked her into killing her in order to enjoy her earthly body in liberty. Oh, my father knew. What a death of time. He wrapped herself in old oil rags. He gave her the flame in order to set those rags on fire. I hadn't realized he died. I had to blast the magic over her burning legs. I got killed for me head then. But didn't they jail this man McGraw for lying? He left the country. But I found him. I hunted the four corners of the earth for him. Just as I hunted for wild beasts. And when you found him, I sank him to the wet earth and cut off his head and left him. Died. But why have you got the hand chained to the wall? You probably won't believe me. But that head is alive. Oh, nonsense. Nonsense is not nonsense at all, then. My life is safe only as long as that chain holds that hand. But how can a severed part of a body retain life? Listen to that. You better hurry down. You're hasty kept waiting. He's quite a cook, you know. Does he want his food spoiled? Sir John, the hand. I could have sworn it moved. Yes, it does. You can see. Come along. Hello, Dennis. Don't say anything about the hand. Remember my word, sir. I won't mention the hand at all. Well, Dennis, what do you think of Fiora's cooking? If this is any sample, Sir John, your man Fiora is the best cook in France.
Oh, you haven't tasted anything yet, wait till Fiora makes one of his famous curry dishes. He's quite an expert on curry.
Do you like curry? Oh, at times I do. It's a little peppery, you might say.
Oh, don't say that to father. That's religious.
I beg your pardon. Letter came just now, Sir John, for you, on the door.
Another one, Fiora?
Yes, sir. Another one. I say should move now.
Dennis, suppose you young people get your copy of the park.
Oh, of course, father.
I will join you later. Fiora.
Yes, sir, Sir John.
quite tired with this letter as we did it. Oh, here, let me carry your coffee tray for you.
Oh, thank you.
Now, how does it happen that we've never met in London, Billy?
Well, the last time I was in London, I was just coming out of street jail.
Oh, I would have liked you in street jail.
You're nice. Tell me more.
No, honestly, here, sit down on the window seat and I'll tell you more.
I love to sit on the street and plaster my nose against the window when it's raining.
Oh, I like rainy weather.
Oh, so do I.
Do you? Amazing. We like the same thing. You know, people who like the same thing ought to get married.
Oh, really?
Then didn't I tell you? I'm going to marry you.
You're awfully sure.
Well, I once swore that the first woman who called me a headhunter would be my wife.
You are nice.
You said that before. If you're going to be my wife, you'll have to broaden the scope of your conversation.
Dennis's father.
Oh, what is it?
I didn't know you lived, but you're chained to the wall. And you won't break loose. Never, never, never. You won't break loose, you.
George, I have dreadful handling. Quickly, Dennis, to the trophy room back here.
Oh, what's happening?
You'll see. This way to the left.
I'm right behind you, dear.
Oh, Father, stop it, darling. You'll only make yourself ill.
Please.
Open that door, Dennis. We've got to get him out of that room.
I expect you again and again and again.
Father!
Sir John.
Sir John. Let me go get it. Look at it. Look at the hand now. Look at it. It's moving. The fingers are grasping the air. It wants to grasp my throat.
Oh, no, Father. Please come away from this room. Please, Father, please.
Come along now, Sir John. Come along.
Help me with him, Dennis. He's fainting. Oh, Father. We'll have to carry him ourselves.
There now, Sir John. Sir John.
It's no use, Dennis. Every time Father goes into the trophy room, this happens. Every time he sees that hand, he has an actual physical fight with it.
A fight with the hand?
I've wanted him to get rid of that thing millions of times. Makes himself feel over it. It'll destroy him this way.
Here, let me carry him to the living room.
Can you manage?
Yes, I can manage. I think we ought to call a doctor for him, Phyllis. He's in a self-hypnotized coma.
Dr. Sobel. He lives about a half mile down the road to the left.
Good. Here now, Sir John. Lie down. I won't be long, Phyllis. Just let your father rest here on the sofa. There, he'll probably sleep until I get back.
Dennis.
Yes?
Don't stay away too long, Dennis. I'm frightened of being alone in this house.
Which way do I turn to go to the doctor?
Well, after you leave this house, turn to the left and walk straight down the road. Oh, about a quarter of a mile. It's not far. Oh, hurry, Dennis, please.
I will. I'll be back shortly.
Father, you must think about it. I'm not. Oh, what's the difference? A hand can't run away, Father.
Please. Lock the chain. Lock it. Go down. Then lock it.
All right, if you want me to, of course. Will you be all right alone here?
Yes, quite all right.
All right.
No! Phyllis, help me! Help me! It's the hand! The hand! Coming for me! Crawling on the wall like a scorpion! Closer! Nearer! It's coming for me! Now!
Whoa. Here we are, Dr. Colbert.
Yes, the rustic. I thought Lord Raoul was waiting for us in the living room.
Well, I thought so, too.
It is a wet night. Whoa!
This way, Doctor. Come along. No, that's funny. There's no light. I left the light on in the parlor.
Perhaps Lord Raoul turned it off so he could sleep.
Yes, right.
They do not answer, no?
No, they don't.
Who is it?
Phyllis! It's Dennis and Dr. Flaubert. Let us in.
That is father's blood. Daddy's been murdered.
Murdered?
Dr. Flaubert, my father's been shot to death by the hand.
Where is he, my dear?
The sofa in the living room.
Come along, Doctor. You can take a look at it. I'll light a candle.
I'm frightened. So frightened. Father asked me to go to the trophy room to be sure. The hand was locked safely into the wall. As soon as I left him alone, I heard Dad scream. But I came back. Something that I saw.
Let me examine him and then...
Here's the candle, Doctor.
Thank you.
Try to be cool. Don't stay still. Phyllis, now stop crying, my dear.
It's so incredible, Dennis. A severed part of a human body being able to commit murder. Oh,
Did you see the hand?
no, I didn't. It was gone by the time I returned. All the lights but that one candle near the window were out.
Dr. Flaubert, is it possible for that hand to be alive?
Under ordinary circumstances, I would say no. But these are anything but ordinary.
Then you admit it's possible for this hand to have done the work.
I admit nothing. Only I must judge from the evidence which confronts me. No human hand ever performed this thing. To make imprint of the neck of Lord Darwin. The imprints of skeleton fingers.
Then the hand is still loose in the house somewhere.
Did you see the hand in the trophy room, Phyllis?
I never got back here. Oh, Cleora.
I have brought your luggage back, Lord Rowell.
Yes, Cleora. Lord Rowell is dead.
I knew it. I knew it. I told him not to stay in this house. I could feel the danger around us. Could you indeed, Cleora? Perhaps you understand more of this than we do. No, it is pity. Lord Rowell was fine hunter.
Tell me, Cleora, what was in that letter that Lord Rowell received this evening which threw him into such a panic?
I do not know, Mr. Lansing.
But where did it come from?
I do not know that either. This isn't the case for us to solve, Mr. Lansing. It's up to the police.
Oh, not the police. Please, Doctor. It'll only start an old scandal all over again.
But, ma'am,
No, my father wouldn't have wanted it. Just wishing over my mother's death ruined his life. He wouldn't want the old scandal repeated.
It doesn't necessarily have to be in the papers, Phyllis.
Dennis, my father wouldn't want it.
But as long as his death is a mystery, your life is in danger.
There's no mystery about it. My father was murdered by the hand. He always knew he'd die that way, always. The hand will remain in this house. I'm going as far away as I possibly can.
The Lady Phyllis is right, Monsieur Flaubert. How can you be so sure it will not follow her? I know more of East Indian magic than you do, Doctor. East Indian magic or not, as a doctor in charge of this case, I will have to report Lord Rowell's death to the authorities to make arrangements for his funeral.
My father's body will be taken to Immerse. Fiora knows exactly what to do.
Nevertheless, I must make report on his death. His customary procedure here in France. An investigation will certainly follow in the morning.
You make trouble for all of us, Dr. Flaubert.
Yes, especially for you, Fiora.
Good evening, Doctor. Thank you.
I do not think it is wise to stay in this house tonight, Lady Phyllis. You're as right, Phyllis. You can return with me to Madame Coppet.
And leave Father here alone like this?
But there's nothing more you can do for him, Phyllis.
If black magic does exist, I can at least watch over him tonight.
But Lady Phyllis...
No, Fiora. I'm going to stay right here. If you both want to leave, you can.
I won't leave you, Phyllis. If you want to stand watch, I'll stand here.
I make some coffee, Lady Phyllis.
Oh, yes, Fiora is good.
Then I return to town and make arrangements for our immediate return to England.
I don't know what I'd do without you, Fiora.
Maybe Fiora assisted so we leave before authorities come, yes?
If you can, Fiora, I'd be so very grateful.
So late, Phyllis. Why don't you try and sleep a while here?
clock there waiting for you.
Oh, if only I could sleep.
Well, I can put out the candle in the window. If the room is dark, you'll find sleeping easy.
No, dear.
Or whatever you say. I wonder what's keeping Fiora so long.
I don't know. I hope he's not in trouble.
He's been gone over 3 hours.
He won't be back till morning.
Are you comfortable?
Yes, as comfortable as I... Listen. Do you hear something strange?
No.
Listen carefully. It sounds like mice in the corner.
Oh, yes. No, it's a nursery.
Like mice or a scratching hand. You hear it now, don't you?
Yes, I do. It's very strange.
Dennis, look on the window. It's the hand. Falling like a scorpion toward my father, crawling.
It's going toward the light.
Dennis, don't stop it.
Fire, Philip.
Come on, fuck it. Going to try and turn off the light.
I've got to grab it.
The light, Dennis, the light.
I've got it. Light the candles, Philip. Hurry.
I'll light the candle. Just hold it until I get a paper. What? Oh, there. There. Now we can see.
Yes, just what I thought. A skeleton hand completely without life attached to a stick.
You mean somebody...
Yes, somebody stole the hand, attached it to a stick, and is trying to frighten us.
But why, Dennis, and who murdered father?
That's something we'll find out rather soon.
You're out. I'm going to help quickly, Dennis.
Out the front door. Stay back, Philip. Hold on. Fiora. I got it. Doctor, still there. What are you doing here?
Let me bring him into the house. You'll pay the cost heavily for this, Fiora.
He's wounded.
Yes, sir. I used knife on him, unfortunately.
Bring him inside.
Dennis, I don't understand.
I think I'm beginning. Take a seat, Fiora.
Yes, sir, I got him. Nothing to be proud of. They are the defeat of a dog.
Close the door behind us, Philip. Here, we can put him down here.
Yes, sir. You're full, Sarah. Oh, they sell him prisoner cold for his sanity. That is too late, Monsieur Margot.
Margot. Godfather hunted him down and left him to die long ago. Dennis, he told you, Margot.
He is, though. He didn't die. He was taken to the ground, Philip, but managed to free himself. Fiora suspected the doctor from the first.
That's quite right, Lady Phyllis. He kept writing letters to Lord Raoul. He the only one near enough to drop letters on the door. When he leaves house this evening, I wait outside for him to return. I hide in bushes. I see him and skeleton hand outside window. Then I see light go out inside. Then I grab him.
And a good thing you did, too.
Yes, good. Now you don't me, kid. Cutting off my hand. My hand was cut off, and I was left to die.
Lord, Dennis, he has a hand.
Yes, Lady Phyllis. Artificial one, made of wax. Eternity when we do so. He will pay in another world for the crime he committed tonight. I go get the police, Lady Phyllis.
Yes, Fiora. I still don't understand how Fiora knew that Dr. Colbert was really Margot.
Each Indian has a strange but almost infallible second sense.
Yes, I'm afraid they have done it. A very strange second sense.
Phyllis and I waited in front of the fireplace for 2 hours. And finally, Fiora and the authorities arrived. I told them the entire story, as incredible as it sounded, and was granted permission to return Lord Raoul's body to peace.
Dennis, can we really go back to England? I'll be so glad to get home.
Oh, so will I, dear.
Though I'm not quite sure what my family will say about my traveling back in the company of a strange man.
Oh, stuffy, are they?
A little bit.
Well, they won't have to worry. We're going to be married just as soon as I have you safely home.
Pardon, you may need good housekeeper. Cook, Mr. Lampton. Fiora makes very good Indian curry.
Good, Fiora, you're hired. I can see right now, Phyllis, I'll be eating Indian curry for the rest of my life.
From the time-worn pages of the past, we have brought to you the immortal tale, Ambiance. Bellkeeper, toll the bell.
Dear Diary, March 1st, 1864. I left my aunt's house early this morning and arrived at Thornfield Manor at 5 o'clock this afternoon. The house is dark and gloomy, and the winding path that leads to the house is shadowed by old trees. I like old trees usually, but these trees are gnarled and bent. Now, they very long. And the wind is just shadowed the path reminded me of long, bony fingers that were twisting out trying to kick me. My throat was dry and parched, and I experienced a new kind of fear as I walked up the path to the steps of the house. This is my first job of any kind. I've been hired as a governess for 10-year-old Adela Rock. Adela and her father, Edward Rock, were little alone at Thornfield with 2 children. I walked up to the door and clicked, and then nervously pulled the doorbell and waited. I breathed from my white house. The heavy door swung slowly open. Oh, are you again, Why, yes. Yes, I am. Mr. Rochester told me to expect you. Won't you come in? Thank you. I'll stay with you all day. I'm Mrs. Campbell, Mr. Rochester's husband. How do you do, Mrs. Campbell? Glad to meet you. Hi. Follow me up these stairs. Of course. Mr. Rochester left word to see that you are made comfortable. At least as comfortable as anybody can be at Thornfield. I'm sure I manage very nicely. Will you? That's what you think now, Miss Earl. But wait. Wait till you've been here a while. We had many governesses before you, but they never stuck. Never. Why not? Why not? This is your room, right at the head of the stairs. Make yourself at home, my dear. Oh, and one thing. Dinner is served at 6. Never later. Please sit down. Dear Diary, September 1st, 1864. This is my 6th month in service. Looking back, I have no regrets. I spent many evenings talking to Edward Rochester. I fidelity talking. Happy evenings listening to the soft perfume of the book. But there's a shadow of some strange remote misery that seemed to cling to the house. A shadow of something that I can't fathom. I never asked. I spent days chewed my curiosity, idle curiosity, into a family secret. However, strange events took place this evening when Adela, my student, and I were sitting in the living room alone. There was a warm fire burning in the fireplace, and though it was well past Adela's usual study period, we were reviewing her geography.
I think I remember the English people at times.
Well, just the eastern coast here, and start with Plymouth.
Plymouth, Southfield, dandelions, red popcorn, strawberries,
Yarmouth?
Yarmouth. I never can remember Yarmouth.
Oh, Adela, shame on you. Now think of all the people who live in Yarmouth whose feelings would be hurt.
You would say?
Well, they most certainly would.
Just because I forgot her?
Yarmouth.
Yarmouth, Rustic, Rustic, House, and Mike. How's that, Mr.
That's really weird of you, young lady.
That?
You're a very apt pupil.
That's just about all I am. This canvas isn't a naughty, wicked, simple side of the devil.
Adela, when did you say all this to you?
Yesterday, I was on the third floor.
Well, you had no right to be on the third floor. Your father's given strict orders that no one is to go up there.
No one but Mrs. Campbell. I don't see why children would say out of things grown-ups know about. What do you like this so special anyway?
I don't know, Adela.
Daddy knows. Mrs. Campbell, tell me Daddy knows.
Well, perhaps Mrs. Campbell says many things he doesn't mean.
You are indeed, Mrs. You are indeed.
I didn't know you taken things up within my mind as well as the child's mind. Well, I'm sorry. I'm sure I didn't mean you harm, Mrs. Campbell. I'm sorry you did. Time to go to bed, Adela. 9 o'clock.
I don't want to go to bed yet.
Now, if you do, young lady, you want to go to bed because I do. I'm pleased. All right, off we go. Oh, Miss Air. Yes, Mrs. Campbell. Mr. Rochester asked me to tell you to drop into the study for a few seconds before you retire. He wants to see you. What about? I'm not in the habit of prying into Mr. Rochester's private affairs, Miss Air. Come along, Adela. Off to bed.
Good night, Miss Dale.
Good night, dear. Pleasant dreams. I'll be up shortly and looking at you.
There.
We've been sitting and talking for well over an hour, Mr. Rochester. Just chattering on you.
I don't find you chattering, Miss Jean. You don't mind if I call you Jane.
No, not at all.
I find it stimulating. I've learned a lot about you, too. Born an orphan, brought up by a stupid maiden aunt, loved children.
You never said my apples to be with Mr. Rochester.
Who called you Jane? Oh, as a matter of fact, you did. You said I'd write it. Let's see what else happens. Well, you're a nice person, and I love you very much. Yes, I said I love you. I love you.
What would I...
Does that strike you?
Yes, Mr. President,
Why?
what do you think about you and the heart I don't understand?
You try to believe in it.
Edward,
What's bothering you, Jane?
well, it's the brother. He's so frightened. He's frightened of the mystery in his house.
There's no mystery in this house.
Well, then why is the attic shut off that way?
It says fuel.
Well, that's nonsense. The attic's heated.
Let's say it says fuel and let it go at that.
Edward, last night I was awakened in the middle of the night. I slept on footsteps over my head. The footsteps of a lone animal. I lay in bed trembling for hours until the footsteps subsided.
You had a nightmare, Captain, Jane.
That wasn't the first time I heard those footsteps.
Probably Mrs. Campbell rummaging at this. She hasn't found me yet, huh?
Mrs. Campbell doesn't walk on all fours.
Well, probably the wind.
Again, he was here.
Let's go for the better color.
It was back. Talk about it.
Understand?
You know, it was difficult.
Jane. Maybe not. Yes, I guess maybe. Who are you doing?
Good. Earlier. I'm so tired.
No matter what happens, Jane, believe this one thing. I do love you. I love you more than I ever believed I could love anyone. Good night.
Oh, I'm so sleepy. I'm so thirsty. Oh, I wonder if he meant what he said. Oh, I wouldn't say he loved me. What's the secret in this house?
imagination than for other times. My window never known like that. Not even a leaf on the tree outside my window is stirred, and how can I even think of the wind? Oh, Edward, what do you think? With the rest up and down, and crossing the floor. An animal sometimes. What could that be? Across the room with my imagination. I'm awake. And yet no, that kid's got to stop it, got to stop it. No! Look, get away, I'll open the door. No! Listen to that, I'm scared. Oh, sure, I gotta try to coach you. You doesn't know. How did you get up there and you see it? When the shadow was down, what is it? I don't know about nothing at all, now. I'm scared. I'm awfully scared. It's all over now. Come on, now come around. I'll take you downstairs. You would take it till I tell my daddy and he make it stop. I can be about to go. He'd make it stop me here, wouldn't he? I'm so scared. I'm scared. Not happy to go to that line. Now stay right here and you can forward. Never used to be like that, never. Let me just start again. Oh, I feel so. Because I was never allowed me out. It's never. It's never because I don't remember everything, never. When you go back to sleep again, you sleep down. I'll put the covers way up there. Like this. Quite a long flight of stairs. Oh, here it is again. Now, just walk up the stairs and look around. Just walk up and have people in the corner. I couldn't realize it.
What are you doing here, Jim? What are you doing here?
Edward.
Answer me. What are you doing on these stairs?
You've got to be like that. And I just can't breathe. You can't breathe.
Please, my darling, stop sobbing. Someday I'll explain everything to you. Honestly, I will. Come along. I'll light a fire in the fireplace and have Mrs. Campbell bring us some hot tea.
You're so important, Edward. You're so good.
Yes, we're walking downstairs.
Please forgive me.
For what?
What I've done. Being so disloyal.
Any woman would have done exactly what you've done. Only
what?
I could tell you everything, Jim.
Why can't you trust me, Edward?
I can't trust anybody.
Mrs. Campbell knows.
Yes, Mrs. Campbell is the only one in the world who knows me. Please, darling, trust me.
You're so kind.
No, she died without knowing. Oh, darling.
Edward, is this secret the reason why Mrs. Campbell hates me so very much?
She doesn't hate you, not really. She's worried about me, that's all. Here's the study. Come in and sit down. Jane?
Yes, Edward.
Being alone is, well, it's not good for people, really. When two people are in love, the way we're in love.
Yes, Edward.
Well, if the obstacles which prevent their getting married can be ignored, if they trust each other, I mean, really trust each other.
Edward, what are you trying to say to me?
I love you. I knew. Well, could you possibly believe in me enough to be my wife? Please, darling.
Edward,
Trust me.
I've been fighting, loving you ever since I arrived here, and I'm tired of fighting it. Edward, I'm tired of fighting something that's stronger than I am.
You will, then?
Yes, Edward, want to stop. I'll be your wife.
You rang for me, Mr. Ross.
Yes, Mrs. Campbell, I rang for you. Would you bring me a decanter of wine and 3 glasses?
3 glasses, sir.
Yes, Mrs. Campbell. I thought perhaps you'd be the first to congratulate the bride and bridegroom to be.
Yes, I'd like to be the first. Congratulations, sir, and a long and happy married life. Come in. Good morning, Miss Eyre. Do you mind if I come in for a while? No, please do. I was just brushing my hands, Campbell. You seriously intend to go through with this marriage business? Why, yes, Mrs. Campbell. You fool, you idiot. Really, Mrs. Campbell. Take my advice and cut your clothes as fast as you can cut them and leave this house. I don't understand. Naturally, you don't understand. There are a lot of things you don't understand. I know there are. But I trust Mr. Rocket. Do you indeed? Yes, I do. And I don't like your attitude with me, too. You don't. You don't like my attitude, eh? You've no idea what you're getting into. I came into this room with only one idea to warn you. And you, like a silly, sniveling schoolgirl instead of a grown woman, you don't like my attitude. Mrs. Campbell, if you admit that I'm a grown woman, then perhaps I'm old enough to make up my own mind. Perhaps you're... Frankly, I don't care what happens to you. A pretty face like yours has no meaning for me, even if it has trapped Edward Rochester. Yes, trapped him, but I do care what happens to him. And I warn you right now, I'll do everything within my power to see that your marriage does not go through. There's nothing that you can do, Mrs. Campbell. Nothing. Isn't there? Well, a certain Mr. Mason could do a lot. You won't be married for 4 days. And I can do a lot more. September 5th, 1864. Here, my tears blot the page I write to dear diary. Today was my wedding day. Yesterday I was planned at 5 o'clock this afternoon. The minister waited for us to get over in the car. Edward and I walked hand in hand toward him. When the wedding ceremony started.
Dearly beloved, we are gathered together here in the sight of God and in the face of His company to join together this man and this woman in holy matrimony, which is an honorable estate of God. If any man can show just cause why they may not be lawfully joined together, let him now speak, or else hereafter forever hold his peace. Wait a minute. I'll speak, although it should be obvious to others in this room that a marriage between Edward Rochester and anybody is completely illegal. Mason. Yes, it's me, Edward. How did you know? How did I know you were intending to get married? Ask your housekeeper. Mrs. Campbell?
Yes, Mr. Rochester. I wrote a letter to Mr. Mason and had him come to Thornfield at once.
And so I came. Just in time to watch this pretty little farce be enacted.
Edward, what are you talking about?
Yes, what's this all about? Why don't you tell them, Edward? Tell them the truth.
What is it, Edward?
I can't tell them, but I'll show them. I'll show everybody what you did to me, Mason. Come along, everyone.
Where are you going, Edward?
To the attic, James. Come along, all of you. And I'll show you what he's talking about. I'll show you why Mason can speak now and speak barely. I'll show you what he means. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is the famous secret attic of my home. Follow me right here to the left. Listen to that, everyone. Listen. Do you know what that is? Wait till I open the door and you can see for yourselves. You'll see a woman running around a room like a cage animal. Looking all forward like a beast. With hair on her face and her arms, hair like a... You'll see, all of you. You'll see. Well, Bertha, how are you today? May I introduce my wife to you? This is my wife, Bertha Mason. My wife, and this daughter, Mason's daughter. I was forced to marry her when I was a youngster. I never met this woman before I knew her. You were given a good dowry at the time. Oh, yes. Yes, you provided an excellent dowry. And then Then when I drew my bride's veil off of her face, I saw this face, the face of a congenital idiot. There was nothing I could do but the Lord of the things that should. You can't avoid an insane, a hopelessly insane woman. Tell her not my child. She's a doctor. I need some medicine, right? I needed someone to care for. I thought a jello would be the answer to my loneliness. Until I met you, Jane. Oh, until I met you. Edward, my darling, what can I say to you? That you hate me and I don't blame her. Just hate you, Edward. And I don't blame her. I don't blame her at all.
Oh, darling. So it was that I discovered the secret of the accident. The secret of the tragedy which clung to both. The guests left the house hurriedly. I went to my room, packed my clothes. Then I walked slowly downstairs. I sat in the bottom, not even to a bar. I was confused and alone. At the foot of the stairs, Mrs. Campbell stopped me. Miss Anne, are you leaving? Yes, Mrs. Campbell. Please say goodbye to everybody for me. I had to do what I did, Miss Eyre, for his sake and for yours. Yes, I understand. Please don't say any more. Yes, Miss Eyre. You can carry Mrs. Campbell. I will, Mother. I will. Very good care of you. Goodbye and good luck. She said goodbye. For quite a while I stood outside the door trying to collect myself. Then I started to walk down the road, alone. Suddenly I turned around and drove back to Thornfield. The entire house was on fire. I dropped my suitcase and I ran back as quickly as I could. Mrs. Campbell and Adela were standing outside the house. Mrs. Campbell called out to me. Yes, Mrs. Campbell! Enough to go up and help her. That beautiful woman set fire to the flame. Not to me. You got a child with matches. You know, you know what I arrest you on. Began hurtling over the edge into the plains below. And suddenly, somehow he managed to survive the fire and slipped to safety. He was taken to the hospital for immediate treatment. Now, as I sit down his bedside, right into the dead eyes, and hear the other red creatures in their fear, I conclude that I is burning. Wait on me. That's moment that you and you become the wife of man or not. September 6th, 1864.
From the time-worn pages of the past, we have brought you the tale, Jane Eyre. Bellkeeper, hold the bell. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
circle. In this scene, by the restless sea, we are met with calls from out of the past stories, strange and weird. Bellkeeper, toll the bell, so that all may know we are gathered together in so
Gentlemen, please, may I have your attention? Very well. I didn't ask you to come to my humble apartment tonight to endeavor to stun you with my superior knowledge of crime and criminals. I've asked you here only to prove to you that the murders in the Rue Morgue present no trace of targeting. Monsieur Dupin, you think the case is so obvious, tell me, who is the murderer? He will be here shortly. Monsieur le Prefect of Police? Here? Who is it? The murderer here. Gentlemen, I give you my word as a man of honor that he will be here in my apartment at precisely 10 o'clock this evening. How can you be so sure? I have asked him to come. It is exactly 9 o'clock now, gentlemen. And in the hour remaining to us before we meet the murderers, I shall explain to you as simply as I can how I managed to arrive at my conclusion. Yes, you, Monsieur Dupin. I'm always interested in guesswork. Guesswork, my dear fellow? It is not guesswork. No. Now, gentlemen, let us retrace it. The story begins, if I'm not mistaken, with Madame Respane and her daughter Julie on the afternoon of December 16, 1841. Well, of course, you're correct so far. Anyway, I bow. Madame Respane and her daughter Camille entered the Bank of France at precisely 2:45 in the afternoon, transacting 40 cities.
Ah, Madame Respane, I've been waiting for you. So good of you, Monsieur Lebon. Have you met my daughter, Camille?
I don't think I've had the pleasure. How do you do, mademoiselle?
How do you do, Monsieur Lebon?
Are you quite sure, Madame Respane, that you wish to withdraw all this money?
Quite positive.
But 4,000 francs is a great deal to keep about one household, madame.
I'm quite aware of the danger involved, Monsieur Lebon. But if the bank keeps its withdrawal quiet, nobody else need know that I have a sum of money in the house.
Well, things do get about, madame. There's no use inviting unnecessary danger.
The danger is my problem, Monsieur Lebon. I think we'd better let the matter drop at that.
Have you, any protection against possible thievery at home, madame?
No, Monsieur, but none are alive, protection enough. We bolt and lock our doors. Absolutely impossible for anybody to enter the house unless we should break the door down.
But there's any male protection in this house?
My husband died many years ago.
Madame, misunderstand me. I'm only asking these questions for your own good. Two unprotected women living alone in a large house can invite trouble.
That is our problem.
If madame
and I do insist.
Very well, madame. I have the money here. I myself will see you both home to ensure search delivery. But let me warn you now. The minute you arrive in your home under your mortgage, the Bank of France resigns all future responsibility.
We understand, Monsieur Lebon. We understand perfectly.
So, gentlemen, the first step in this little tragedy was completed. Madame Respane and her daughter insisted on taking the money home from the bank. Monsieur Lebon drove them in his carriage to their house, the large police house, number 12, Rue Morgue. When they arrived there, Monsieur Lebon looked about for the gendarme who was in charge of that particular block.
May I help you out, Mademoiselle Camille?
Oh, thank you, Monsieur Lebon.
Is that the gendarme on the corner, the gendarme usually on the block?
Not having had any reason to talk to the gendarme, Monsieur Lebon, I wouldn't know. Yes, I think it is, Monsieur.
Gendarme! Gendarme!
All this fuss over a little money. Really, you think we were incapable of taking care of ourselves?
Well, I think Monsieur Le Bon is very thoughtful, Mama.
Yonder!
Coming, monsieur, coming.
Do you live on the first floor, Madame?
On the fourth floor, in the back of the house. I own this house, and I've shut up all the other rooms.
You mean this entire house is unoccupied?
You called me, monsieur.
Yes, I did. I want you to keep a special watch on this house for the next week or so. Madame Lescanet and her daughter will have a considerable amount of money in the house.
I will watch the house like a watchdog.
You would be better off if you did it like a man. Then you'd use your head instead of your feet.
Monsieur!
What is your name, gendarme?
Gendarme Isidore Bizet.
Very well. Gendarme Isidore Bizet. I leave this lady in your care.
You needn't worry about a thing, mademoiselle. And, madame.
I'm sure we won't. That is, as long as we don't spread the news around the neighborhood. But we've got 4,000 francs sitting here in the house.
Oh, me, madame? I am the law. And your secret is safe with me.
Come along, Mama. Get it, honey. Thank you so much for all you've done, Mr. Le Bon.
Nothing, mademoiselle. Nothing at all. Just a courtesy was granted by the bank of money.
I'll keep good watch. Be assured of that. I'll keep very good watch.
Gentlemen, let us proceed to the next event. Gendarme Isidore Bizet kept a very good watch on number 12 room. At 11 o'clock, the evening of the tragedy, he strolled into the shop 2 doors away from number 12 to buy a pouch of tobacco and to chat with his very good friend Pierre Moreau, a tiny man known as the neighborhood justice.
Good evening, Trent Isidore. Good evening. I've been waiting for you, yes, I've been waiting for you. You usually drop in at 9 o'clock. And I said to myself, as I sat here waiting for you, I said, where's my good friend Isidore?
It's been a busy evening this evening.
That's what I said to myself. If Isidore doesn't drop in to buy his usual box of tobacco, he's busy. There must be big news abroad, but then how could there be big news abroad on this block? That's what I said.
You were wrong, dear. Very wrong.
Wrong, eh? There is big news. Thievery?
No.
Murder?
No.
Well, then, I give up.
It's a secret.
Secret? What could be a secret? Somebody got married. That's no secret. Somebody died. That's no secret either. A child is ill, a contagious disease, an epidemic, or Paris will be infected?
No.
Well, I can't guess.
If you promise not to tell a soul.
Oh, not a soul.
Well, Madame Lescanet and her daughter Camille have withdrawn 4,000 francs from the bank today and have it hidden in the house somewhere.
No.
And I must stand on guard.
Naturally.
Don't tell a soul.
No, not a soul. On my honor, not a single soul. Isidore, my word of honor, I swear it now.
And so, by midnight, gentlemen, the entire neighborhood in the Rue Morgue was buzzing.
4,000 francs in the Lescanet household. I hear it was 10,000.
We women all alone, 13,000 francs.
I wonder where was
All that jewelry must be a veritable fortune hidden away.
You know, they say she's got money hidden in every corner of the house.
Imagine almost $1 million francs in that house. I always knew there was something strange about those two women living all alone in a house like that. And in the rear, 4th floor.
Yes, sitting in the bedroom of the 4th floor. But while the neighborhood was busy gossiping and chattering, Mademoiselle Camille and her mother were completely unaware of the commotion it caused. It was almost 3 in the morning. Camille had just finished undressing, and her mother was sitting in front of the mirror, brushing her hair, so that they didn't notice the window opening and backing.
Oh, I'm so tired, Mama.
Poor Camille. It's been a very busy day. You know, I thought that Monsieur Le Bon was very nice. He seemed fairly affable. Oh, Mama, fairly affable. I thought he was perfectly charming. So concerned over us. No man ever gets that concerned over me. Must have been you, darling. All men do. Mama, look at me. Don't talk. Don't move. Got a radio in his hand. Don't move, Camille. Mama, quick. Just hide.
He's coming closer. Where, Camille? Where will he go? Into the closet, Mama. Quick, Mama, into the closet. Close the door. You break the door down. You break the door down, Mama. What happened? You're breaking it
Quite right, gentlemen. Simply ghastly. We fully realize that this is a horrible atrocity, but we must remain factual. While all this was going on the fourth floor of number 12 room north, the gendarme Isidore Musée, little tobacconist Pierre Moreau, Monsieur Lebon, who strangely enough was at that very moment, and a passerby, a sailor, all four were attracted by the screams of the two women, and immediately tried to break into number 12 room north.
Now stand back, everybody, while I break the door down. Stand back. This is the gendarme's job.
Just break it down, Isidore. Break it down.
Follow me, everybody. Up these stairs to the fourth floor.
Right behind you, Isidore. Right behind you.
Now, keep going. Wait a minute, wait. Listen to that.
No, it's Russian, Isidore.
No, Italian, yeah. I think it's Polish. How would you know Polish is in the bar? Have you ever heard Polish? No, but... I think it's Dutch, Polish, Italian, Russian. And none of you know what you're talking about.
He stopped speaking, hasn't he?
Yes, probably sick. Yes, probably. I wonder. Try the door.
Can you open it, John?
No. But too late, I'm sure. I warned you about this gun. Well, let's break the door down. One.
Look. What? Oh, the entire room is wrecked. Just the guts of a maniac have torn up the place. The bed's torn apart.
Yes. I sailed the 7 seas, but I've never seen a place less like this in my entire life.
Monsieur Lebon, where are Mademoiselle Camille? Mother?
I don't know. They're not in here.
Look. Where?
There in the padlock. Oh. Mademoiselle Camille.
Dead.
Yes. Dead. Dead. Poor girl. Here, help me, somebody. Help me lift her up. Look out this window. The old woman is lying in the courtyard below.
The sailor's right. Absolutely right. She's lying in the courtyard below, dead as a dead fish. Oh, probably twice as dead.
Somebody is guilty of this. Somebody. And as a member of the Paris police, I'm keen to find out who that guilty person is.
Yes, Frank. Isidore Musée, gendarme, swore up and down that he would find the murder. Well, at 4 o'clock that morning, I was awakened from a sound sleep and called to number 12 room morgue to examine the evidence. The eerie gendarme Musée was running around the room destroying the evidence, or at least what little evidence there was, as fast as he unearthed it. The 3 gentlemen who had been there with him were still waiting around out of a combined feeling of horror and curiosity. The sailor, whose name escaped me, was sitting on what was left of a bed, staring blankly around the room. Monsieur Pierre Moreau, the tobacconist, was watching Isidore Musée, the gendarme, play detective. He played it bad. Monsieur Lebon, Mr. Detective. I entered the room and gazed about while Isidore supplied me with all the facts in the case, at least from his point of view.
And that is exactly what happened to you tonight.
Well, and now, gentlemen, go ahead. Now, all of you seem to think you heard the voice of the murder.
Yes, indeed.
Well, we did definitely.
No doubt about it.
And you, Mr. Isidore, you say you are positive that the murder is an assassin?
Positive, Monsieur Dupin. Absolutely positive. I could tell by his intonation.
Italian?
Oh, no. Definitely not.
Have you ever heard Italian spoken?
No, monsieur, never. But I imagine...
You imagine what?
Oh, I imagine it would sound like that.
And you, Mr. LeBon, you said it was Polish.
Definitely Polish, without a doubt.
I judge you have lived in Poland a long time now?
No, but I heard Polish spoken once.
How about you, Mr. Guillermo? What language did you say?
Russian, I thought, but that's only a guess, since I admit, and I admit it very freely, I'm not a man to hedge. I've never heard a word of Russian in my life.
And how about you, then?
I thought it was Dutch. I don't speak the Dutch language, but I've heard a considerable amount of Dutch spoken when I was in Holland 8 years ago.
8 years ago.
I don't mean to make a suggestion, Monsieur Dupin, but Monsieur Leblanc was the only man besides myself who knew about the money being kept in his house.
What are you insinuating, Monsieur Mizet?
Insinuating? I'm an officer of the law, and I think it was very peculiar that you should just happen to be in this neighborhood at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Don't you live in this neighborhood, Mr. LeBon?
No, but I've good reason to be.
Oh. Well, I was worried about Thomas Jackson. I was rather attracted to the young man.
And, well, I had a feeling that there would be trouble over the money. Well, I was in the corner cafe having some tea until about 10 minutes before the murder occurred.
And then you strolled by the house on your way home, correct?
Quite true.
Yeah, my tobacco store is open all night.
All tobacco stores are open all night, Mr. Guillermo.
I was just walking by. I didn't steal the money.
Naturally. Nobody stole them. In the safe behind this wall.
Are you positive, Monsieur Dupin?
Perfectly obvious that the money hasn't been touched. These murders were far too cruel to be instigated by man's greedy desire for financial reward. Here, let me open the safe and show you. I happen to know an interesting combination that will open any safe. There, I don't know, open it. Here. Now look, there's the 4,000 francs, safe and snug as a 4,000 franc group of notes fixed.
Well, perhaps Monsieur Leblanc was interrupted in the midst of his speech. Perhaps he didn't have time to think.
Well, nonsense. Monsieur Leblanc was with you when you walked up the stairs.
Well, an accomplice, perhaps.
No. Look at the fingerprints. Very strong and heavy. And very large.
Why, yes. The murderer must have been a giant. Man must have been twice as large as mine. I have a large hand in hand.
Yes. The murderer was a giant. A giant with extraordinary strength. Gentlemen, I think now I have sufficient proof. Look at this window.
It's just a window.
Yes, just a window with a cord on it. A broken piece of cord. Clue number 1. Clue number 2. Look at the dead girl.
She has some hair clutched in her hand.
Quite correct. With this cord and this hair, I can find the murderer. Gentlemen, go home. Go home, get a good night's sleep, and I'll hand the murderer over to the prefect of police very soon.
Monsieur Dupin, don't forget to mention that I helped you. I'm due for promotion.
And so, monsieur, that is the story. And you have the facts. Cord, some hair. The condition of the wound, the strength of the murder, the passion of the deed, the lack of motivation, should all suggest to you the very same thing it suggested to me.
Monsieur Dupin, you are talking in circles.
Indeed. You mean to say you still don't know who the murderer is?
No, of course I don't know. And frankly, Monsieur Dupin, I don't think you know either.
Really, gentlemen, you amaze me.
Here, Monsieur le Prefect. Examine this piece of sword, if you will. What do you make of it?
Yes, well, some people. Well, nothing except that, well, it's been torn.
It's been torn. Now,
Yes.
try to tear it yourself.
Well, try to. Well, I couldn't. It's a very, very strong cord.
Notice anything else?
Yes, now that I look at it, it's got a very unusual knot in it. But what does an unusual knot prove?
You will see what I mean, presently. First, let's finish up. Any minute now, gentlemen, the murderer will enter this room. May I please ask you to take all the candles in the room, all?
Why, Mr. Dupin will all be murdered.
Would be no great tragedy, but I wouldn't worry if I did.
Well, as you say, Monsieur Dupin. Well, extinguish the candles, gentlemen.
Now we are in semi-darkness. The downstairs door to my concierge open and closed. The murderer is now downstairs. He's walking Gentlemen, are you ready to grab him when he enters? That's good. He's standing outside my door now, Mr. Riverside. Ready, gentlemen? Come in.
Grab him. Let me go! Let me go! Hang on!
So it is you, sailor. Help the sailor to sit down.
It was a trap, huh? Yeah, but this sailor doesn't look strong enough to commit these murders. Let me go! Let me go! Let me go, I say!
Please. You see, sailor, Monsieur le Prefect cannot have arrested you for the murder because, although you are responsible for the crimes, you are not guilty.
I'm not guilty. I'm not. I couldn't help it.
Of course you couldn't. Gentlemen, it must be obvious to you now that no man murdered these three women. The only creature able to do it would be a born-in orangutan. I matched these hairs I found in the dead woman's hands, and of course they belong to the judge.
Yes, Monsieur Dupin is right. But tell me, how is this sailor involved? I own the animal. Dupin put an ad in the paper saying my orangutan was captured. So that's why I'm here, to claim it. But did you realize that Monsieur Dupin knew that the murder was an orangutan? No, I didn't think anyone could solve the murder. But I did know that whoever put the ad in the paper knew that I was the owner of the animal and that he was keeping what he thought was a perfectly innocent animal.
You see, I addressed my ad personally to this sailor. This piece of cord told you a sailor only. There was a sailor's knot in the cord, just a knot that was peculiar to those tied on Maltese vessels. Therefore, when I put the ad in the paper, I asked the sailor from the Maltese vessel, I checked on the name of the vessel from the sailor told in the paper, to come and get the piece.
Naturally, I came to pick him up.
Now I see. One question I must ask, sailor. How did the orangutan get hold of a razor, and how did he manage to escape?
I have the animal locked in my vault. I captured him in Malta, brought him to this country to sell to the zoo. They're very smart, you know. The last night when I entered my room, he was trying to shave with my razor. When I tried to chain him up, he escaped. He ran out into the street, saw the light in number 12, drew logs, climbed up the lightning rod to the lady's apartment. Well, you know the rest.
Indeed we do. Well, gentlemen, if you have any other problems you wish settled, call on. Just call on Monsieur Auguste Dupin. Incidentally, if you'd like to see the orangutan, you'll find it safely locked up in the zoo.
From the time-worn pages of the past, we have brought you the immortal tale, Murders in the Riverside.
weird circle. Bellkeepers toll the bell. Be here in this lonely cave by the restless sea once again next time for another immortal tale on the weird circle.
By what token can man live after death?
By his words, Poe, Maupassant, Balzac, these great writers of horror stories live on. Listen to the weird circle.
Out of the past, phantoms of a world gone by, speak again the immortal tale, the lifted veil. A certain Dr. Minier was working in the experimental laboratory at his office when young Latimer Hemming dropped in to see him. The two friends smiled genially at each other. Then Latimer suddenly started pacing nervously up and down the length of the room.
I don't know why I came to you, Doctor. You're the last person in the world I'd expect to believe in malevolent. I don't know about that. What's bothering you, Latimer? Well, it's all so incredible. Frankly, I don't expect you to believe me. Why don't you stop pacing the floor? Sit down quietly in the chair and tell me the whole story. Here. Sit down here. Well, I had a vision. A premonition, a warning. The veil of the future lifted and I saw him. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. No, I'm not insane. There's never been any insanity in my family. Ask my father. He'll tell you that the Hemmings are constitutionally solid as a rock. Yes, I know. Tell me more about this lifting of the veil, this premonition. Well, the first time it occurred was about 3 years ago, shortly before Bertha and I were married. The first time, Latimer? Yes, it's recurrent. It comes again and again. Oh. Go on. Well, I see the face of a woman lying in bed. The face is a death. Seems nice vision, but please don't make fun. Go on. Stop. Well, anyway, suddenly the woman sits upright in bed, points an accusing finger at me and says, "You killed one man, and you'll kill another." And then, laughing hysterically, she falls back to bed. Mm-hmm. And then what happens? Well, then the vision becomes hazy and disappears. Now, don't tell me I've been working too hard. I've never done an honest day's work in my life. I'd say forget the whole thing. That's what I was afraid of. I've been trying to dismiss it from my mind, Dr. Muir, but... Well, the other day my wife hired a new maid, a person by the name of Archer Bernard. What's so extraordinary about that? He has the exact same face as the face in my vision. A perfect replica. Oh, what'll I do, Doctor? Shall I tell Bertha? Shall I force her to discharge the maid? You know how practical Bertha is. She'll think I've lost my mind. Yes, she will. I don't know how to advise you, Latimer. But if this Archer girl threatens your peace of mind, there's only one thing to do. You mean dismiss her? Yes. But I wouldn't tell Bertha to leave the room. Any excuse is good for her. Good. Don't make an issue out of it, Latimer. You can get stubborn at times. Yes, how well I know that. Doctor, would you do me a favor? Quite certainly. You're a good friend of Inspector Kane at headquarters. Would you have him do a little checking up on Archie? Yes, I'll do it. No harm in investigating the woman, I suppose. Stranger visions than this one of yours, my boy, have come to my attention. Well, I'll see you at dinner tonight. At dinner? Yes, your wife invited me. Oh. And frankly, I'm rather curious to see this new maid, Archer Bernard, myself. Oh, good night, Doctor, and thanks tremendously.
Archer? Yes? Answer the doorbell, will you? Of course. Right away, madam.
Good evening, Mr. Hemming.
Oh, good evening, Roger. I'm sorry, I forgot my keys. Is my wife in?
In the living room, sir.
Oh, thanks. Hello, darling. I'm sorry I'm so late.
You are late, Lassie. Very much. So it was just for dinner this evening. What kept you so long?
I dropped by Dr. Lemire's office.
Aren't you feeling well?
No, not too well.
Poor pet.
Is my father coming over this evening?
Yes, and please be nice.
I'll be charming to him. That is, if he'll just stop trying to run my entire life for me.
You can't really blame him, Latimer, if he's impatient to become a grandfather.
I don't mind wishful thinking, but he's pretty insistent on my having a son.
Now keep humoring him. After all, he's worked hard all his life and built up a large fortune. He just wants to be sure there'll be heirs to carry on the name.
Bertha,
Yes? What is it, dear?
you know that new maid, Archie.
I ought to. I have.
Bertha, I wish you'd get somebody else in her place. She's incompetent.
I find her exceedingly capable.
But she's impudent.
Well, I'll talk to her about it.
Please, Bertha, if you don't mind, I'd just as leave you to...
Darling, if you had any idea how much trouble I've gone to get, well, any kind of help at all out here, you'd realize what a perfect gem I is. You concentrate on your father and let me worry about the servant stuff.
Yes, but...
I won't hear another word about it, Matt. Now, go upstairs and get ready. Your father and the doctor will be here within the hour, and if you're not stopped, your father will take out his temper on me. So hurry, dear, please.
I won't be long.
Hurry, dear. You always go over so long.
I'll hurry. I wonder. Perhaps if I told Bertha the truth. Maybe it's all in my mind anyway, but maybe it's still occurring. I might try talking to the girl myself. Oh, no, that isn't easy.
Oh!
What are you doing in this room, Aunt? Well, you what?
I was just straightening up a bit.
I thought you straightened my room this morning.
Straighten again.
Well, you did indeed. I found it quite in order after you were through the first time. What's this?
That, sir?
This packet.
Oh, give it to me, sir. I almost forgot it. Oh, no, don't unwrap it. Please.
Why?
Well,
Poison.
Yes. Rat poison.
What for?
Rat. In the basement. Your wife asked me to get it for you.
Well, this isn't the basement, Doctor.
Oh, no, sir. I'm sorry, sir.
Take that rat poison and stay out of my room.
Yes, sir. Sorry, sir.
I wonder. This is alive. My face in my dream. My evil dream. I'm sorry I'm late, Father. Awfully sorry.
I warned him not to be late, Dad.
Latimer has never been on time for anything in his life. I speak with authority.
I'm sorry, Father. I'm sorry. Hello, Doctor.
Your wife has been entertaining us very well in your absence, Latimer.
Do you think so, Doctor?
I'm sure of it. Yes. You've more charm than the law allows, anyway.
You are nice, Doctor. Sometimes, though, I think you're afraid of me.
What's this? What's this, Doctor? Afraid of my daughter-in-law? Nonsense. Complete nonsense.
Bertha was only joking.
Joking? Why? What was funny about it? I'm sorry if I don't see the point. We Hemmings have always had a very highly developed sense of humor.
Constitutionally speaking, anyway.
What? I don't hardly hear you.
Dinner is served. Thank you, Archie. Well, come along, all of you. I think we need a new topic of conversation.
Yes, obviously, Bertha. Go ahead, Father. There you are.
You sit next to me, Dad. Doctor, over here. And you at the foot of the table, Latimer.
Such is ever the husband's lot. What? What?
Do you know, Dr. Lemiere, we've been hearing a lot about you lately in the village.
Ah, that's why I've been invited over to see you. Your feminine curiosity has been aroused, eh?
Frankly, yes.
About what, Doctor? About what?
Mrs. Hemming is curious, I think, about the experiments I've been performing.
What experiments are those?
Well, I've been experimenting with a new serum. I have the typical doctor's age-old hope of bringing the dead back to life.
Or is that why your office is so littered with mice?
Rabbit? Yes, quite.
Have you succeeded?
No, not completely. But I've had some interesting results. If I inject my serum into the veins of a dead animal, I can bring back a heartbeat for a period of 10 seconds or so. At least under certain conditions.
Oh, it sounds barbaric. What are the conditions?
If the animal has died of poison.
I don't think this is dinner conversation.
I think it's fascinating, but
You would be.
I don't believe it.
Mr. Hemming will carve the roast, Doctor. Yes, ma'am.
Doctor, what is the procedure you usually go through in this experiment?
Usually I feed the animal, preferably a white rat, regular rat poison. It works very fast and painless. I disguise the poison in milk, which I feed my victims.
Doctor, really? I'm sorry, ma'am. Awfully sorry. I didn't mean to drop the plate.
Go on with your theory, Doctor.
Then I use pill. I wait approximately 1/2 hour, then I go ahead.
How do you inject the serum, Doctor?
Are you really interested, Bertha?
Yes, very.
By hypodermic. I have one in my medical bag in case you'd like to see it.
Don't bother. Don't bother. I don't believe you can bring a dead man back to life by injection. I don't believe it.
There's no convincing father, Doctor. You might as well give up.
Talking of poison reminds me. I didn't know we had any rats in the cellar, Bertha.
What are you talking about, Rodney?
Well, Archer told me the house was infested. You ordered her to buy rat poison this afternoon.
Nonsense, Rodney. Will you care for gravy on your meat, Doctor?
No, Doctor. Just send it.
None for me either. I'm a man who doesn't believe in gravy. Never have. Never have.
I know you will, Leslie. Archie. Yes, ma'am. The gravy for Mr. Hemming. Yes.
Am I the only gravy eater in the house?
Obviously, darling. And I had Arthur prepare a special gravy for you. It's very good for you. Latimer loves cream gravy, Doctor. He'd like a trial of that. Here you are, sir.
Oh, thank you.
Green gravy. Be careful not to get any rat poison in that, Latimer, or you might be my first human experiment. And I'm looking for one.
Well, I hope I don't fit the qualifications, Doctor. I shouldn't enjoy the prospect of being a corpse. A very enjoyable evening, Bertha. A very enjoyable evening. Nothing I enjoy so much as discussing life. Yes, discussing life.
You must drop over to him again, now. Latimer? I wonder where he's gone. Probably to the kitchen. You raised ice boxes at midnight.
I'll get him, Bertha.
Never mind. He'll come out eventually. If Dad doesn't mind waiting.
No, I'll go get him.
I don't see how you put up with him at times, Bertha. A lovely girl like yourself must have a lot of patience after my son's contract.
Please, excuse me for a minute, Doctor. Did I, Latimer? Your family is asking for you. What are you doing?
I'm collecting some of this clean gravy for you in this little bottle. Would you test it at the laboratory? It tasted funny to me, and I've been feeling slightly ill.
Come, don't be a slave of your imagination.
Will you examine this gravy anyway tonight, please?
Of course, my boy, of course. If you don't feel well later on, I'll give you a pill to take, just in case. I hope I have some with me.
I hope you do, too.
Oh, here you are. Right in my right-hand pocket.
You're a walking hospital.
I always carry 3 things with me. My hypodermic for serum in case somebody should die of poison. My pills for emergencies such as this, and a good pouch of tobacco. I never like anybody else.
Oh, thank you, Doctor. I'll drop by in the morning and you can give me the report on the gravy.
Do that, Latimer. Yes, indeed. Do that. I better put the bottle in my pocket so no one sees it. I'll come along. Go back to living.
All right.
Hello, Doctor. Finally, did Latimer out of the kitchen?
Yes, indeed. Well, I must be going, Latimer. Good night, Father. Come again soon. I will. And I hope the next time I come, you two will have joyous news for me.
Yes, Father. I'll walk you home, Mr. Hemming.
Fine, Doctor. Good night, Latimer. Good night, my dear.
Good night, Father.
I'll see you in the morning, Lana, all right?
Yes, Doctor, in the morning.
It's been a long evening and a very dull one.
Yes, very dull. And,
So am I.
Bertha, about Archer.
Latimer, are you going to start that again?
Yes. She lied to me about the rat poison, and frankly, I don't trust the girl.
Just your imagination. I'll talk to her in the morning. I wouldn't worry if I were you. If I don't get a satisfactory explanation, I promise I'll discharge her immediately.
Yes, I wish you would, dear. I'd feel much better about the whole thing if you would. Very much better. I'm very tired, Bertha. I'm going upstairs.
Oh, good morning, Latimer.
Good morning.
You keep your word, don't you? Up at the very break of dawn.
I didn't sleep very well last night, Doctor.
I don't wonder. Come in.
You see, as soon as my wife and I were upstairs, I had a recurrence of the premonition. You did? Yes.
That's very strange.
Why?
Sit down, Latimer, and I'll show you why. Sit down over here near these two test tubes.
Over here?
Yes, that's right. Now look. Here are two test tubes of colorless liquid inside.
Yes.
In this little box next to the first test tube is some rat poison. Now, as I drop some into the first test tube, what happens?
The liquid is turning red.
Very good, sir. Now, in this jar is the cream gravy you were served last night. As I drop some into this tube, what happens? There's taste, which means only one thing. And a small amount of rat poison is present in the gravy.
Small amount?
Just enough to make you ill, not to kill you. It's a cute little trick. Progressive illness. Nobody would ever suspect poison in that case. It would take about 7 months before you die.
Nice girl, Archer, huh?
Yes, very nice. But why has it been tried? That's what interests me.
Why? Doctor, I haven't the faintest idea. What did you find out about Archer Bernard?
Well, I asked Inspector Kane, and he suggested I drop in this morning. Could you go over with me right away?
Yes, of course.
He has all the information we'll want.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go.
Good morning, Inspector Kane. Good morning. This is Latimer Hemming, the gentleman I told you about.
Yes. How do you do?
How do you do?
Sit down, gentlemen. I understand you've inquired about a certain Archer Bernard.
Yes, I did.
What do you know about her?
We asked you first.
Well, we've already made quite a thorough investigation of the lady in question.
Yes?
Her name is not Archer Bernard, but Doreen Mayfield.
Why, that's my wife's maiden name. Well, this Archer woman must be my wife's
Sister, yes. She's her sister.
Dr. Bertha once told me about this history.
Yes, Doreen Mayfield was arrested 5 years ago for petty theft. She was released from prison only a few months back.
Well, why are you looking for her now?
Because at that time she was also suspected of murder. Poisoning? Exactly. The victim was a man who was a friend of your wife.
So what happened?
The evidence was insufficient to indict her at the time, but conclusive proof fell into our hands quite by accident the other day. Your call was coincidental. You were about to go to your house to pick her up.
So why don't you come along with us, Inspector?
Yes, my carriage is waiting outside.
Splendid, Doctor, splendid.
Poor Bertha, spending her lifetime trying to protect her sister just because she loved her. Why didn't she confide in us?
When we see Bertha and her sister together, we'll have the answer to many things.
Latimer.
Hello, darling. Are you all right?
Of course I'm all right.
This is Inspector Kane, Mrs. Hemming.
How do you do?
What's this all about?
Come in, Inspector.
Latimer.
Darling, it's about Archie.
Archie? Just what is it?
Bertha, I know the truth about Archie. Why didn't you tell me?
Latimer. Archie is my problem. I didn't want to burden you.
Now, Miss Redding, don't you worry. Just calling your sister, please.
I tell you, Inspector. I can't.
The inspector's not going to hurt her, dear. He just wants to talk to her. There's nothing to be afraid of.
Latimer.
You've protected your sister all your life, Bertha. You poor darling.
Go ahead, Mrs. Hemming. Call her.
Archie. Archie.
Look, Doctor, look.
face is bloodless. It's ghastly. It's like the face I see in my visions. Archer, she's sick, quickly. Corona's gone to faint. That's it, my dear. That's gone.
Oh, but I never wanted that. Oh.
Archer.
Doctor, save. Oh, please. Oh, my darling. Please kill me.
No use, Bertha. Archer committed suicide.
Oh, no.
Inspector, help me carry her into her room. I want to examine the body.
Oh, my sister. I love her, sister. I loved her, Latimer. No matter what she did, I loved her.
Of course you did, Bertha. Of course you did. Take her feet very gently, Inspector.
Which way is her room, Mrs. Hammond? Ready, Doctor?
I'll come along.
No, Mr. Hammond. No. Why don't you go to your room and rest? We need you recoil.
But
Please, do as I say. I'm still your doctor, remember. Latimer, as soon as you can, join me in our room. Yes, doctor, as soon as possible.
Oh, Leslie, will you forgive me?
Forgive you, Bertha. There's nothing to forgive. You're a very honest, faithful person. Come along, darling. Lie down and rest. This has all been said in frightful shock. My wife is resting now. Good. And you can give her some help here. The half hour is almost over. You mean Archer died of rat poison. I feel that this first human experiment will be a definite benefit to the future of science. But this is not a scientific laboratory, Doctor. No, I realize that. But this opportunity comes once in a lifetime.
The doctor is quite right, Mr. Hemming. Give him permission to go ahead.
If my wife ever found out, she'd die of horror. There's no need for her ever to know. The half hour is drawing to a close, Latimer. Have I your permission? I should say, has science your permission? Yes, of course, Doctor. Go ahead. Inspector, help me roll up the straight. Now, what are you going to do? It's a good thing I always carry this with me. Of course, I draw some of my own blood. This way. Doctor, it's not as painful as it looks. Now, I mix my blood with a serum. I take. Fascinating, Doctor. How much longer have we got till a half hour is completed, Inspector?
3 more seconds. All right, Doctor.
Now, I get the serum into her arm. Like this.
What are you doing, Doctor?
Bertha, stay out of the room.
Don't you dare experiment on my sister. Don't you dare.
Hold her back, Inspector. There, look. Look, she's beginning to breathe again. It worked.
No. No, sister, no. I went to jail for you 5 years ago because I loved you. And you were beautiful. You provided blamed everything you did. No, sister, no. Administration killed one man. You wanted to kill another that you could use. You wanted to kill you, Latimer, rather than have a child. Kill you, you let him get your father's money. I was going to tell you, but you poisoned me.
Archer! Oh, I can sustain her life no longer. Archer! Oh, I'm sorry. Archer,
Try to leave the room, Mr. Hemming. You'll be wanted at headquarters.
It's not true, Inspector. It's not true. I'm afraid it is, Latimer. When the dead return to life, they have too short a time to lie. Firstly,
I'm sorry to have to tell you, Mr. Hemming, but we have suspected your wife for a long time. She could have proved her guilt without a voice from the grave. Come along, Mrs. Hemming.
Bertha. Doctor. The veil. The lifted veil. The premonition has come true.
From the time-worn pages of the past, we have brought you the immortal tale, The Lifted Veil. Bellkeeper, toll the bell. throws away the present and returns to man's mind to the horrors of a world gone by. Listen to the weird circle.
This is a report to the acting chairman of the East Anglian Railroad Company from William Langford, Special Agent. Returned from Russia earlier instructions to investigate one John Verihan on the matter of 75,000 pounds missing from the East Anglian Railroad. I learned that Verihan was preparing to leave Friday, October the 14th on the 4:15 express to Taylor. I made plans to be on the same train by arranging with my friend, the Jelf, to spend the weekend with him in Taylor. Arrived at London Station, and as I was standing just outside the station...
Diana Winter. So what are you doing here? The last I heard of you was when you were in Russia, weren't you?
Very definitely in Russia. I could tell by the snow. I arrived back in London only last week.
Bill Langford, I'd like to meet my mother, Mrs. Winter.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Winter?
How do you do? Oh, my hay fever. Same kidney hay fever every time. They always rustic climate for hay fever suffering.
Just got the same as everywhere else.
Well, not like London. There ought to be a law against London. Where are you headed for, Bill?
Barbara, I'm going to spend the holidays with Pete Jelf at his country place down there. His wife Lydia is in London just now. I'm absolutely she's supposed to take the train down with me. Do you know her?
I met her last winter doing the social world.
Oh, then why don't you join us in my compartment later?
Oh, I'd love to. What compartment will you be in?
42A.
Really?
What's so surprising about 42A?
Well, they usually don't use it. It's supposed to be, you laugh at me, but it's haunted. Oh, ghosts make me sleepy.
Tell me, how do you know compartment 42 is haunted?
Well, they say a man was killed there 10 years ago. His name was Joe. And his rather angry spiritual self is supposedly lingering around for the purpose of scaring people out of their wits.
Oh, that's fine. Just fine.
Our compartment's in the same car just up the line. I'll drop in and see you later after the mother service.
Yes, do that. Oh, Doc, I hope Lydia makes the train.
She probably won't.
You're so right.
And if you see the ghost, ask him to stick around. I'd like to meet him. Oh, Joe.
See you later, Diana. You better get in.
Bye.
Well, it's going to be a dreary trip, being in the ghost sharing this compartment. Oh, hello. I didn't know I was going to have a companion in 42A.
Something strange about a companion, 42A?
No, it's just that I expected to see a ghost.
Oh.
Lydia missed the train. I was afraid she would.
You say something?
No, nothing. Oh, by the way, the name's Langford. Bill Langford, sir. And yours?
Jones. John Jones.
Sure.
Jones. Oh. Something the matter with the name Jones?
No. No, is there?
No.
One meets too many Jones these days.
There's one.
Yes, one does.
Oh.
It's just that you weren't very certain of it.
I see that you've just come back from Russia.
Oh, how did you know that?
These labels on those pictures. I've done some extensive traveling myself.
You're very discerning, Mr. Jones.
I'm a collector of curios. A hobby. I picked up quite a few interesting things from Russia.
Really? Oh, then I have something that will probably interest you that I got there.
Oh.
It's a gift for a friend of mine. It is an ancient Coptic money wallet which has now been converted to a cigarette case.
Oh, very interesting. Have you got it on you?
Sure, wrapped up. But how can I read it? It's in my pocket. Here it is.
Oh, there. That's very interesting. May I examine it?
Of course you may.
Tremendous thing to carry about. The money must have gone in here, the back flap.
Yes, it did.
Sort of combination of wallet and cigarette case.
Except if you ever put money in there, you'd have a devil of a time thinking it out.
That's right. You know, it's an old Russian custom to put a cigarette in a new cigarette case before giving it to anyone.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yes. Here, let me put one of mine in for you.
Oh, thank you.
There you are. A special brand of cigarette for a special case. You mustn't mind my hand, I'm particularly jockey to see. Nervous. These are please, sir.
Well, thank you. I'll wrap it up again.
Nice crack. A little stroll is what I need. Find what might escape for me. I'll be back in a few seconds.
Certainly, Mr. Sherman.
These compartment trains are such narrow aisles. It really isn't a stroll at all. It's like pushing through a tunnel.
Curious fellow. Oh, poor Jill. Maybe shall I tell him his wife and little the train?
Hello, Bill.
Come on in, Diana.
I got another comfortably settled finally. Look at you, Bill.
Oh, Mr. Train. This is in another compartment, and I'm not up to hunting for it.
I don't blame you.
Well, Diana, I see you know the man who shares my compartment with me, Mr. Jones.
You are?
Yes, he chatted with him in the hallway.
I talked to the man in the compartment.
But I had to talk to Jones.
No, that's the man in the compartment. His name is Augustus Drake. You know.
But, you have a man coming through?
No.
Impossible.
Why?
Because John Jones got up, left the compartment, and you came in. I had to talk to... Wait a minute. Let me go out and try and get him. I'm not going crazy yet. Mr. Jones! Mr. Jones! Mr. Jones! Mr. Jones! Well, if you don't believe me...
It's also full of time, Bill. Did you say he was here? He was here. I might have listened to something through.
But you couldn't have listened. He left just as we came in. His suitcase is right over my... What? Really? I remember this sitting.
Maybe we saw the ghost. Oh, Bill, how unfair of you. You told me you told him if you found him.
Ghost, Diana, I swear.
Oh,
Bill. When did you get in the
Oh, I almost missed it. Oh, dreadful. Oh, that's me every time. Hello, Diana. Hello, Lydia. How are you? Congested. But then everybody's congested here. It's fashionable. Bill, it's been just after I searched every single compartment of the train looking for you.
Lydia, did you, pass a man on the floor as you came through?
Oh, Mary.
I mean, in a different car with a gray tweed suit and red tie, sort of an old-fashioned bowler hat. Moustache, very heavy moustache.
No.
And he walked with a limp.
Oh, well, honestly, Bill, I haven't done anything to say in the last 3 months. Everybody was sitting down. Oh, I did pass a lot of men way up our festival.
No, he wouldn't have had time to walk up more than 2 cars by the time... Diana, are you positive?
absolutely. If you don't believe me, ask somebody else. Try Augustus Drake, the next compartment.
I don't mind if I do. Pardon me for a moment, will you?
No, I haven't seen you in ages now.
Yes, it's been a very long time. Very long.
It looks like it's even running out.
Oh, it's all right. I don't think much to go through there.
Mr. Rick? I know you don't know me, but I'm Bill Length, a friend of Diana Winter. I'm just looking for the help for the man who shares my compartment. He walked down the passageway a few minutes ago and seems to have disappeared.
He passed by your window. Nobody but 2 women have passed by. But Diana Winters and another girl.
So he walked towards your compartment. You see, he turned in your direction.
I wouldn't be sure, sir. I might have been looking in the other direction. But I didn't see anything.
Oh, thanks. Do you know who's in the compartment next to you?
No, I don't.
I just said I'm then.
That's all. And if I can help you find your friend, call him.
That's strange. I wonder... There's 4 people in this compartment. I'm sorry, everybody, but a friend of mine has disappeared. Did anybody see a man in a gray suit pass this way about 10 minutes ago? Gray suit, red tie, bowler hat, staff.
No?
No, I was looking out the window. I was in the window.
Not me. I was standing in the door and screaming at you.
Standing at the door for the past 10 minutes.
Oh, there all the time. Right at the door. I think you bring the fire.
How about you, mister?
Oh, me? I didn't see nothing. What are you going to do about it?
Well, I'm just curious.
My name's Farrell. I'm a fright fighter, mister. And if you've got any difference of opinion with me, I'd be glad to discuss it with you in my way.
Sure. Well, I guess I better forget the whole thing. Return to my compartment. Left.
How goes that? I tried it.
How did I know, but I wonder. You were so certain of it, Lydia.
Trying to turn out of her. Because everybody knows she's standing on water.
Well, at least that's what they say. Oh, hello, Bill.
Finding places for gold.
No, there's no. It disappeared from the face of the earth. That is, if we were here at all.
Oh, now, you don't mean that story about ghosts I told you.
Maybe. Only if John Jones is a ghost, is the strangest ghost I ever met. And somehow I just don't believe it.
Well, dear, if John Jones was on this plane, he'll come back. What did you get so excited about?
Nothing to get excited about. The bloke vanishes in front of my eyes, and I'm supposed to be calm?
Oh, those are such fun, Bill. Not that I've ever known one anyway, but we had a ghost party last year. Perfect.
Let me see. Mrs. Gelt in this compartment and Mr. Langford.
I'm Mrs. Gelton.
I'm Miss Winter. I'm a compartment 2 down the line. My mother has my ticket.
Right, so. About you, Mr. Langford. Oh, here you are, Conductor. Have you got a list of reservations in this car? The East Anglian Line has the policy of always reserving all seats in advance. Good. Have you got that list with you? Naturally. How many people were supposed to be traveling in this compartment? 2. Mrs. Gelt and Mr. Langford, I believe. That's what I just said. How about Mr. Jones? No, Mr. Jones. There's been only one Mr. Jones on this line. He died in this compartment 10 years ago, and he's been a ghost ever since. Well, I tell you, a very fresh and blood John Jones was sitting with me earlier this evening. Good heavens, I even got a cigarette he gave me. Special brand. That's the nice. What? What cigarette case? Right in here, Doctor. So, this is really a present I bought for your husband, Lydia.
Oh.
Yes, a rustic story. Tremendous thing. I took to Jones and she put cigarette in it.
Oh, cute. Let's see.
Here you are.
Oh, there is cigarette in here. Want to see, Diana?
I'd love to.
What does this do, Bill?
Well, I don't smoke. Mr. Jones here. You've either seen a cigarette-smoking ghost, mister, or perhaps you need a long rest. Ticket, please. I'm not crazy.
Mrs. Russell was bad for me. I knew the person who lived in Russell once and killed his mother-in-law 2 years later.
May I have my cigarette case back, Lydia?
I'm sorry, Bill. I was too looking at a gun.
Oh, no, sure. I wonder how Mother's getting along. I better go back and see her.
Oh, I brought the corridor with you. I want to drop back to the smoking compartment. Perhaps, Mr. Jones is back there.
Good place for a cigarette smoking ghost.
Oh, it's just before the minute on.
Hello, Augustus Blake. You're standing in the corridor.
I get breakfast sitting down, Diana.
Well, I want you to meet a friend of mine, Augustus Blake. This is Lydia Gelt.
How do you do?
Hello.
I'll see you folks later. I'm going to take a quick look at the smoking compartment.
What for, Mr. Langford?
Believe it or not, for a ghost. I'm not kidding. Maybe the ghost is real and I'm kidding myself. Who knows? This is the smoking compartment, I guess? Beg pardon, may I get by? Sure, Doctor. Wait till I take a deep breath. Where are you going? Smoking compartment. Any objection? No, none that I can think of at any rate. I wish I had a little cooperation. don't need cooperation, sir. You need a long rest. Yes, I'll see you later, Mr. Langford.
I can't wait. Well, if this isn't the strangest setup. Oh, because I saw Jones and not a ghost. I don't know. That conversation seems to be... What's this for? Jones? Jones?
My name, not Jones. You know that, Langford. Mr. Langford,
I know who you are. Mr. Jones, ready.
The money. Mr.
Oh, you took it in my wallet when you put the cigarette in there. How did you expect to get it back?
I was going to borrow my cigarette. Anyway, I saw they were on the train. Move the chain, carry it. The light is going out.
You, John Jones, Willie out. You're going to be a real ghost if you don't stop talking. Where is that money?
Idiot. I wasn't worried about it. Last week, it was disappearing. Your mother and Bill and there's that girl. Well, if you're so worried about Bill, we'll send the conductor to the social department for him. I'm all worried about him. He's not well. That's awful. Well, I checked the box for the conductor. Oh, it was. And listen, well, you say I'm sorry.
Hello, lady yourself.
Oh, well, how nice. Carol, you died, isn't it? Carol, the car started Diana, and then starting up. How do you do? How do you do?
Hello, good looking.
Oh, Lydia, the stuff that girls look every time I look at Diana. Oh, Lydia. What are you doing in this train, Carol? I respect you.
You don't ask questions, Mrs. Jelf. You don't get no lies.
Full of words you never spoken. Where they died? I wouldn't know.
Well, ladies, did you call for me?
Yes, conductor. I'm worried about Miss Langford. She went to the smoking plant a half hour ago, and you haven't seen.
Perhaps he's disappeared.
Langford disappeared so soon?
Yes. Oh, you know him, don't you, Carol?
Maybe I do and maybe I don't.
Lydia, stop stargazing out that extra window. Stargazing? Come on, look at it. Oh, it's an upside down face. The ghost flying at its mouth. I'm looking at it.
All right, Mrs. Bell. You just stay seated here in Mrs. Winter's compartment. Maybe you did and maybe you didn't.
What's going on in here, Diana?
Just a minute, Doctor. Lydia claims she saw a ghost. Hey, standing outside the window.
Nonsense. There are no ghosts, Mrs. Bell.
Now, come along, gentlemen. Langford has disappeared now. Follow me. They say he last said he was going into smoking compartment. Here we are. Langford.
Look at them.
Well,
Wait. He's dead.
It is a dormouse. And Langford isn't anywhere around.
Langford probably killed her and then skipped off the train. Don't you agree, Mr. Ray? What makes you say that now? The window's open. Come on, conductor. Give me a hand with Mrs. Whitney. There's got to break the bad news to Diana sooner or later.
That's quite right, Mr. Ray. Quite right. I'll help you carry her.
Imagine anybody bumping off a nice old lady.
Well, whoever did it used a nice long knife in her back.
Maybe the ghost.
Ghosts don't kill people, they just scare them. Come on, Mr. Ray. You better carry her back.
Why in the world is moving on so far? Right, you do.
Did I... What, Diana? What did we do about Langford, conductor?
We sent out a warrant to arrest as soon as the train stopped. I don't know why he did it, but we'll find out.
If I ever see him again, I'll punch his face in.
Look, Bill Langford climbing down from the top of the car into the window.
All right, all of you.
Now, it's no use, Langford. We know you killed Mrs. Winters.
Keep them up, conductor. Keep them up. Julie, don't pull any funny business. Now, what? Sure, boss.
Boss?
Sure. I worked for Bill Langford. I've worked for Bill for 8 years. Ever since he picked me up in America when I was a bum.
But boss,
You murderers, murderers.
Stand still, all of you.
You let me go.
Don't try to escape, Ray. I'm a strong guy. Do I have to prove it?
Both of you have spent rather a long time in jail for this, Mr. Langford.
no, I won't, conductor. Justice Rake's might, but I won't.
You just fine. Let me go. What are you talking about?
You too, Diane. That wasn't John Jones in my compartment, as you both know. It was John Dwerryhouse, director of the East Anglian Line, traveling incognito. He was carrying 75,000 pounds on him tonight.
What makes you so wide, Langford?
Because I saw him hit the road and might be arrested. He walked into your compartment by accident, Rake, to get away from me. You as bookkeeper of the East Anglian Line were the only one who knew the occasion. Yes, so you held him up. When you discovered he wasn't carrying the money on him, you knocked him off.
I would have known Dwerryhouse if I'd seen him, Mr. Langford. In fact, anybody on the entire line.
Disappeared before you collected the ticket. You didn't need a ticket or a reservation. He owns it. And you, Diane, you're Rake's girl. That fast trick of yours didn't fool me for a minute. You threw the suitcase out of the window. Your mother saw Rake carry Dwerryhouse into the smoking compartment. Rake killed him. Thought he couldn't take a chance.
Did you? Of course I did. I wasn't going to let an old type on my name.
And Rake hid John Jones or John Dwerryhouse in the smoker until he could get rid of him.
So what?
When I went into the smoking compartment looking for the old boy, you followed me. Planted a fast one on my jaw. Then carried Mrs. Winfred in, hoping to frame me for a murder. Finally, you dragged Dwerryhouse up on the top of the car, planning to get rid of him all along the way.
That's the wrong word of it, Langford. You're good.
Dwerryhouse brought his fist over the edge, tossing a trunk. There's a different day I saw the face. Yes, that was the upside down face you saw at the window.
Oh, it wasn't a go.
No, it was no go.
It's sorry, Langford. But you can't make it this
Oh, can't come. If you hit me, you took my cigarette case. There's 75,000 pounds. Look him over, Farrell.
Don't put your hands on me.
Shall I knock him out, boy?
Yeah, you look better. Here's the cigarette case, boy. Good work, Sammy. Yes, 75,000 pounds is inside.
How could Evan arrest the smoker?
When he hit me a while back, I cleared the pocket. Made him think I was knocked unconscious. And I followed him through the window of the train and saw him. I waited till he returned through the door. All very simple.
Mr. Langford, one question. How did you happen to be on the train?
The board of directors sent me. They suspected Dwerryhouse of juggling their book. Wanted me to investigate the line. Dwerryhouse did juggle the book. Stole 75,000 pounds. Pocketed it and tried to disappear. Yes, but the man was actually at sea. It was all just to go to America.
And I thought he was a go.
Well, he is now, dear. Body is lying in a ditch a few miles back.
And the train is stopping. Well, folks, here we are. Labor up! Labor up! Labor up!
To conclude my report, the train pulled to a stop at Cable Station. Justice Rake was arrested for first-degree murder. The 75,000 pounds in question was returned for instruction. Diana Winters was taken into custody. She had been responsible for the entire plan. It was she who had engineered the entire plot, having access to Dwerryhouse's private documents as a secretary. This closes my report to the acting chairman of the East Anglian Railroad. Respectfully submitted by your agent, Stephen Langford.
From the time-worn pages of the past, we have brought you the story, the 4:15 Express. Bellkeeper, hold the bell.
We are met to call from out of the past stories, strange and weird. Bellkeeper, toll the bell, so that all may know we are gathered again in the weird circle.
Perchance I speak again the immortal tale, a terrible night.
Silence in the court. Next witness, please.
If Your Honor, please. The next witness is Charles Cassar, the defendant in this case. Will Mr. Cassar please take the stand?
Silence in the court.
Place your left hand on the Bible. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do. Suppose, Mr. Cassar, you tell this court your story in your own words. From the very beginning? Don't be afraid. From the very beginning.
Well, I don't know where to start, to be honest. I feel like a man that's drowning. I just started the night my wife, Bertha, and her brother, Dick Linton, were helping me to pack my suitcase. Dick and I were preparing to go on a hunting trip in Canada, in the northwest.
Don't forget to put the compass in, Charlie. Hunting man needs a compass.
Sure he does. Keeps him from getting lost.
See how bright my wife is, Dick? She knows all the answers.
I didn't mean it that way.
I know, Bertha, I know.
It's just that when a gal's brother and husband go gallivanting off on a hunting trip to the North Woods, a gal wants to know they're coming back safe.
You worry about Charles, though. You know me, I never get lost. Remember the camping trips we used to take when we were kids?
You were a Boy Scout then, Dick.
He's no Boy Scout now.
Hey!
Well, let's see, darling. Have I got everything packed in here?
Yes, you're everything. Woolen underwear?
You're a lucky man to have a wife
Gun
like
cartridges?
For both guns?
The cartridges for the hunting gun are in the rear pocket of the suitcase. And for the 38, they're in your holster.
Oh, good girl.
Where's your suitcase, Dick?
Oh, it's checked at the station.
Hey, what time is it?
Well, it's almost 10 p.m.
Oh, we better be going along, darling. I like to catch my trains with ease.
I'll help you close the suitcase, Charles.
The best suitcase sitter runner in the world.
Yeah, she did.
Hey, that does it. You can get off now.
Have a nice trip, both of you. Bring back at least 2 dozen deer.
Oh, at least. Bye, honey.
Bye. Oh, don't forget your muffler, darling. It's in the closet downstairs. And please be careful. When little boys play with guns, well, you know how dangerous guns can be.
So, we left, Dick and I. We took the express to Montreal and then traveled by train west of the Hudson Bay to the Northwest Territory, specifically to a small town known as Fort Ray. What equipment we hadn't already purchased, we purchased there, mostly food provisions and plenty of coffee. Then, on the morning of September 3rd, Dick and I started out, on foot. It was a clear, brisk morning, and the air was alive with sound. Birds chirping, constant crunch of leaves underfoot. We were both in high spirits as Dick said,
Oh, this is the life, old boy. This is what a man needs. Get away from civilization and breathe again.
Yeah, back to nature.
Back to nature's right. You know, there's something the matter with modern civilization. We get all jogged up inside. Begin to think all sorts of strange things.
Strange this? In what way?
Oh, morbid thoughts. Hating yourself, hating everybody else, hating the world. You know, that's bad for a writer. His work becomes bitter, and he pours the gall out in words. Paints the world he sees in gray overtones.
Like that last story you told.
Yeah, it was a depressing story, but that was my mood.
Both you and Bertha had morbid emotional streaks.
Well, Dick and I are very much alike in many ways.
Funny, my marrying Bertha.
What's so funny about it? You know, I engineered it.
You did? Why?
Well, Bertha and I have always been pretty close, you know. Much closer than ordinary brother and sister. I didn't want to see her marry some slut.
Well, thanks, Dick.
You being my roommate at college, I know you pretty well. Well, Dick and I have the same likes and dislikes. I just knew you were right for it.
You mean to tell me I didn't have anything at all to say about it?
Sort of.
Sort of.
Well, Bertha's beauty, chemistry, if you like, and youth took care of the rest.
You sound like an old man airing philosophy.
I told you I've been civilized too long.
You've been a bachelor too long. I think I'll dig up a nice young girl for you. Marriage is a sensation, Dick. Well worth a try.
Well, I don't quite like the idea of digging up a girl. Sounds like she's been buried already. Here, we turn this way, to the north now.
Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure. These north woods like a...
Like a book.
Yes, a book.
You'll never get lost with me. We'll be at the next port by 6 this evening.
I still think we ought to have taken a guide along.
Oh, nonsense. Nothing to worry about. Nothing to worry about at all.
Nothing to worry about. That's the way writers are. So sure of themselves. Except they ought to pick a paper and pencil, not their memories of North Woods. At 6 o'clock in the evening, there wasn't a port in sight. And by 10 o'clock that night, even die-hard Dick had to admit.
Well, we're lost.
No.
Yeah, we're lost. I'm sorry, Charles. Pretty monosyllabic about the whole thing.
Normal under the circumstances. Hey, that wasn't the wind, was it, Dick?
No, wolves.
Wolves?
Not afraid of them, are you?
Oh, no, I love them. Especially at night when I'm cold and hungry. And they are, too.
Well, we'll have to sleep in the trees.
You'll have to sleep in the trees. I wasn't built that way.
You can't sleep on the ground. You'll never live through the night.
I'm not sleeping on the ground, Dick. I'm walking until we find someplace.
Well, we might not find the fort till tomorrow morning.
Or tomorrow evening. But whenever it is, I'm going to find it as soon as possible. Even sooner than that, if that keeps up. You coming with me?
Sure, I'm with you.
Boy, I'm hungry.
Oh, say, wouldn't a nice, thick, luscious steak taste good? You know, one of the charcoal boiled varieties, dripping with butter and fried onions.
Oh, stop it.
Or one of Bertha's lamb stews with mashed potatoes and rich tomato gravy.
If you want to die, just keep on talking. It's thought of food, and I'm a murdering maniac.
Oh, how about a real English roast beef with Yorkshire pudding?
Oh, you're asking for it. I wonder just how hungry that wolf is. Maybe he won't mind if his meat isn't cooked, huh?
Sure he won't. They're carnivori, which means in Latin carnivorous, man-eaters. Hey, Charlie, look, straight ahead of you. Is that a light over there?
Yeah, I think so. But maybe it's the fort.
That's the fort here, miles up.
Oh, what is it then?
Whoa, it's like a cabin.
I'm not particular. Let's find out.
Fine, I'll lead the way.
Oh, no. You've led the way so far, but this time, Dick, my boy, I'm leading. Follow Charlie and see some food. Food? Food. Whoever lives there must eat. Maybe it's not dangerous, huh? It is a cabin, all right. Shall I knock on the door?
Can't get in any other way.
Who can? This rickety old shack can be blown down by a good strong breath. Funny looking place, isn't it?
I'm not amused. Knock on the door. Timid knock.
My hat. No.
Yeah, we'll try it again.
Hope this guy's friendly.
Uh-oh. Our friends are sniffing about again.
And I don't look at all well in tomato sauce. Oh.
Evening. Something I believe to you, gentlemen.
We managed to...
we hope to find some place to stay for the night, sir. We're completely off the beaten track.
You don't say. Come in. Come in, gentlemen.
Yes.
I'd be delighted to interrupt you if you don't mind sleeping on the floor. The attic.
Well, at this point, we don't mind anything.
Don't you?
My name's Charles Casar, sir, and my friend is Dick Linton.
How do you do?
Yeah.
My name is Joel. It's Joel. At least they used to call me Joel. Have you eaten yet this evening?
No, as a matter of fact, we're starving.
Come in and sit down and I'll fix you some dinner. That is, if you don't mind my meager ranking.
Oh, we don't mind anything at this point. Do we, Dick?
Oh, no, definitely not. There's an old American saying, food is food. Let's eat, huh?
I'll buy some beer cakes for you and some wine.
Oh, wonderful. Tell me, Mr. Joel, do you live here all alone?
Unfortunately, yes. You see, I'm an outcast from your society. But a man being different and automatically becomes an outcast.
Yeah, there's something that must be said.
You look a little different, or think a little different, or speak a little different. He becomes a marked man. The individual is not allowed the privilege of individuality. Mankind doesn't permit it.
Oh, I don't think so, really.
True. I think that's safe down.
Come along, Scott.
I can prove my point. Eliminated. And different. Larger than most men, I unfortunately grew too tall. And too ugly for the average man to stomach. I was hated. Yes, hated by your civilization and feared too. Not because I was cruel or vindictive or honest or gifted. Yes, I'm a giant in stature. Well, I don't feel badly for me. I've had my revenge on society, and I'll have even more revenge on listeners. I can tell you.
Yes, it's ununderstandable.
Gentlemen, before you sit down to dinner, allow me to hang your hunting guns up here. They'll bother you if you carry them around.
Oh, well, we don't mind.
I mind. Your hunting gun, sir. And your hunting gun. Okay. Now I suppose I'll just hang them up here.
You say you live alone, Joel?
Yes.
That shoe in the corner, that was never yours. It's in small foot.
Very observant, Mr. Linton. No, that wasn't mine, too. I found it in the forest one day and brought it home for the purpose of remaking it, like that coat hanging over there.
Found a coat and a shoe lying in this outlandish district?
Yes, that's a coat and shoe. Of course, they were on a man, but he was dead. He died of... I don't quite know what he died of. His legs had been gnawed off by some prowling beast.
Oh, he must have become lost out of here, like ourselves.
Exactly like yourself. Exactly like yourself. Dinner's ready.
Go ahead with your testimony, Mr. Gustav. Well, you can see what a spot Dick and I were in. We didn't trust that man for a second. Believe me, he was... Well, darn it, anyway, the man was unbalanced. It was well after we finished eating dinner that Joel lit a good, warm, roaring fire in the fireplace, and then...
Well, gentlemen, it's time to retire. I'm sleepy, and I'm sure you two are.
Yes, very sleepy. Mind if we take our guns upstairs? I'd like to clean
You won't need to listen to me. You can clean them in the morning. Come along, please.
Come on, Gustav. Right behind you.
Be careful of this step ladder. It's rickety, to say the least.
So I noticed it.
I'll go first and get the blankets out. Yes, fortunately, I have 2 blankets up here, although there must be enough.
Oh, don't worry about us.
All right. Come up now.
Right away.
I'd feel a lot better if I had those hunting guns. I don't blame you.
Think to yourself, Mr. Linton, that this addict is not accustomed to yet. Must be. And the spiders are troublesome to strangers.
Spiders?
They are my friends. My only friends. They say he who shares a roof with you automatically becomes your friend. They have shared this roof with me for many years. Good night, gentlemen. Sleep well.
Oh, good night.
Great Scott, what kind of a mess have we gotten ourselves into?
I don't know. He's got a conscience in his mind somewhere. That's very tricky.
What'll we do? I tell you, one sleeps and the other stands guard. That won't do us any good, Dick. He's 10 times our size, and besides, we're unarmed.
I bet you 38 in my pocket. Forget about it, huh?
Yeah, I did.
Look, through these boards in the attic. And watch Joel very easily. The fireplace throws a nice light on him.
How will we arrange the watch?
Well, you go to sleep for an hour, and I'll wake you up, give you the gun, and I'll go to sleep for an hour, and he stands on it. Okay?
Yeah. What time is it now?
1 a.m.
What's he doing down there?
Curling up on the floor near the fireplace. About to go to sleep.
I hope he sleeps well. Too well to wake up.
If he doesn't, I hope your gun works. That's all.
I'm so sleepy.
Good night.
Yes, I put my head on the floor and slept. But I slept a troubled sleep, a restless sleep, and my hands kept clawing the floor, a floor that was alive with insect life. Then, no sooner had I put my head on the floor than it seemed Dick nudged me.
Wake up. It's 2 a.m.
Okay. What happened?
Nothing. It's your turn now. Oh, I'm really late. Really late. So much walking and then all this.
He was quite right. All this. He lay down on the floor, and soon he was sound asleep. Sleeping like he was drugged. What this is all this? I sat upright, concentrating at his night. My eyes were closed. I was so tired, and my blood ran cold as I kept my eyes glued to the still figure which lay beneath us. The hut was so quiet that my wristwatch sounded like the beating of tom-toms in that silence. Beating off the seconds, perhaps slicing off the seconds left of our lives. As I waited, one. Then suddenly the huge figure beneath me, stretched his huge form in front of the fireplace and yawned. Large, expressionless eyes sought mine through the planks of the floor, and I thought for a moment, he saw me sitting there. Perhaps my crouching figure in the attic somehow threw a shadow down on the floor of the hut below. Then he arose, cat-like. That huge form arose gracefully and quietly. He eased himself up and walked to the door, as if listening for someone or something. Then, just as quietly, he opened the door.
Yes, come back shortly.
He said, come back shortly. Who was he talking to? And what was he talking about? Come back to murder us. He shut the door just as gently as he opened it, and then returned to the place before the fire. He again curled up near the warmth of the blaze. I glanced down at my watch. It was 3 o'clock. I nudged Dick, gently at first, and then harder. Dick, your turn. Dick, wake up.
We're up for school here.
Here, give the gun.
Okay, I'm awake.
Anything happened? Listen. He's got an accomplice. What? Somebody was standing outside the door a while back. He told him to come back shortly.
That explains it. Small shoe, maybe.
I'm so tired, I don't think I can sleep.
You'll sleep. Just relax.
I don't think so.
Come in.
Yeah? Are they asleep now?
Yes, fast asleep, the poor fools. One of them thought he could stay awake. I could see them taking turns staying awake. But I put enough dope in their wine to knock them out completely.
Have they much money with them?
Who knows? But whatever they have, we need. Here. Give me that log you brought in.
Here you are.
No, I'll think of it. And light one of them. Nothing like this wood burning to dope them completely.
What do we do with them later?
Put them outside for the animals.
I'll wait down here for you. You go upstairs.
I won't be long. These things never take very long.
Give me the gun. Give me the gun. Just wake up. Look at you, dope. He's coming at us. Give me the gun. Give me the gun. Please, give me the gun. There, I got the gun now. You're laughing at me. You're laughing.
I'm
to wake up now for the last time.
No, like this. There, that's Doctor. That's Doctor. Where's your friend? Where's the little man? Help me find the little man now. Help me. Look.
I was stunned. Completely stunned. The room looked strange. The smoking gun in my hand looked strange. The whole world seemed to blot out in front of my eyes, and suddenly I looked down at the dark mass lying at my feet, and then I looked up. My eyes were absolutely level with Joel's eyes as he climbed up into the attic. Then, in a voice filled with horror, he said,
Good Lord, sir. What have you done? You killed him. And he was just about to wake you.
Yes, I killed Dick Linton, my best friend, but he was just about to wake me. I'd been dreaming, and I killed him.
Thank you, Mr. Picard. My next witness is Dr. Harding. Now, Dr. Harding, would you please take the stand? Yes, sir.
Place your left hand on the Bible. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. You heard the testimony of the defendant, Dr. Harding.
I did, sir.
Is it possible for a man as sweet as he was, to fire the gun load at his best friend because of a nightmare?
It was more than a nightmare. It was somnolentia, sleep drunkenness. Overtired as Mr. Picard was, his nerves were overtaxed. Fears and suspicions had been aroused. This result is perfectly natural and certainly medically sound. The defendant was not in his right mind at the time of the murder.
Thank you, Dr. Harding. Gentlemen of the jury, to sum up this case, Joel the giant had told his guests the truth about the youth. At the time he opened the door, he was just talking to his dog, who had been scratching outside. But to a man mentally exhausted and filled with fear, Joel's actions were certainly those which would arouse suspicion. Gentlemen, in behalf of my client, I beg leniency. Leniency.
Please, darling, this is all explained in court. This doesn't change anything between us, nothing at all.
Doesn't it? I love my brother more than you can understand. I know the court has ruled the innocent. But a court of law has very little to do with a woman's heart.
If you love me, Bertha.
I'll always. But I'll never be able to trust you again. There are 7 days in a week, Charles. Some of those days, I love you and forget this whole horrible affair. But more days, my brother's face will do nothing funny.
But Dick would understand.
I wouldn't see you because his face would stand between us. I'd spend those days hating you. So, I'm leaving. Take good care of yourself. I can't help it. I hope you understand.
Bertha, please.
Goodbye, Charles.
Bertha.
From the time-worn pages of the past, we have brought to you the story, A Terrible Night. Bell keeper, toll the bell.
From the time worn pages of the past, we have heard another immortal tale in the weird circle. Bellkeeper told the bell. These ears fill its lonely cave by the restless sea once again next time. One. We are met to call from out of the past stories, strange and weird. Bellkeeper, toll the bell, so that all may know we are gathered again in the weird circle.
Nothing against him, but his eye, that huge, distorted eye.
Is the eye of fantasy? Pluck it out. Pluck it out.
Tortures me at night. I lie in bed and shut my eyes. That horrible thing peers at me, embedded in my senses. That eye glistens and shimmers. It haunts me.
Kill.
Nothing against him. My uncle, my only relative.
The eye.
Pluck out the eye.
Yeah. Come in, now come in. Sniffing is easy. Falling lips covers that eye.
Uncle, is that you? Is it me? Of course it is. Who else would it be, Charles?
I don't know.
Now for a nice hour of relaxation. Will you join me in a cigar, Charles? Here, take this one of mine.
Thank you, Uncle.
Sit down here.
I prefer sitting back here, Uncle.
Oh, nonsense. I can't see you over there, and you can't see me. Come, sit over here.
I'd much prefer to stay here.
Do you dislike my company after all these years, Charles?
No, Uncle. All right, I'll join you. But
why are you staring at me like that?
The eye?
Look at the eye.
staring at you, red and swollen, a pale blue film covered with
Charles?
Yes, Uncle.
Come, light up your cigar. Here's a light. Now, that's better, my boy. These cigars have a rich, fragrant aroma. A very rich, fragrant aroma. It lulls a man's nerves into a peaceful state. Leaves the mind free for contemplation, doesn't it?
Yes, Uncle.
Nothing like the hours spent meditatively. Oh, blasted visitors. You answered the bell, Charles.
Yes, Uncle.
I dislike being interrupted like this. It's bad for my digestion. People should know that.
Good evening, Mr. Holt.
Good evening, Charles. I hope you and your uncle don't mind a nice neighborly visit.
Sure we don't, Mr. Holcomb.
Glad. I was all alone this evening and felt the need of a nice, friendly chat, so I dropped over. Good evening, Mr. Woodward.
Good evening, Mr. Holcomb. How are you this evening?
Feeling surprisingly fit. Man of my age has no right feeling so healthy. As for the doctor's income, but I feel like a man of strength. Just as fit physically and mentally as Charles.
Thank you, Mr. Holcomb.
Well, won't you join us for a little while, Mr. Holcomb?
I'd love to, yes, indeed. I'd enjoy it.
Can't be for long. I'm retiring early, but a short visit would be appreciated.
Thank you, Mr. Woodward. Mind if I light up my pipe?
No, not at all, Mr. Holcomb. Charles, get him an ashtray before he scatters the ashes all over the top.
Yes, Uncle. Here you are, Mr. Holcomb.
Thank you, Charles. Well, what's this?
Now, as any idiot can plainly see, it's a knife.
A knife. This strange looking knife.
It belongs to our ancestors. Charles, what's it doing down here off the hook on the wall?
I took it down from the wall to clean it, Uncle.
Clean it? Well, old knives are supposed to look old.
Clean it.
Clean?
I'll put it back.
Well, be careful, Charles, my boy. I knew a young man exactly your age who took a family heirloom down from the wall one night and it was blast him if it didn't slip and cut off his right arm. Yes, took the arm clean off right to the elbow. He was a mechanic by profession and it ruined his career.
Be careful, Charles. You're putting the knife back. You better stand on its head, Charles. It's much wiser to take an ounce of prevention.
Yes, your uncle's right. How's that, Uncle?
Well, it's not hanging straight. I like things to hang straight. It annoys me to have something crooked on the wall.
Yes, means a death in the family. One of the pictures in my house was crooked on the wall the night of my wife's death. Now, I'm not a superstitious man, mind you, but I guess
that does it, Charles. All right. Now, put the chair back where you got it.
I'm not a superstitious man, mind you, but I was confounded when she died. Confounded, I guess.
Yes, I imagine that you were confounded.
Of course, that incident really doesn't compare with an event which occurred to a friend of mine. His name was, very common name, Smith, Peter Smith.
Now, what about this?
He had a picture on the wall in his home. Well, this picture sidled over on its wire, refusing to stay upright. The picture refused. I swear it's true, Mr. Woodward. Well, I was there, if you don't believe it. You know what happened?
No, I do not know what happened.
Peter Smith died.
Very all right. What's happened?
Almost 9 o'clock.
Thine eye has been seen. Pluck it out.
It's almost by that time, Mr. Holcomb.
Oh, don't mind me, Mr. Woodward. I was about to leave anyway. I say, look at the knife hanging on the wall. It's sideways again.
So it has.
Anxious, Charles. The knife.
Reminds me of Peter Smith's picture. Well, I must be on my way. Don't bother to see me to the door, Charles. I'll find my way out. Good evening, Mr. Woodward.
Good evening, Mr. Holcomb. That man makes me nervous, Charles, with his stupid stories of Smith. Fix that knife, Charles.
Of course, Uncle. I'll fix it right away.
I'm tired. I'm going up to bed now.
I'll help you up the stairs, Uncle.
Help me? Since when do I need help? Well, maybe I do.
Anything else you wanted me besides opening this window, Uncle?
No, nothing, Charles.
Better take the stair out of your way.
Oh, the chair isn't in there.
You keep it awake during the night and want to get out of bed. You don't want to stumble over stairs on your way to the door.
I never awake during the night, sir.
Might.
Or we might. Yes, we might. We might creep in here.
I might. Oh, I might do anything, my boy. I also might not. Now take the candle with you before you leave, Charles.
Of course, Uncle. I hadn't intended to leave it burning.
Of course. We'll take it with us.
Of course. Good night.
Good night.
Nice, sir. That might be clever. So much in the house. Very careful.
Yes, carefully.
Must wait till midnight. Yes, till midnight. Why must I wait till midnight? Why?
That's the plan. The clever plan.
Walk down the stairs and get in the parlor. The room will be dark. I'll wait.
Clever.
Then at midnight I'll creep up the stairs with a knife. And if the eye of things be blotted out, it must remain. Of course, it's all so clear.
Clear and clever.
First thing to do is get the knife. Go into the parlor. Stand on the stairs and get the knife.
Careful with the chair. The chair and stand on it, but be careful.
I'm all careful. Now I'm the knife. What do I do next? What is the plan?
Just wait.
There's on a doorbell. Couldn't do it without. This isn't part of my plan. No, not part of my plan.
Get rid of them.
Oh, Mr. Holcomb. Sorry to disturb you, Charles, but I left my pipe here. I looked all over my house for the blasted thing before I remembered I'd left it here. It must be in the parlor. Don't bother yourself. I'll get it. It's no bother. Trembling cat. Did I frighten you when I rang the bell? Well, I wasn't expecting.
No, not expecting.
I read of a man in the paper who died of fright when his doorbell rang. And just the other day I read it. Very amusing article, too, but... imagine I leaving it behind. Yes, imagine. Thanks again, Chuck. What's this nice doing down here again? It flipped. Flipped again, did it? Just like the picture of Peter Swift. Let me know if anything happens. Of course. Good night, Mr. Holcomb. Now, plan. The plan to wait for midnight. For midnight. Yes, for midnight. Calls for the knife to be in my hand.
Midnight. Well,
Now, the lantern in one hand.
The knife in the other.
The knife.
The knife.
the house is so quiet. Yes, yes, Commissioner. Let's walk quiet. My senses sharp. Every second makes them sharp. I can feel the rhythm, slow and hard. The beat and hard.
Taking out his last breath.
His last breath. You know, death is outside your door, Uncle. Death is waiting on the waiting. Door of your room. Listen. Bah. Eating Who's that?
Gleaming eyes focused on your face.
Who's in my room? Who is it? Where's my pen?
Don't answer, Tony. Don't answer.
Just wait.
Charles! Charles!
He's calling for you. Little does he know.
Charles!
Calling for you.
Calling for you.
Who's someone in my room? I can see the shadow across my room. Who is it?
Worry.
The room is hot. Every name. Answer me.
Come on.
Wait.
Oh, what is it? Who is it? Where is Charles?
Now it's 10.
Oh, somebody help me.
Now raise the lamp. Slowly come.
That's it. Focus it where the eyes should be.
Then slowly open the door of the lamp and let the light shine in.
The eyes.
No, stop the light. Stop the light.
Listen to your heart. Beat, man, beat.
He's there. And three of them. Three of the eyes. Scorpion eyes. Horrible scorpion eyes.
Burying the body when no one will ever suspect it to be.
Clever.
I am
Underneath the floor of the forest.
Underneath the floor in the park.
right here, beneath me.
You are careful. Whatever the nails
Nails are important.
very important.
One more nail, and my job is done. One. Now what? Oh, yes. Pull the upholstered chair over the grave. And there it is. The target. Just as it was.
Clever.
Yes, I am clever. Very clever. The plan works. And no one knows.
No one knows.
I believe I can get it. Grab it. It is closed already. like what?
Not one.
Not one. No trace. No trace at all.
You're positive.
Oh, not positive.
Clever, Charles.
Of course I'm clever. Today I'll tell the neighbors my uncle left for the country.
Will they believe you?
Of course they'll believe.
Believe you?
And tomorrow, early tomorrow morning, I'll say I'm leaving to join my uncle in the country. So easy. It's the completest in the world. Forever from that eye. That's you. So.
Thought I'd tell you. Yes, a very strange story, Mr. Holcomb. You say this old man, Mr. Woodward, has never left town for the baths before?
Not for the last 20 years. I've been a neighbor for longer than that, really.
And the nephew, Charles Woodward. How did you see him this morning?
Very much the same as usual. Trifle more skipper. Said he was looking forward to joining his uncle at the baths.
And you're positive this scream you heard last night came from the direction of the Woodward house?
Absolutely. I was standing at my window at the time, looking out. Must have been a little past midnight. Suddenly I saw a gleam of light from Mr. Woodward's bedroom and from the street.
Didn't last long?
No, but I'm positive no unimportant explanation is behind it.
It sounds fishy enough, Mr. Holcomb. Certainly no harm in investigating it. The boy is innocent. He'll be glad enough to allow us to search his uncle's bedroom. If he's guilty, well, we'll know in good time. Yes, in very good time.
Mind if I go with you?
Not at all, not at all. I'd like to have you along, Holcomb. You're always welcome.
This is not a case of idle curiosity, Detective. Just that I enjoy collecting these little tales of death and murder. I've made it a life hobby, and I hate to miss an opportunity. Yes, I hate to miss it.
There's the house, Inspector, if you don't believe me. My uncle's room is right at the top of the stairs.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
My uncle will be very amused by all this when I tell him.
It's not that neither I nor Mr. Holcomb suspect anything, you know.
No, certainly not, darling.
Of course not. Yep. This is my uncle's room, as you no doubt know, Mr. Holcomb.
Yes, of course.
Search to your heart's content.
Room's in perfect order.
I've heard of my uncle mysteriously. There ought to be at least one blood stain on the bedclothes or on the floor.
Mind if I undo the bed to look at the sheet?
Not at all, Inspector.
Careful.
Best we can use, but there's certainly no sign of violence here.
Naturally, Inspector.
The floor. Butler, your uncle must be a very neat man.
Didn't you need? Isn't he, Mr. Holcomb?
Oh, absolutely.
Well, I'm sorry we bothered you like this, sir. As you know, it's better to be on the safe side.
Why? Listen, Inspector. I'm sorry. Everything all right, Mr. Holcomb? I would have done the same thing you did. Won't you gentlemen join me in the parlor for a cup of tea before you leave?
There now, we give you much
No
trouble.
trouble at all, I guarantee you. No trouble at all. Here, I better close the door to Uncle's room. Before dust goes through from the hallway. You know my Uncle's study. All right. I'll join you gentlemen in the parlor shortly, after I fetch the tea.
A very amusing story. A very amusing story, Miss Holt.
I always thought so, Inspector General.
You collect stories of crime, don't you, Mr. Holcomb?
Yes, indeed. I found some ties once in my head.
What do you think?
Enjoy your story, Charles. Enjoy it.
Well, thank you.
Say so?
I've a very amusing story about a woman in Greece. I read it in the paper the other morning just as I was eating some very fine orange marmalade.
The heart, sir. The old man's heart.
You can hear it.
No, thank you. What can't you? She denies the truth of my story even before I tell it.
What about the woman in India?
Well, she murdered a rich uncle.
Louder and louder.
Why did she murder him?
No known motive.
Watching
How did she murder him?
Cutting his little pieces and hid him under the flooring in her bedroom.
the floor. Under the floor. They know, Charles. They know.
They know, Charles. They know.
Jill.
Make it stop. Make it stop.
They're playing with you.
Playing with you. No, I can expect it. The fool. Don't play it. See it in your faces. In your evil, grinning faces. Sit down.
Help me.
You can hear it. Louder. Louder. Stop it. Stop it. I admit to you. Hatred has murdered my uncle last time. Son of other God. They should give me a heart stop. You murder. Yes, I murdered him. But stop.
From the glimmering pages of the past, we have heard another immortal tale named The Weird Circle. Bellkeeper, toll the bell. These years, in this lonely cave by the restless sea, once again next time, for another
Who are the outstanding writers of weird and uncanny stories?
Oh, the multisound. Oh, we're listening. We'll be calling.
Where can I hear these stories?
Listen to the Weird Circle.
Out of the past, phantoms of a world gone by speak again the immortal tale, the heart of Ethan Brand.
What are you doing here? What do you want? I've come to share a joke for the bottom. A wonderful, colossal joke. No man enjoys laughing alone, you know. Come in. I don't fancy myself laughing at your joke. Sit a few minutes. These firemen coming to keep the show going tonight. I'll have to go out directly and get them started.
Don't take it, brother boss. You've a lifetime to tend the fires of the Lime Hill while I... My good brother boss, I've quite a tale to tell you. In fact, you can't relish the joke until you've heard the strange story of my visit.
You haven't changed, have you?
Oh, yes. Yes. Much for the worse. I've learned to manipulate men as that player would make form. I've made men commit crimes they never dreamed of. And I've enjoyed every moment of my youth.
You're as crazy as ever. What are you talking about?
You'll understand when you hear my story. And by the way, boss, I haven't been able to finish my search. I haven't yet found the unforgettable.
You're talking in riddles. Now, I'm a plain man. Talk to me simply.
Don't tell me you've forgotten. Forgotten our long talks as we used to watch the fires of the Lime Hill together.
I'm not likely to forget working side by side with you. I don't recall all you had to say, though. Talk wild and crazy most of the time. Sometimes when you stood holding the fires in the hill and the sparks flew round and the red glare lit up that cynical smile you always wore, you like a devil.
It was a just at the time, brother, when my face still glowed from the heat of the Lime Hill, that we began to talk of the unpardonable thing. Think back, Barton. Think back to a certain day when we stood together on the side of Mount Greylock firing the furnace.
Stand back, Ethan, while I stow in this log.
We don't need it. Fire's going good enough now.
All right, then. Shut the door.
I like to watch a blazing fire. I guess it's about the only excitement I get. What a life.
Why don't you go to the city and get some kind of job?
I don't want some kind of job. I don't want to work just for the sake of working and making money. I'm not made like that.
Sometimes I think, brother, you're not made like anybody else in this world.
You flatter me, boss. But there is no doubt that I'm unique. Yes, the only thing that would drive me to labor industriously would be some unusual, interesting motive.
A wicked motive, if I know you. I'll bet my life on it. Before you die, you think you're going to commit some kind of unpardonable sin.
Unpardonable sin? Now, what does that mean? Unpardonable. We don't all yield the same temptations. Our weaknesses are all different. Our sins are different. And which sin is unpardonable?
I guess I don't rightly know, but the way I look at it, a man's weakness can lead him to sin and maybe to an unpardonable sin. Now, take Willie Cherished coming along there riding up. Horses are his folly. Maybe they could lead him to commit his unpardonable sin. Well, he ought to be sent into a sleeper mill, but instead here he comes in the middle of the day horseback riding.
Hiya, boys! Fine day!
Sure is, Willie. Good hunting, Willie.
Watson, you've inspired me. You've given me a reason for living. I'm going out in search of the unpardonable sin.
Oh, Dickory, I almost think you mean it. You got the same kind of expression you used to have when we were kids and you'd pull wings off of flies just to watch them wriggle.
A minor experiment, Watson. But now I shall embark on a master plan, on a large-scale experiment instead. Find out a man's weakness, control his life. Perhaps they can get on possible. It should make a life difference.
No doubt, Ethan. No doubt. Hey, look. Look over there in the valley. Must be a big fire. There's a lot of smoke.
Yes, looks like it. Isn't that Willie Sheridan's place?
Just about where it is, all right. Hey, if there's a fire in his stables, Willie will be fit to be tied.
Well, Willie was on his way home just now. I think I'll run over and see the excitement. I always did like it. Surely you haven't forgotten that day, Brother Barton. The day Willie's stables burned down. When I arrived, Willie was running around frantically, not accomplishing very much. Some of his horses were crashed, and there was nothing anybody could do about it. As I watched Willie's mounting hysteria, I suddenly decided I had meant what I had said about the unpardonable sin. And I realized I could go about my research in a cold-blooded way. Willie would be my first experiment. He had, as we all know, a bad temper. And his fights with Tom, his groom, were known around the whole countryside. So I went up to Will and I said, Willie, you know how the fire started?
No. I'd give anything in the world to find out. It must have been somebody's confounded carelessness.
Or revenge, maybe?
Revenge? What do you mean? Speak up, man.
You must know Tom hates you. Everybody heard him say he'd get even someday.
Oh, I see it now. Yes, it all adds up. I had to quarrel with Tom just before I took out the new filly.
Look at Tom leaning against the fence, that satisfied smile on his face. He's got his revenge, all right.
Why, that dirty up African. I'll tell him. Hold on, I'll tell him.
Now, don't lose your head, Willie.
Hey, what's the matter, Willie? Nobody stop. Get up to the floor. Go, Willie. Drive on the town floor.
Too bad, wasn't it, Barton, that Willie had such a bad temper and loved his horses so much. Those weaknesses led him to murder. As I stood looking at Tom's body, I wondered, was murder the unpardonable sin? But I knew that though the law would punish him, most people would find it in their hearts guilty. I would have to look further for that unpardonable sin. As I walked away from the fire and the crime and past the burning stables, I suddenly felt that I was two persons. Oh, not good and bad from origin. But I felt I was two bad persons in one body. I knew this sounds fantastic to your matter-of-fact mind. But it was clear. One of myself was inexperienced in this. But I knew I had an older self, a second soul of age of the world, and great in the knowledge of men and witnesses. And as I walked down the road into the shadows, my second self thought,
You're a rare bird. You're cold, calculating, completely without heart. We ought to go. And if you listen to me, I'll put you on top of the world.
that might be interesting. How do we begin?
First, you must have money. Not too much to start with. It would look suspicious. Easily. Your old friend Esther will help you.
Esther? Esther's only a clerk in a bank.
That's what I was thinking. Remember, Ethan, I'm the person who and you can control me. You are Esther. Goes with
I want to give you a chance.
Oh, Ethan, I can never do that. Goodness knows I wish I could, but I just can't get you out of my mind and my heart.
I guess I've never really explained. You see, I'm not the type to be satisfied with a little cottage with a white fence all around and a clothesline in the backyard. I want the best, and I want my wife to have the best. If I had a future and money, I'd ask you to marry me tomorrow.
Ethan, you've never said that before. You've never mentioned that. Oh, Ethan.
And now I want a life. I've an opportunity to buy a share in a good business. All I need is small capital. But, of course,
Well, there must be some way to get the money. How much do you need, Ethan?
$10,000. Of course, I only need it for a short time. Once I had an interest in the business, I could borrow money and pay back the $10,000 in a few months.
Of course you could. Ethan, let me. You know, Mother left me quite a little income.
No, I didn't know that. But you don't think I take money from you? From a woman?
I'm not any woman. I'm the woman you're going to marry. Please, Ethan. Please let me help you.
All right, sister. But I wouldn't take help from any other woman in the world. It was like playing a fascinating, mischievous game. That night, as I walked home from Esther's in the moonlight, my second self spoke again.
nice lady. Esther will have that money just when you need it. It'll just take a little time to arrange matters.
And what do I do now?
Call on Willie's poor, bewildered, beautiful sister, Gracia. Offer your sympathy for the man's tragedy. Grace can be a big help to him.
Yes. Yes, that's a brilliant suggestion. I'll see that my talk with Grace Sheridan is highly satisfactory, and that the results are according to plan.
Oh, I'm never good at you seeing you, Ethan. I'm just so confused. I really was so crazy about the horses he neglected the nail on his frame. To tell you the truth, I'm going to be lucky if I don't have to go into bankruptcy.
Grace, let me help you. I'd like to put some money into manage. You see, paper is used for 1,000 purposes. Used all over the world. I'd turn your paper mill into a big business.
You sound like a miracle, Ethan. You really mean it?
With all my heart.
Well, how much money can you put into it?
About $10,000.
Fair enough. Then it's fair.
Fine. Here's to my very calm senior pocket.
Tell me, Ethan, that we haven't seen much of each other in these years. Where have you been all the time?
Just waiting. Waiting for this day. And we're going to feel off each other from now on.
Everything happened, boss, just as I had planned. Esther bought me the $10,000. I bought the interest in the million. And soon the long-neglected business was going along far better than we had dreamed. I became a leading business. Then one night, as I was turning out the lights upstairs, I heard the voice of my secretary.
Time you made a Liverpool connection. For you and I are going farther than this small town in this state.
Yes, I was thinking about that.
Your man, of course, is Jake Sands. You must make him engage. Heard the doctor well, Sands, having you recently.
Yes, everybody talks about it. Jake's a big man. Calypso board in this state seems to go far. If it weren't for a woman. The woman who can't get rid of.
Jake will be at the chateau, the gambling casino outside town tomorrow night. And you must make a friend. A loyal, grateful friend out of Jake Sampson at any cost, even. At any cost.
What better place for to study men than at the tables of chance? Perhaps there I could find the unpardonable thing. So, the next night I went over to the chateau, and I finally found Jake Sampson using of the largest one.
Hello, Ethan Brand. Join me. Help me drown my sorrow.
You certainly do look despondent, Sampson. What's the trouble?
I'm putty. Just putty.
You mean putty in a woman's hand?
You're a mind reader, Ethan. Well, then I guess everybody knows my personal affairs. I can be as hard as nails about everything else in the world except
a woman. It's the old story, isn't it? You cease to care, and the woman still wraps up in you.
Yes.